fit. You used to fit in the crook of my arm. Now you're on my shoulder. We're not bottle feeding baby anymore.
Hi, Rockstar.
Are you going to give them a kiss?
That's Miss Rockstar's cat. His name is Rockstar. Miss Rockstar's probably in the chat. She made the video for us. You can say hello to Rockstar.
Can you give me... Oh, okay. You're not a bottle feeding baby anymore.
Happy birthday, Miss Clutch.
You're being quite the baby today. You're being quite the baby.
This is one of our channel cats. His name is Mr. Rockstar. This is what you get as an intro while I get everything loaded up. Mr. Rockstar's adorable. He's a cat.
You never have been. You must be hungry.
You are adorable,
Rockstar. Yeah, you're hungry. Yeah.
We love Rockstar.
Do you have a question? I see your paw is up. Do you have a question? Is your question, when is dinner? Dinner's not for another hour. Yeah, it's not for another hour. I'm sorry. We've got another hour. Can you last? Until then?
Hello, Mr. Rain. This is Mr. Rockstar. It's Mrs. Rockstar's cat.
I'm sure you can.
He's one of our channel cats. You can send me cat videos. I'll play them in the intro.
Possible. I don't.
Or pictures of your cats, or dogs, or pigs.
I think you'll be fine.
Or camels, or sheep, or goats. Hashtag
Yes.
save the goats.
You'll be fine.
You're doing a great job, Rockstar. That's you up on the TV. He's a cat.
I just love you, Rockstar.
Oh, we all love Rockstar. He's a little cat.
You'll be fine.
He's a very famous cat.
Yes, you will.
Here's the video of Rockstar. You can go say hi to him.
Okay.
This is a decompression. This is how I'm going to do my intros. Now I'm going to play you cute cat videos and then your arms music.
I promise.
Yes, it will be fine. Look at that little adorable cat. Oh, such a relaxing video.
Give him a kiss.
Oh, thanks for the kiss, Mr. Rockstar.
Good boy.
That was so nice of you, Mr. Rockstar. Oh, hello. How are you all doing? Isn't that the best way to start our stream? That's Mr. Rockstar. He's a cat. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Sir, that is an adorable cat. I know. I'm well aware that Mr. Rockstar is an adorable cat. That's why I played you his video. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 3:25 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime, Sunday, March 22nd, 2022. It's 9:25 p.m. in Tel Aviv. It's 10:55 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. It was a bad night last night. I'll get you caught up, but it was bad. You've probably seen it. There were people who went to the hits in Israel, Arad, and the Negev, Dimona. It was bad. I don't know how else to say it. It was very bad. I will try to get you caught up. But I couldn't do anything more than that to soften the blow for you. I gave you videos of Cat and Yoram's music, our dear friend Yoram Kupamitz, who is in Israel right now. We pray for him and all of the other innocents in harm's way. God bless you all on this Sunday. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting from the War Desk in Boston. Arad, Nanya, very close. Azad, it's I think it's spelled Arad in the English, but Azad is close enough. Yes, you absolutely. I don't know who said that they have a cat pic, but Mac Daddy. Oh, a pet snake. Oh, I love it, Mac Daddy. So yes, send all stream pet pics to grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Yes, send me pictures of your pets, and I will put them up during the intro. Hashtag towel pets. We used to have so many pets on the screen. At one point during one of the trials we covered on this stream, we had like 60 different animals on the screen. It became a zoo of animals. Then people were like, Grant, when I come on your stream for interviews like these like really formal like government agents, they were like, why is it like a bunch of animals? And I was like, bro, that's a towel zoo. Like, you are secondary to the chat animals, okay? And they got the point. Oh, we do have I think we do have a pet channel. If we don't have one, Tiffany Bob, just leave me a DM in Discord. I'll make one later. Oh, yeah, we have a towel Discord. You can share your pets there, too. The Towel Discord's easy to join. Just ask people in the chat if you have questions. I try to this is going to be a long war, so we got to kind of like develop a system every day for keeping people calm and feeling like they have someone to talk to, and we got to be compassionate. That's my plan. I was praying out in the rain before we began today's stream. I'm going to give you a few minutes to get settled, but yeah, once it starts, it's going to be very hard and heavy. It was a bad night. It was a bad night. It was a bad morning. I know a lot of people have been very traumatized over the past 12 to 24 hours. I'm going to do my best. Okay, I'm going to do my absolute best. One second. Sometimes you just gotta take a pause. Right? There's a lot of things going on. Let me show you the daytime footage from Arad. If you missed what happened last night, there were 2 massive hypersonic missile strikes. Both of them hit in Israel. One hit in Dimona in the south near the Negev. And one of them hit in an area called Arad. I'm going to show you Trey Yingst at the Arad site, and then I'm going to show you more hits that happened in downtown Tel Aviv earlier this morning. Okay, so this is Trey Yingst, the reporter from Fox News, earlier today in Arad at the site of one ballistic missile.
Right now we're here in Arad.
And it only had 545 kilograms of munitions. Iran has munitions with 8 tons of bombs.
Right now we're here in Arad.
Sorry for the double screen, 1 second. I got to get you the live cams up, but right now you have the map at the bottom. The map is live.
Where last night an Iranian ballistic missile slammed into a residential area. You can see the amount of destruction here. At least 100 people were injured according to first responders. You can see the buildings here that were on fire. There is destruction for blocks. Right now, first responders are still combing through the debris, ensuring that there are no unexploded ordnances as Israeli officials arrive here at the scene to survey the damage. Right now we're here in...
It's really hard for... You could tell it's really hard for Trey, but he's such a professional. He's such a consummate professional that he doesn't cry. He probably cried last night, but he's so... Because he really cares about the people of Israel. Trey Yingst is one of the... every reporter has a bias, okay? To even get into war zones, you have to get the permission of the army or the military that runs them. So Trey's like the only Israeli reporter who will like say to the IDF, like, listen, I work for Fox News, and like if a journalist dies in Lebanon, I'm going to report on it if you killed them and you can't stop me. And they respect him. Like the government, I saw him interview Bibi yesterday, and Bibi knows him personally, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Bibi like respects him. Like Trey Yingst is one of like the most respected reporters, and I think that a lot of the Palestinians and Lebanese people, I don't want to speak for them, they'd probably be like, oh yeah, he's the IDF guy. But even he, like, not everyone would say this, but even Trey will like highlight stuff the IDF probably doesn't love that he highlights. So Trey has a really good reputation. But the thing is, there's 3 reporters in this region on the front lines that I really respect and trust. They all come from different perspectives, but they're just really good journalists. Trey Yingst, Zina Kaddour for Al Jazeera in South Lebanon, and then Ali Hashim for Al Jazeera, normally in Doha, but he has connections in Iran, so he's in Tehran right now. They're all from different perspectives. Like each one of them like probably has their own political opinions, but I don't know what they are, which is why they're really good reporters. Trey, like you can tell he's very, when he's like reporting on missiles being shot in the air, his reporting style is very like hard and fast, and like here's what's going on, here's where it is. When he's like really sad, he does his job, but he works so hard to like suppress the emotion of it that he comes across as a disaffected, like it comes across as like a very dry affect, but he's really sad. I just know him. Like I've followed him. I've talked to him. When the Gaza Bureau got hit in 2023 of Al Jazeera, Trey was the only Western reporter, other than Barry Malone with Reuters. Trey was the only Western reporter that cared. Like I was just running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to get like my colleagues to pay attention. to what had happened to the Agence France Presse and Gaza Bureau of Al Jazeera. Excuse me, the Agence France Presse and Al Jazeera Bureau in Gaza. And Trey was the only reporter who listened. So my point is, when Trey has that look in his eye, he's not saying it. He's a consummate professional, but the damage was really bad. I will show you just some of the damage, okay, from last night. Then I'll give you an update from Lebanon, from Heidi Pett, really good reporter. I highly recommend checking her out. I try not to like posts during the war, by the way. I don't mean to insult my colleagues. It's just that, like, I only I'm not, when I reshare a post, I mostly don't like it, because a lot of the stuff I'm sharing is literally from people on the ground. And I don't want to, I'm not endorsing any side, but like this guy, okay, my favorite friend there, Lebanon Jets, he hasn't followed me yet. I'm trying to earn his follow. Lebanon Jets, I do like some of his posts because they're not really related to the war. They're just him filming planes flying out of Beirut's airport, and then he monitors the air traffic control and syncs it up to the plane, which I love. Like, him and I have a passion for planes and air traffic control audio. He doesn't know this, but I know it about him. So anyway, I really like him, but I like his post, but that's about it. So if you ever see me not liking a post, it's not because I'm either not supporting or supporting a given person. It's just I'm reposting this for the purpose of news reporting, not because I'm personally endorsing any of it. I think someone asked me that the other day. They said they saw a number of different sort of sides, quote unquote, on my Twitter feed or my X feed. And I think the best way to understand it is like with the Pope, okay, yes, I liked the Pope's post. I'll tell you what the Holy Father said this morning when he was giving his homily. I can play it for you, actually. I think I have it for you. Let me give it to you. I think it's translated into English, too. This was Pope Leo this morning in the Vatican giving a speech to the crowds at Mass. So I'll take you to the Pope now. I got to change the... Oh, he's already up. All right, take it away, Pope Leo.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, continuo a seguire con sgomento la situazione in Medio Oriente, così come in altre regioni del mondo lacerate dalla guerra e dalla violenza. Non possiamo rimanere in silenzio di fronte alla sofferenza di così tante persone vittime inermi di questi conflitti. Ciò che li ferisce l'intera umanità. La morte e il dolore provocati da queste guerre sono uno scandalo per tutta la famiglia umana e un grido al cospetto di Dio. Rinnovo con forza l'appello a perseverare nella preghiera affinché cessino le ostilità e si aprano finalmente cammini di pace fondati sul dialogo sincero e sul rispetto della dignità di ogni persona umana.
Hello. So that was the Pope at the homily or the Mass this morning in Rome. My dear friend Efra asked me if I speak any Latin. A little bit. Summum bonum, greatest good. Hexis, like active condition of soul. Praxis, temporary condition of soul. Bellum omnia contra omnes, the war of all against all. I don't really speak declination languages formally. The only language I speak formally with training is Spanish, and then I'm fluent in English naturally. But yeah, I wouldn't say like I can tell you the Latin grammar. Declination languages are very hard. You have to formally train in the conjugation of declination languages. Latin is a very special kind of language. It doesn't follow the same rules of some of the other languages. But yeah, if you can speak Latin like these days, it's very valuable, in particular if you're trying to translate old church documents. So I'd like to learn more, and then I'd really like to learn more about ancient Greek too. I know a little bit of the ancient Greek, eudaimonia, greatest good, etc. I may have actually attributed a Latin word there, to an ancient Greek word, hexis, to Latin when it wasn't. But the point is, I know a little Latin, a little ancient Greek, no modern Greek. I'd like to learn more ancient Greek, actually, because I have access to some of the original Aristotelian texts in the ancient Greek, the actual books that were first published. because I had nowhere to read them, and I was a librarian. And once you're a librarian, it's kind of like this club you join. Anyway, that's not related to overnight updates. Let me show you the latest. This morning in South Lebanon, Israel destroyed the Central Bridge. This bridge is kind of known as like the hub of the southern connection to South Lebanon. So it's important to understand that Lebanon in the south, so Lebanon's to the north of Israel. Syria borders it to, let me see, the east. All right, and then to the west is a sea. Israel has like this kind of border at the south of Lebanon that curves up. So Israel and Lebanon have a border. Lebanon's border goes like this. Israel kind of goes like this a little bit near the Golan. Syria's here. Then Syria's in the north of Lebanon. All right. So in the southern part of Lebanon, there's something called the Litani River. It actually flows like in the east of the country, but then it cuts across over to the Mediterranean, about 10 kilometers, 5 to 10 kilometers north of the Israeli-Lebanese border. Now, the Israeli-Lebanese border, okay, is called the Blue Line, and you can kind of see it on the map behind my head. It's at the very top. It might be cut off by the top of the map, but it's like right above where the map on your screen shows. I can just show it to you, actually. That's probably the easiest way. So if you look behind my head, this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, this is Lebanon. Okay, Lebanon is right here in the top of the map. All right, that's Lebanon. Beirut, that's the southern part. Beirut's right here. This is Lebanon. Okay, this is that little bump I told you about that Israel has. This is Syria, and then Syria goes like all the way up here in the north around Lebanon. Okay, so what I'm talking about in this video is a bridge south of the Litani River. Now, if we actually zoom in, this doesn't have geological formations, but my guess is the Litani River is probably like, where is it? It flows like right like south of Mount Hermon, so like right here or so. There's like a river. It doesn't show it on the map really, but there's a river that flows across South Lebanon. All right, so from this line, okay, all the way up to here, Israel has evacuated, okay, from this black line. Okay, that's the border between Israel and Lebanon. All the way up to here, Israel has evacuated. Now, what I'm about to show you is, so that's Sor. A lot of people mistakenly call this city Sor. That's the city of Sor. Tyre, when it's called Sor. That's Sor. There's other cities here. Al-Qaim is a name you're going to hear a lot. Al-Qaim is right in the middle here. It's like disputed territory, like literally like right in the middle of the border. All right, so you're going to hear a lot about fighting in Al-Qaim on the ground, and then I'm going to teach you a little bit about this bridge that has just been blown up, because to understand the importance of the bridge that you're looking at being blown up, you have to look at what Lebanon is. So if Hezbollah is fighting Israel on the border in areas subject to what's called UN Resolution 1701, which controls the territory, it's like the UNIFIL, the United International Fighting Force in Lebanon, is in charge of overseeing like a peace settlement following the 2006 war between Hezbollah and Lebanon in southern Lebanon. Now, in that area, Israel has ordered evacuations, and they've started to bomb the roads. The bridge you're about to see is the primary connection bridge, like the artery to get from the south to the north. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy, okay? Iran has a bunch of proxies in the region. The three you should know about are the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. They're called Hezbollah. We'll talk about them a lot today. Every day, really. And the second group, they're not the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Yemen. They're just called the Houthis in Yemen. It's a little complicated. Mr. Houthi was a parliamentarian in the 1980s. He got expelled from the Yemenese parliament. He went to the north. He fought the government from a cave. The government of Yemen bombed him. He died. His followers started a movement in his honor called the Houthi movement. Now the Houthis are like this strong geopolitical force in the north of Yemen, but they're not the government of Yemen, because the government of Yemen that's internationally recognized is in the south. It's called the Yemenis National Council. It's kind of like a bifurcated entity with a lot of factionalization, but it has two primary factions that are supported by Saudi Arabia, that being the Yemenis National Council. Then the Houthis in the north of Yemen are supported by Iran. Okay, so they're not like the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Yemen. They're just like the Houthis in Yemen, who are supported by Iran. All right, that's number one. Number two, that the second group. So you got Hezbollah, the Houthis, and then in Iraq you got a group called the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. They call themselves the Blood Guardians, but they're not really the Blood Guardians. That's just an umbrella term for a bunch of individual groups like Al-Hutada and whatnot that are really just Iranian proxies. So Iran uses something called the Quds Force of the IRGC to kind of like run these groups groups throughout the region. And what we're going to see here is Israel blowing up a bridge that will prevent Iran. Would be Israel's explanation. That would prevent Iran from using the IRGC Quds Force to supply Hezbollah with weapons in the south of Lebanon. Here's the video. It's loud. But the unfortunate side effect of this is that the Christian communities in the south of Lebanon, including Father Pierre's community, he's a Catholic Mennonite priest, one of the only one of the only Christian orders in the Eastern Church that stayed loyal to the Pope. He died. Father Pierre died when he went to go be with his parishioners as they were dying from his airstrikes. So the Christian communities right now in southern Lebanon are protected because, from what I understand, it was actually the Pope, although the Americans are the USA are the ones who actually did it. The Pope or somebody went to the Israelis through the Americans and said, we demand your unconditional guarantee that you will not touch Christian communities in southern Lebanon, because the Christian communities will not leave. They had this protracted negotiation with Rome via Cardinal Borgia, who's the papal nuncio or ambassador to Lebanon, the Pope's man in Lebanon. He sent him personally to Father Pierre's church after Father Pierre died, the first Catholic priest to die in this war. And so I think they entered, this is just my analysis, I think they entered a deal with Israel under extreme international pressure, basically cordoned off certain towns and has said they won't attack them. Now it's conditional on Hezbollah not being able to get in there, but honestly, Hezbollah I don't really think wants beef with the Catholic Church. They really don't. I think they really have more problems with Israel. So if the Catholic Church is we got a deal to save Christian civilians, Hezbollah, for the PR and also just for tactical reasons, will probably just not go there. So that part is a positive. That happened in the last 24 hours. There's a bunch of other problematic situations in South Lebanon from a humanitarian perspective. There's 1 million displaced people from Beirut and other suburbs because of this conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. And the big problem is Hezbollah is loyal to the land of Lebanon and its people. But Hezbollah, because of the way Israel targeted it, Hezbollah has a decentralized command and control structure that is run by the IRGC Quds Force. After the 2024 pager incident, Hezbollah constantly fights wars with Israel, back to 1949, 67, 78, 81, 2006. They just constantly, 2023, they're constantly fighting wars with Israel. What's different this time is after Israel, they kind of infiltrated Hezbollah's pager distribution network from Singapore or something and put bombs in the pagers and took out Hezbollah's command and control. So what happened was Iran sent in the Quds Force, who are kind of they're not the CIA, but they're a militarized wing of the IRGC that is designed to facilitate the emergence of proxy armies in the region. And so the IRGC has militarized, Iran itself, Iran has militarized southern Lebanon, and this is what the result is on the civilians. Neither Hezbollah nor Israel really care about the civilian population of Lebanon or the impact on commerce or travel. They just want to fight a war of attrition against each other. And you can tell it's a Hezbollah area because there's a Hezbollah flag. There's the Lebanese flag right here with the tree, and then right below it is a Hezbollah homage to, looks like Qasem Nasrallah and Nassim Qasem, the current. It's just an unfortunate reality on the ground for the civilian population. This was this afternoon. And there's not really a deal. I could kind of show you Hezbollah's, if you want to. I think it is important to understand because the most active front on the ground right now is southern Israel, northern Israel and southern Lebanon. Hezbollah has a lot of missiles. They're a very well-funded army. Let me show you their latest footage from today. This is the latest from Hezbollah. It was coordinated Fateh, F-A-T-H 1110 ballistic missiles sent on the 17th. Hezbollah always delays their releases. Do not underestimate this group. They have serious weaponry and they are a threat to the civilians of Israel. That's why I show this, so people for OPSEC purposes can learn what Hezbollah has to like cut through the propaganda. It is propaganda from Hezbollah. I want you to understand. I'm not endorsing this, but you should look at it so you can understand yourself what weaponry this military has in southern Lebanon that is fighting Israel. That's why Israel is bombing the bridges, so Hezbollah can't bring these type of weapons south of the Litani. They'll find a way to do it, but they want to make it harder. The latest from Hezbollah. It says 317, but it was released today. That's the latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, by the way, so we have the same chat policy, but like a new sort of oversight structure. So the rules in the chat are pretty simple. Like, first and foremost, please try to treat this like the House of Commons. Okay, no personalities. You can address people's ideas without addressing them directly. Okay, no being discriminatory, no slurs, no being derogatory, no personalities. Show compassion, no sea lioning, no trolling. Also, Lynn is chat mom, and we love penguins and goats. Hashtag save the goats. All right. Now, we also have another policy. I've decided to implement a warning system. All right. And the warning system will go as such. Much like the Speaker in the House of Commons, I can kind of decide to intervene and say something like, I'm going to name the honorable member for blank. And if I say the honorable member and then your username, that's kind of a warning to stop doing what you're doing. Even if you're even if you're potentially in the right and someone else attacked you, and if I just intervene, all right, just move on. I'll keep an eye on it. If I have to escalate it, I have kind of like an increasing step of penalties here. I want everyone to feel safe and comfortable. I will actually name you. If I name you, then I'm going to have you removed from the day's sitting, okay, of the House for 24 hours. All right. I know it sounds a lot. I might do an initial like hour or two like timeout, but the point is if I name you, you can be removed from the day's sitting of the House for either 1 to 2 hours or up to 24 hours, depending on what Mr. Speaker, who is me, determines to be the severity of your infraction. And then I'll have the Sergeant at Arms, which is like myself, escort you from the chat. It won't be a physical escort. I'll just kind of stop you from chatting for 24 hours or 2 hours, depending on how I feel. And then if you do something really bad, which no one has really done, except the Damophredians, if you do something really bad, I will actually remove you from the chat, but that's only happened to like 2 people. And they were mostly like threatening me, so just don't do that. Then I have to go tell YouTube, it becomes this whole thing, and it's just not worth it. Anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here is the latest attack from Hezbollah on an Israeli position in the north, okay? Yes, don't make me call Black Rod. We'll march right over to the House of Lords. I'll bang on the door and I'll say, let me in, Black Rod. I'm the Speaker. Real, it's so good to see you. Hi, Real. I know. I would make a great Speaker of the House of Commons. I would keep them all in line. I got to get the exact standing order. I'm just going to call it Understanding Order 1. I can make my own standing orders. I'm the Speaker. And you can't remove me. Order in the chamber. Thank you, Primo. I'm feeling happy. I know there's a lot of sad things going on, but I prayed today. I did my own form. I had to do prayer outside. I missed my church service. I tried to watch it online. I just completely missed it. I like to watch a specific church in Ireland. This very nice church broadcasts their service each week, and I watch it. But I missed it. And they also have this nice man who plays guitar. It reminds me of Celtic Grammy Linda. Celtic Grammy Linda, I'm going to send you this man who plays the guitar with the church service. It's really awesome. He's a very nice man. I watch him every week. There's like 20 of us who watch him play live during the church service every week, and we all talk about how great he is. He's an untapped talent. He's just a man who plays the guitar at a church in Ireland. And I don't know why he streams live. I'm really glad he does. But there's only like 20 of us that actually watch him every week play the guitar. He's really good. All right. That's the strike that happened today in Israel. I'm trying to keep it a little light because I'm trying to keep it light in the beginning. I know it's hard because I know this night is going to be rough too. I just want it to not be rough. I pray every day for peace. These are the latest images from southern Lebanon where Hezbollah struck an Israeli army position. Hello! Hello to our friends from South Africa. Very nice to meet you. Hello, Shannon, Solomon. People from South Africa are wonderful. God bless you. And then who else do we have with us? Welcome to Clint Pertucci. Hello, Clint. This is a cigar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a reporter. Thank you very much for letting me know that YouTube has fixed all the recommendations with the feed. Alerts incoming. Rocket fire. Speaking of Hezbollah, alerts. Rocket fire in the north. But yes, I'm a political philosopher, a political scientist that then did philosophy. I'm a third-generation critical theorist. I've been covering the war in the region since 2023. I'm a journalist. I used to work for Juris. I also cover criminal and civil courts in the United States and Article I courts, which are regulatory courts. But yeah, I'm kind of a geopolitical expert in the entire Gulf region. I know all the cities and countries and factions and people involved in the war, and I've been covering this war for 23 days in a row. We went live, well, we actually started live when Mr. President Trump gave his State of the Union on February 26, 2026. Then I went live for 24 hours on February 28th into March 1st when the war started. Then I've been live 12 hours a day every single day since, and I get footage quicker than every single media station, including Al Jazeera Arabic, Al Arabia in Saudi Arabia, Al Mayadeen, which is Hezbollah's channel in Lebanon, Al Mana, which is a Hezbollah-affiliated channel in Lebanon. And, I don't even compete with the Western channels because they're not on my level, and I don't really want to recognize them because they don't try to cover this war. They just do the human interest part of it, which is fine, but none of them can do live coverage of the war. So I suppose you found the only news channel that's run by one guy with no co-host who is the producer and the fact checker and finds the clips and explains them to you for 12 hours a day every day. That's on YouTube. And I think I'm designated as a news channel here. So I'm allowed to cover the war, and I'm very grateful to YouTube for that. Hello, Rigged Outcome. God bless you. Hi, Lisa and Cannoli. And I have a lot of friends. Exospheric interception. Thank you, Valhalla. We have a lot of updates to do, Valhalla, so send clips as you can, but today's clip heavy, so I'll do my best. I might not always be able to show every clip. Here's an exothermic, this is a very cool clip from a wonderful, oh, yes, definitely send clips like this, Valhalla. So this is an exothermic interception. We've been focusing a lot in recent days on why Israel's defense systems are either working or not working. I want to show you an example now, thanks to Valhalla, of a successful exothermic intercept. All right, the context here is this was over Al-Ashara in, looks like Syria, yeah. And it was carried out by an SM-3 fired by a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke glass-guided missile destroyer positioned in the eastern Mediterranean. So this is an exothermic interception of an Iranian missile. Some got through last night, but the U.S. was able to stop some of them with these kind of interceptions.
دقوا الصاروخ فوق السودان الشامية. تم اعتراضه بنجاح. كم الساعة الحين يا ولد؟ كم الساعة؟ الساعة 7:30 يوم 22/3/2026 دير الزور العشارة السودان الشامية. داح شلون؟ طبعا احنا كنا متابعينهم قبل شوي لما طلع من الغيم لحتى وصل لهنا. تم اعتراضها المسيرة والصاروخ فوق دير العشارة. تصوير ابو حبيب العقيدي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So that was an exothermic interception, which means the The U.S. is firing. Now, I also want to clarify this. Someone asked me overnight, if they didn't ask it this way, but the premise was like, are you an expert in ballistic missiles? No, I want to be clear. I have some people in the chat that help me understand them, but I'm more like a geopolitical, like geographical, regional expert, kind of with the governments involved, the history, the political context of it all. My understanding of ballistic missiles is getting better by my coverage, but but it's not so rudimentary as to the point where I don't know the difference between a cluster bomb like the Khorramshahr 4 and like the Moab, which is a bunker buster. Someone thought because I was tired yesterday and referred to one as the other, I didn't know the distinction. I know enough to tell you about like what's a hypersonic missile, how fast it travels, what it does when it goes up in the atmosphere, versus like a regular cruise missile versus a cluster munition or a cluster bomb or a cluster missile or a bunker buster or a sortie or a strike from a jet. But I can't be like, oh yeah, that's the SM-1302 and it was developed in 1974 and then its updated version was rolled out on this ship in this year. Some people can do that. They normally are trained in the military, or they're what's called OSINT guys, so they are like former military veterans or like academics with a very specific skill set. I mean, almost impossibly specific. Like if you're trained in ballistic missile technology as an academic, you're probably working for the government. There's no like freelance ballistic missile experts out there. This is, speaking of ballistic missiles, this is another hit on the bridge. No civilians were killed or hurt, thank God. There was a warning issued by the IDF, but the bridge was taken out. So this is another angle of the bridge in southern Lebanon. All right. Now, thank God, I truly was praying that there was no one actually around that bridge, and I was able to see some follow-up reports. I can tell you that there was no one around the bridge. The IDF made sure people got away from the bridge. Now I need to take you to Tel Aviv, where there were multiple hits during the day today from a cluster munition. Now, if you don't know what a cluster munition is, a lot of people are like, Grant, you play this video every day. Yes, and the reason why is not all Americans, or really even most people, 182 countries watch this stream, by the way, and they have over the past 23 days. Really, truly, I'm grateful to all of you. Like millions of you at this point have watched the stream in so many different countries. Not everyone watches every day, first, and then second, not everyone sorry about that. Not everyone just like knows what a Khorramshahr missile is. So I'm going to teach you a little bit now about what a Khorramshahr missile is, and then once you learn, I'll teach you about the impact in Tel Aviv a few hours ago. So this is the Khorramshahr 4.
My name is Khorramshahr 4.
And yes, it's an adult cartoon that kind of simplifies ballistic missiles. It's from a great instructional account called Wartoons. And yes, it is a cartoon. It's not meant for kids. It is designated as for adults. But it's meant to explain complex ballistic missiles for a lay audience. That's why it's in this form.
I cost $8 million, and when I arrive, I don't explode once. I explode 80 times! I'm Iran's most destructive ballistic missile. I carry a 1,500-kilogram warhead equivalent to the weight of a full-sized car. That's the heaviest payload in Iran's entire missile arsenal.
With a range of 2,000 kilometers, I travel at Mach 8 inside the atmosphere. That's around 9,800 kilometers per hour from Iran to Israel. 10 minutes. But here's what most people don't know. At 7 kilometers above the target, I open up and release up to 80 bomb bullets. They scatter over a radius of 8 kilometers.
Air defenses can shoot me down.
But by then, the bombs are already falling. Each one is the size of a hand grenade. Too small for Patriot. Too many for Iron Dome.
I am also known by the name of K-Bar. By the time a radar sees me, they have 10 minutes. So, what do you think of me?
Follow the war tune. Every day, a new weapon, a new story.
All right, so we also have a question from our dear friend Francisco Castillo. I'll read it out in Spanish and then in English, then I'm going to answer it in Spanish. I do pray your indulgence.
Hi amigo, a 4 días del primer mes de guerra. Algunos pensaron que sería algo rápido, pero no os puede subestimar a nadie. Es como David y Goliat.
Hi friend, 4 days into the first month of the war. Some thought it would be quick. But you can't underestimate anyone. It's like David and Goliath.
Hola, mi amigo Francisco Castillo. ¿Estás bien, mi amigo? Claro que sí, es la verdad. Entiendes la problema central de esta guerra. Hay muchas personas en la guerra que no entiendes each other, alguien. Y claro que sí, hay más bombas en muchas ciudades en todo el mundo. Y adiós, I pray para peace. No sé cómo la gente fue al peace, a la paz, pero adiós. Necesitamos la paz. Toda la gente en el mundo necesitamos el paz para Dios. Sí. Francisco, el noche pasado, hay bombas en Israel. Arad, A-R-A-D, Arad, y Dimona, D-E-M-I-O-N-A, que son muy impacto. Muy impacto. Hay bombas que tienen muchas que rápido, they move very fast. Y también tiene muchas bombas muy rápido a civilians, a la gente en los barrios del Irán le fusilarte. La gente en los barrios de Israel es un problema muy importante. Y es una muy seriosa bomba. Bien. Gracias. Por supuesto. So thank you all for your indulgence. What I was telling my friend Francisco Castillo, who only speaks Spanish, is that there was a very serious bomb attack. Yes, Valhalla, thank you for the updates. I know you'll see them throughout the day. Valhalla, there's going to be a lot of hits. You're going to run yourself ragged, the hits on Victoria Base and the Saudi Arabian bases, but please keep us updated. But yes, if you're just tuning in, I do speak Spanish, okay, and our dear friend Francisco only speaks Spanish. So when he comes in, every day he gets a personalized news report in Spanish. If you also speak Spanish, that's great. You know, during that news report, you can also just change the captions to English. Star Child, there are drone attacks that are going to come up constantly. It's always what you'll see is the pro-Iranian or like the Iranian telegrams will post it, and then there's a guy named Ahmad Salman, S-A-L-M-A-N on Twitter. If you just follow his feed, he won't attribute it to the Iranian IRGC telegram. That's where he's getting it. He'll just post it. And so what Valhalla does is they're monitoring for hits on U.S. personnel. So every time the IRGC telegram alerts to a hit, they'll say it, and then Ahmad Salman will follow it. So I only show the videos because I don't just report what the IRGC claims. I only show it once there's a video. But if you ever want to keep up on what the IRGC is claiming or the local like Iranian militias throughout the region, yes, Valhalla will repost it, but it always comes from Ahmad Salman vis-a-vis the IRGC. De nada, Francisco. Sobre que eres una persona muy importante y muy interesante. My pleasure, my dear friend. Let me take a look now at the latest footage. You can tell I think the energy in the world today is a little strange. I believe this is Hezbollah footage that was also released today. Yes, this is different than the one I just showed you. So Hezbollah footage from 6 days ago, the 16th of March. I want to just show you more of like what Hezbollah is in the south of Lebanon so people understand the nature of the ground conflict. So this is more from Hezbollah, southern Lebanon. Ryan, hello my friend. Sorry about that. I was just ending that video before I started talking. It's so good to see you, Ryan. I missed you, my dear friend. I'm still waking up today, everybody, so give me a few minutes. For some reason, I don't know, to the energy in the world today, I think it's because of the intensity last night. Pardon me. The energy is just a little bit off. Alright, here's more footage of that exothermic interception. Thank you very much again to Valhalla. This is another angle that I found earlier of that exothermic interception. This was from a U.S. Navy ship protecting Israel. Now this is different than a land-based interceptor. This is a interceptor that fires from a ship. That's why it's called exothermic. It's a different type of interceptor. Now I will show you another angle of that. Exothermic interceptor. Wow. Oh, wow, look at that. So that's actually a positive thing. There are some hits that we see that are very sad. And on the converse, there are some hits that are actually a positive. What you are looking at there is an exothermic intercept that was successful. So you're looking at a missile from a U.S. Navy ship flying through the air. This is a very positive sign for Israel. Let me blow my nose. This is a very positive sign for Israel for a number of reasons. Number one, it means that the U.S. has a type of interceptor. Last night there was an interceptor that was easily beaten by the Iranian missile. That's why there was so much destruction in Arad and Dimona. That is an interceptor we have not seen before. I've seen exothermic missiles, and I'm sure they fired these, but this is the first time I've seen an exothermic intercept. So it's different. Notice the hue of the explosion. There's no sound. I'll just talk you through it. Notice the hue of that explosion. It looks a little bit different. I know it's scary to look at, Translator Towel, but trust me, it's better that it occurs 60,000 feet up than anywhere near the Earth. It's kind of a way of like, it's a new evolution in missile hunting technology, and it's actually safer for civilians because it's so high up when it does the intercept. You're looking at an intercept that's probably between 30 and 60,000 feet in the air. So, I know the cloud, the color of it, because of where it is in the atmosphere, looks odd, but it's the safest form of intercept. It's crazy that they have missiles capable of going that high in the atmosphere, but that's exactly what you're looking at. That's the type of interceptor that can save civilians on the ground in Israel because it's stronger than the Iranian missile. That doesn't mean it's going to be stronger than every Iranian missile. I don't want anyone to take this either way in terms of its ability to mitigate Iranian attacks. It's just a positive sign that it can do a successful exothermic intercept. A lot of the Iranian hypersonic missiles go exothermic. They leave the Earth's atmosphere. So being able to get them while they're exothermic is big. And you have to have like a specific kind of missile to do that. Not every interceptor is designed for hypersonic missiles, like the THAAD system. Even Iron Dome and certain components of it are not built for hypersonics. I think Arrow 1 and 2 is built for hypersonics, but David Sling and Iron Dome are not. U.S. THAAD systems are not. I don't know if Patriots are designed for hypersonic. I don't know a lot about the Patriot system, but I do know that THAADs are not designed for hypersonics, U.S. THAAD missiles. In fact, I watched a U.S. THAAD missile as a last resort last night, try to stop a hypersonic missile in the Negev in Dimona, and it got eaten alive. But that is a very positive sign. It means that the U.S., at least on their ships, have exothermic interceptors, which means that Iran's, it does kind of look like a odd color that's not in nature, like a corporate logo, etc. What you're actually seeing though is just an explosion outside of the Earth's atmosphere. So like it's kind of close. It's probably not near the Van Allen radiation belt, but it's up there. It's out of the first layer of the atmosphere, which I think is 30 to 60,000 feet or something. I'm not a weatherman. Joyce asks, I wonder if you'll report on these 2,000 bombs being dropped on civilians in Iran and tell everyone these facts. Well, I don't know if you were watching last night, Joyce, but I have been covering intensely the bombings of Tehran, including the bombings that have caused the power infrastructure to go out, which makes it very difficult to actually show the civilian impact of those bombings. However, thank you for sharing that clip. I will click it in a second. I do have a report that I want to show you today from Tehran that shows the scale and scope of the impact on civilians in the Iranian capital and elsewhere, which is another part of this war that it can be very easy to say, well, that's the other side, whatever side you may be on. I see people cheering about Israel getting bombed, Lebanon getting bombed, Iran getting bombed. But when you actually look at the human toll and listen to the interviews, we actually listened to a 3-minute interview yesterday that was conducted in Iran. This is another 50-second segment from today. The sheer scope of the human toll of this war is why I pray every day for innocent lives in the paths of these bombs. And thank you, Joyce, for bringing that to my attention. This is something I had reposted earlier today. I'll play your clip in just 1 second after I screen it.
Every night, the sound of warplanes reverberates across the city, followed by explosions that hit the windows of our hotel. Where we are right now is the east of Tehran, and the authorities say there was a massive airstrike that hit a residential building now. And the reason why the authorities have told us to actually wear masks when we're here on the ground is they say that obviously this is kicking up a lot of dust, and so it's better to wear a mask just to be protected. The blast from the bombs that hit this area were so strong that it not only destroyed these buildings, but that it also damaged severely a lot of the buildings on the other side of the street and, in fact, in that larger block.
Oh, thank you so much, Bihari. I agree. It was a very intense strike on Dimona. Who left that video? Joyce, listen, the video that you played sent me from Declassified UK. I can't watch the whole thing right now. I played that clip of the airstrike that when the man was driving with his dash cam. I'll show you another one I played yesterday, Joyce, from Tehran that showed the human toll of this. If you have not watched a lot of this coverage, part of what it's kind of known for, I guess, throughout 182 countries, is I don't sugarcoat it for either side. if you hit civilians and there's video, I'm not going to take someone's word unless there's a reason, and like my colleague that I trust has talked to them or something. But if you have video and you share it of the civilian impact of this war, and it's not, if it's something like, there are some things that I will not show and only describe, but on the whole, if you send videos of bombing in either country, especially if civilians are impacted in any country, you will see it up on this feed. You actually will probably see it, and then you won't know it has gone up. And then you might ask me if I've played it, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I played it on this day at this time when it first happened, and this is the strike. I had like 6 different angles. This is what I believe it hit. I remember geolocating it. It all, like, it's just, there's a lot of footage, and I'm very compassionate and understanding, because I know that not everyone can watch every single day of the war. Even I can. I sleep for 12 hours a day, or 8 to 12 hours a day when I'm not streaming. So what I try to do is just help people see what I've covered, how I cover it. I realize there's a lot of people who come in and out. So here was the latest from Tehran last night. This was about 18 hours ago. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney.
MashaAllah. 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 ماشاءالله ماشاءالله سنگر شکن ها. اینجا بالای منطقه گیلاوان میشه، سمت دماوند.
And I think the dogs barking in that video is the saddest part, because it's the animals too. I think so many people forget war impacts our fur friends. It really does. They have sensitive ears. They don't know what's going on. They can sense something's wrong. And so in that regard, I pray each and every day for our fur friends and the innocents, no matter where they are. I'll now show you the latest from what happened last night in Israel, okay? If you missed it, I'm not going to belabor this. I will show you a few videos of what happened last night. I want you to see the human impact. Pope Leo, Mr. Pope Leo, His Holiness the Pope told us, the journalist, that we have to show the human impact of the war, and so I feel duty bound, but I want to tell you this is very serious and it is very scary, okay? I'm going to also show you what happened in the West Bank last night with the Palestinians. There was what have been described by local media as pogroms. I am hesitant to call it a pogrom, but it was certainly an attempt at ethnic cleansing, where after Iran bombed 2 cities in Israel seriously, almost immediately Israeli settlers in the West Bank and in various areas of Israel started trying to burn Palestinians alive in their homes. I don't know what to tell you about that. I wish I could say that that was somehow an over, hyper exaggeration. It's not. They actually, the video you're looking at on the right now, in fact, is the home burning as the Israeli settlers in retaliation tried to burn the Palestinians' homes down with them in it. So I don't want you for 1 second to think that what you're about to see, there were 2 strikes, by the way, so I actually have to take you through the Dimona strike from yesterday and the strike from Arad, both of which I just want to tell you they are horrible. I'm prefacing this, I'm showing you this because you must understand the human impact of war, in my opinion, as a journalist. But I want to warn you, what you're about to see is loud, it is scary, it is sad, it is horrifying, it is an attack on civilians. I don't know how else to put it. It happened last night out of nowhere. 2 attacks, 5 minutes in a row, back to back. The first one hit Dimona. The second one hit in in Arad. And then I'll show you also an airstrike in Iran yesterday from a man on the ground. So this hit in Dimona, I want to warn you now, it is very loud. This is a hypersonic missile hitting civilians. You should be aware, you should turn your volume down if you have headphones. Hello, 1811 Retired. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for being with us. I want to just warn you now. There is going to be you are going to watch a hypersonic missile hit a civilian area. It is very loud. Thank you, Chatmon Lynn. Hypersonic missile hitting a civilian area. I cannot be any more clear in the warning than that. It's going to be loud. Again, an Iranian hypersonic missile hitting a civilian area in Israel last night. That is an Iranian hypersonic missile hitting a civilian area. Alerts. Alerts. That is a Iranian hypersonic missile hitting a civilian area. There are active alerts now. Hello, Lena. God bless you, and God bless the people of Lebanon, and God bless the people of Canada. Welcome to the channel, my dear friend. I have a very close connection to the people of Lebanon, and we pray for them every day. It is such an honor to have you with us. There are alerts right now on the northern border of Israel. I repeat, alerts. I will show you more from yesterday right now. That was the hit on Dimona. Okay, I'll show you another angle of the rocket coming in on Dimona now on the right. This was the rocket coming into Dimona, the first one that hit in Israel at a civilian population. Look at that interceptor get eaten alive. It ate the interceptor alive, folks. That's why I was so worried last night it will play again. The Iranian missile ate the interceptor alive. Hey, Patrick, good to see you, my dear friend. God bless you. It was a tough night, but your presence always warms my soul. This was a U.S. interceptor. It was a THAAD getting eaten alive by an Iranian hypersonic missile. That's why the first hit happened in Dimona. So the first hit was able to happen because that hypersonic missile ate the U.S. ate the U.S. THAAD interceptor alive. That's what it looks like when you have a modern battle in war. It's not like this drawn-out line of confrontation. It's a hypersonic missile against your interceptor. You have 1 millisecond. You either win or you don't. And last night, the interceptor lost to the hypersonic missile from Iran. Twice. The first one was brutal. Not brutal on the impact. I mean, thankfully, it was apparently in a smaller area of civilian clustering. There were a substantial amount of injuries reported. But when I show you the impact from this second missile, I don't know if they increased its intensity or what they did. But when they struck this was the hit in Dimona, by the way. That was the hit. That was the result of the hit in Dimona on your right. Okay. When I say smaller, by the way, so watch the interceptor get eaten alive. Different angle, same concept. On the right, that is the U.S. interceptor trying to protect Israel. And you're going to watch it again. The hypersonic missile eats the interceptor alive. So, hypersonic missile, U.S. interceptor. Same thing we just watched, different angle. Eats it alive. There wasn't even a contest. So that's why I was so concerned last night. And you'll see my concern was justified. Because immediately after that, here's footage from inside one of the homes, I believe in Dimona. Actually, this is from on the ground during the strike. You hear a pig in the background. hit is captured in the middle of this video, about 20 seconds. Did you see that shockwave? Did you see the shockwave from the hit? That was last night in Dimona. Alright, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was last night in Dimona. Now I'll show you what happened as a result of that. Was this Dimona? Yeah, here's the inside a home. This could be very loud. Inside a home during the strike. Dimona. Volume warning.
זה סוג של אירוע סתם. בונים בתוך הזה להצביע.
It broke the camera. It broke the audio microphone on the camera in that home. This is the Dimona strike. Hi, Island Girl. God bless you.
זה סוג של אירוע סתם. בונים בתוך הזה להצביע.
Okay, so that was not the center of the impact in Dimona. That was like around the impact in Dimona. I want to be clear. That was not the impact in Dimona. That was around the impact in Dimona. Okay, now I can show you, I think this footage shows the interceptor a little more clearly losing the battle. That's the hypersonic right there. Hypersonic. Okay, so you see, it kind of like goes in a weird pattern. I'll analyze it for you. This is the hypersonic, okay, versus the U.S. interceptor in Dimona last night. All right, so watch it and then I'll analyze it. All right, so now I'll analyze it. So what's happening here is that's the interceptor. It's taking an odd curve because it's got to like try to like loop up. So let me show you again. That's the interceptor. That's the Iranian missile. That's the interceptor. It's got to take an odd like parabolic curve so it can get speed to try to intercept. You see it right here? That's the interceptor. That's the ballistic missile from Iran. Watch what happens when the interceptor tries to stop, because this is the moment. Okay, the interceptor, it's a battle. The interceptor versus the hypersonic. The interceptor loses. The hypersonic just eats it. That's the moment it eats it, and then it just takes it to the ground with it. That is why I was worried. Hello, Legalized Intellectual. Would you mind asking Adnan Khashoggi's family if I can have my damn paintings back that they stole in 1990 from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum? They're not just mine. They belong to all the people of my state. Can we have them back, please, Legalized Intellect? Can we just have them back? Can you ask Adnan Khashoggi's family if I can have my damn paintings back? You know, that Adnan Khashoggi guy who worked with the Sultan of Brunei and was the precursor to Jeffrey Epstein. The guy who worked with the Saudi Arabian faction aligned with the Wahhabis out of Kandahar in Pakistan. You know? You want to go deep on that? MBZ did 9/11. I know he did. Damn MBZ. Good thing MBS got him. I think MBS has got to admit to it, though. MBS has just got to tell the American public what MBZ did with 9/11. And I want my paintings back from Adnan Khashoggi's family. They belong to the people of my state. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel, Legalized Intellect. Also, I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm boxy, you see. All right, let's continue. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now let me show you the result of the impact in Dimona. Okay, that was the missile falling. Now I will show you the impact in Dimona, not Arad. I need to show the impact in Dimona first, please. Give me 1 second. Those are all Arad. I will show you Dimona first. Give me 1 second. And then I will take you to Arad. Dimona had a very specific profile to the hit. 1 second, please. No, that was Arad. That was Arad. I just want to show you on the ground in Dimona. No, that was Arad. Give me 1 second, please. We're going to have to go back to Arad because the Dimona footage is important. That's Arad. That's Arad. That's Arad. Arad. Dimona. So this is just a little bit of the damage in Dimona. I'm going to show it to you now. This was the first strike in Dimona, not Arad. Okay, that was the damage in Dimona to civilian buildings. This was the first strike, which was not as serious as the second strike. If you're just getting tuned in, this was last night. Okay, that was Dimona. I'll try to get you a little more footage of Dimona before we have to move on, and then I will show you the strike in Arad. Okay, I think this is Dimona. Nope, that's Arad. That's how bad it was. It's almost impossible to tell the difference because of the scope of the destruction. I've never seen anything like it. That's Arad. 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 I just want to show you the Dimona footage. I have one piece of footage from on the ground. That's a leave shelter alert. Hold, please. That's Arad. That's Arad. Arad. Dimona. But I'm looking for the actual footage on the ground. 1 second, please. Of Dimona last night. I have one video from actually on the ground in Dimona right after it happened. A lot of activity happened last night, though, so it's a little bit difficult. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so this was Dimona. This was the first strike, which was not as bad as Arad. This was Dimona, Israel, last night after that. The one you just saw hit the ground. Hello, Justin. It's good to see you, sir. This was Dimona last night. Thank you, Rick Ray. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. This was Dimona last night. That was the first strike. Okay, that was the first strike by Israel. Okay, on like first strike on Israel by Iran. That was Dimona. I will now show you a little bit more footage from Dimona, then I will move on to the Arad strike, which was somehow even more horrifying, and then also I'll show you footage from Tehran. Okay, this is from Dimona, on the right.
קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות. קדימה. ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדווח. קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות. קדימה. ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדווח. קדימה, משימה
This was
חשובה,
Dimona
ביצוע
last night.
סריקות.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
קדימה.
It is 4:35 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is 10:35 p.m. in Israel. It is 12:05 a.m. on Monday, March 23rd, 2026 in Tehran. I'm showing you the latest from Dimona. I will get you updated on Tel Aviv. I have the live map for you in the background of North Israel. I'll get some cams up for you in a second as well, but I want to get you caught up on the impacts last night in Israel that have caused extensive damage in 2 civilian areas. Casualty figures are unclear. Now I will show you the hits on Arad. Okay, I will show you first what it sounded like when the hits happened. I don't have a direct impact of the one in Arad. Actually, I might. Hold on, went to the wrong one. I actually might have video of the impact from Arad. Give me 1 second. A lot happened last night very quickly. This was apparently the Arad hit. Does not have volume. Okay. And then now I will show you the actual hit in Arad and the impact on the ground from that hit. First, I will show you the inside 2 apartments in Arad when the missile hit. These were apartments very far away from the impact that took the shockwave. What you're about to see is actually a woman being saved, I believe, by a miracle. Okay? This is the second hit now last night. I'm moving you to Arad. This is actually a miracle that this woman survived. It is very loud. You need a volume warning. Oh, it is very loud. You need a volume warning. I'm moving you quickly through yesterday's developments. It is not doing justice to it. Thank you, Joyce. I will keep that in mind. I appreciate your feedback. I will work hard to make sure that I am constantly living up to the standards of Reporter Towel and being as impartial as possible. Here's your sound warning. This was the impact in Arad. I want you to watch this woman. She knows to get away from the window, but she is saved, I believe, by God himself, ladies and gentlemen. The innocent woman, she is saved. Watch the projectile come flying through this window right as she moves out of the way. This was last night in Arad, Israel. So that woman lived. I believe that was a miracle. She was moved back from thank God, somehow. She was moved back, and then she made it in. Now here is video of the rocket that hit Arad, okay? This is the failed interception of Arad. I actually did get footage of it. It was another attempt to intercept that failed. Okay, so this was Arad. This was a failed intercept in Arad as well. So that's the ballistic missile. That's the interceptor. The ballistic missile eats the interceptor for lunch. Oh, God bless you. I missed you, Renee. And you just sit back and relax, even though there's intense things going on. And thank you for flying Air Towel. God bless you. These are the initial scenes that came out of an apartment in Arad. Just initial.
Yes, boy. בואו, באו לי פה, יש בעירה בצד שני, בעירה. הנה הבעירה פה. לאט. יש מישהו פה? יש כיבוי? באו לי פה, יש בעירה בצד שני, בעירה. הנה הבעירה פה.
Again, that was last night. Now I will show you the scenes from on the ground in Arad at night. The initial scenes that came in, it was so bad. It was almost incomprehensibly bad. But before we go there, I'll show you a bombing in Tehran yesterday. A man, almost unbelievably, just stood in the middle of an air raid in Tehran yesterday. I'm going to show you this before we go back to the destruction in Arad, because I will eventually lose this video, and I thought it was perhaps one of the most incredible, like the fact that this man lived, this is going to Iran now, the fact that this man lived was truly a miracle as well. There have been a lot of civilians, I feel, that have been protected from above. I don't know how this man in Iran even got caught in this airstrike. I want to warn you, this is very loud. You see multiple shockwaves. Iran yesterday. Iran yesterday. And one more shot. Very rarely do you see a shockwave like this captured. The civilian just stands there. Thank you, Skid Man. And also, All the World's a Stage, our wonderful erudite friend, has let me know it looks thermobarbaric, but unfortunately, I'm not a missile or bomb expert. Some people might know what that kind of bomb is. I don't. It's a very big bomb, but I'm not a missile or bomb expert, as I mentioned. I'm more like a geopolitical expert. I can tell you, like, that's a bigger bomb than I've seen, like, most bombs. It's a military target, I can tell you that. It's not like civilian. It's not a missile on civilians. It's a bomb on a military target, but it's a lot of them. I would guess it's from like a B-52, like a Stratoforce bomber. It's called like a strafing run. If I had to guess, it doesn't look like it's a missile from like a jet. It looks like it's a strafing run from a bomber. But I'm not like a bomb or missile expert. I'm really not. I need to learn about them to be able to explain to you the context of various developments in the war, but I'm really not. So, Sergeant thinks it's a 5,000-pound bomb. That was the air burning. Interesting. So, yeah, apparently that's like a 5,000-pound bomb. I don't know much about munitions, weight, the nature of the explosion. But it's a big bomb. It is a very, I mean, there's no doubt about that. I think there were two of them we saw. More had fell before because there was already bomb smoke rising. But clearly it's a very large, what's called ordnance. I don't know how it's dropped. I would guess a very large plane. Like an actual like Stratoforce bomber, but there's other variations of bombers that are not the Stratoforce that probably could drop that. But I'm not an expert. I've never been in the military. My grandfather was in the Navy. He loved the military. He almost died in World War II, not because of combat, but because, let's just say, the like medical screening for like allergies wasn't good and they put him in a wool suit. He told them not to. They did it anyway. He almost died. He still served throughout the war, but he did not have to wear the wool suit. But yeah, anyway, my point is, if I had been in the military, I bet I could tell you a lot more about this, but I have not been in the military. But I do love our military and I support them very, very dearly. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time from the War Desk here in Boston. I'm getting you caught up on all the developments around the Middle East yesterday and today. I'm going to show you the bombing on Tel Aviv that occurred earlier today with a cluster bomb. But first, I must bring you back to Arad. The scenes last night. You just saw bombing in Tehran. Now I'm going to take you back to Arad, where the scenes were apocalyptic. I bring you now to the streets of Arad, Israel, last night. Okay, so that was Arad last night. Now I will take you to the videos that show more of the damage in Arad. It was a very concerning scene. You are going to see a substantial amount of damage in Arad, okay, including a number of apartments blown out. You will see a number of different pieces of damage, okay? So this is just one video from Arad on the Okay, that was inside. That was inside one of the apartments in Arad. I'm going to show you outside in a second. This was inside from the shockwave.
זה הרס באחד הדירות. הרס באחד הדירות פה. למעלה יש פצועים חבל הזמן. זה הרס באחד הדירות. הרס באחד הדירות פה. למעלה יש פצועים חבל הזמן.
Okay. Now I'll show you outside. So this is what the scene looked like outside in Arad. And you just saw the inside. I'm going to show you the actual outside, and then I'll show you aerials, and then I'll show you the extent of the damage in Arad. It was apocalyptic. So this was just one set of damage in Arad. This was Arad, not Dimona. This was Arad. That was not even the impact site. That was around the corner. Again, this is around the corner from the impact site in Arad. It was a 565 kilogram hypersonic missile. Remember, with missiles as opposed to bombs, force equals mass times acceleration. You don't need a lot of payload if you're going really fast. Okay, I'll show you more from Arad now. This is going to be the footage that will give you an extent, that will give you the perception of how bad this was. This was a hit on a civilian area in Arad, Israel by Iran last night. That is a bus that is not a bus anymore. It's white. It's charred white to the metal.
أعراض إسرائيل بقاع يشرة طلعوا لي بإيش بقاع شرة بقاع يشرة.
This was This was the impact from one ballistic missile that had a 565 kilogram warhead. Iran has like 8-ton warheads, which are way bigger than that.
بقاع شرة بقاع يشرة بأعراض بقاع يشرة بأعراض بقاع يشرة بأعراض. أعراض إسرائيل بقاع يشرة طلعوا لي بإيش بقاع شرة بقاع يشرة بأعراض بقاع يشرة بأعراض بقاع يشرة.
All right, so that was about an 1,000-pound bomb, okay, 565 kilograms. Iran has bombs that are 6 to 8 tons, which is closer to like 12,000 pounds. So you just saw 1/24th of their most powerful munition. This is 1/24th. This was a 565 kilogram, or for those of you who speak American instead of metric, 1,000 pounds roughly. This was the impact crater from a 1,000-pound bomb. They have bombs that are easily 10 times as powerful as this. Easily. This is the impact crater at Arad from a 1,000-pound bomb. Hashtag save the goats. So this is Arad last night. You'll see the daytime damage today too. This was Arad right after the bombing. You saw the impact crater as well. That was the impact crater from a, again, 1,000-pound bomb. There's an air conditioner in it. The only way that air conditioner got in the impact crater is if it blew, not just off the building, if it bounced off the concrete and like ricocheted into the impact crater. It treats like metal like toys. Giant hunks of metal. Okay? Now I'm going to show you the scope of it from the air. This was the impact from the air of last night's hit. Okay, I will show you it from the air. This is drone footage of Arad last night from the air. That was what you just looked at from the ground. The guy was literally standing right here. He was standing right here. That is the impact crater. Those are little humans. Okay, let's see. The impact crater is probably like 30 feet long by 20 feet wide, but 30 by 20, 500 square feet, easy. Maybe a depth of like 30 feet, 20 to 30 feet, 40 feet. That is all it's designed to do, is hit and then on hard ground, and use the hard ground as a like stop force to eject out impact damage from force. Do you understand? Force equals mass times acceleration. It's an exponential equation. The more acceleration, not speed, acceleration. The more acceleration, the more force. Okay? So you have a 565 kilogram object. Every mile an hour you add is an exponential increase in force, basically, once you're at like thousands of miles an hour. You're just perpetually increasing the amount of force. That's why it accelerates into the ground. Hello, Rich Schiffer. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for being with us. My pleasure. It is an honor, sir. God bless you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're looking at drone footage last night from Arad of a hypersonic missile with a payload of 565 kilograms, or roughly 1,000 pounds. The point is not necessarily to hit a building. It's actually to hit the hard ground and eject a shockwave that can shatter apartments, that just decimates buildings to the concrete. I'm working on it, Silent Dogs, learning something new every day, sadly. It's just a horrifying... It is both important to learn, but also horrifying to have to learn it in this context. So again, you're looking at Arad from the air last night. Yeah, hyper megasonic missile. At a certain point, they're like calling it a hypersonic missile understates its intensity. Again, you saw damage literally from like the impact site here all the way. Like the only thing that saved these buildings, this one, was this building taking the brunt of it. This building took it because the shockwave penetrated through this like courtyard, okay? It was almost like they hit this on purpose because it was an open courtyard. Now in Dimona, they were hitting a shelter with a nuclear scientist in it. In Arad, they weren't trying to hit anything. They were using the hard ground as a backstop to generate a shockwave, and they did it in the middle of a courtyard to cause as much damage as possible to civilians. Hello, Zach. Oh, it's so good to see you. I missed you, my dear friend. God bless you. I was thinking about you last night, Zach. Oh, God bless you, my friend. I'm so glad to see you. I was like, oh no, I hope Zach finds us. I was so worried about you. All right, so that is the scene from the air in Arad. So again, impact crater from a 1,000-pound bomb. Iran has bombs that are basically 10,000 pounds. This was 1,000 pounds. It's designed to use the hard ground here. It's not trying to hit these buildings. It is, but by virtue of the shock wave. The risk here is not the impact per se. They're not trying to necessarily... If you're standing there, you're done. But so go inside when the shelter warning comes, when these are on the way. The risk is the shock wave. This building got obliterated. The only thing that was able... Oh, Zach, you are so kind. Oh, Zach sends jewels. I want to show you in the chat. I don't know how to do it, but they're a very special thing for Little Tao. They kind of remind me of my childhood for some reason. I don't know. They just are a very special form of energy. And Zach comboed the jewels, which is this. Zach's like the only person who knows how to do it. It's just a very special thing for me. So God bless you, Zach. That wasn't why I was there. Well, I think I associate you with the feeling, but I was more just worried that you were like going to be alone without information. But also the jewels are very special, so I'm just going to take a moment and enjoy the energy, if you don't mind. It's a unique type of energy. You know, you'll see them pop up on the screen, and there's this thing called like a combo, and I don't know, it's just very kind of people. And I have a lot of friends here, so I don't know, when I see people that I haven't seen in a while, it means a lot to me to know they're safe. And anyway, I just wanted to thank Zach as all those jewels go above my head. They're like a special form of blessing, and it's Sunday, so God bless you, Zach. I'm very grateful. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm showing you the footage from Arad last night. Oh, God bless you, Zach. This is the footage from Arad, and I think one of the lessons as this war has ramped up that I've learned is that even as tough things happen, when you have people around you that you care about and that care about you, even if you're in 182 different countries, that compassion and camaraderie makes the intensity and sadness tolerable, if that is even the word for it. And I suppose digestible is the word. And I really appreciate you for that, Zach. I really do. God, and all of you, really. God bless you. This is more footage from Arad last night over the scene. You can see just the number of hits. This is another area of buildings. This isn't even the main area that was hit. Let me confirm this isn't Dimona. Kind of looks like Dimona. Pardon me 1 second, please. Is that Dimona or no, that's Arad. So you can see even the buildings that were around the corner, not the main structure with those 4 to 5 story buildings. Buildings that were completely around the corner. I thought that was Dimona, because Dimona had a similar 3-story structure that was damaged. This is the impact damage on a structure that's not even near the impact crater in Arad. Okay? This is a building that's far away. Uh-oh. No. Launch from Iran. There has been a launch from Iran. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat. Oh, no. No. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. A launch has been detected. Launch alert. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran right now. It's incoming. It's incoming. I don't know the area yet. I'll have it for you in just 2 seconds. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 4:58 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. War Time. It is Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. As we were trying to get through our recap from yesterday, I can tell you now that there is a launch incoming from Iran. There is a launch incoming from Iran now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You should be aware that there is a launch incoming from Iran now. I'm bringing up the cameras for you. I will have them in just 1 second. You can see the screen on the back behind my head. That is live. Okay, that is live. Any updates to where the exact missile is coming in will be portrayed for you live up there. I repeat, there is a launch incoming from Iran. You have 5 minutes and 45 seconds. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There is a launch incoming from Iran. You have 4 minutes and you have 5 minutes. I repeat, you have 5 minutes and 30 seconds. There has been a launch detected from Iran. There has been a launch detected from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch detected from Iran. I will bring up the cams for you now. I repeat, there has been a launch detected from Iran. There has been a launch detected from Iran. Yeah, I would be very far. Personally, I wouldn't be anywhere near a window, but if it came to it at the last moment, like my primary goal would be to get away from windows. That's exactly right. Okay, again, there has been a launch from Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There has been a launch. Alerts! Alerts! Hezbollah is firing in the north. That means they're doing a coordinated attack. You must listen to me. This is going to be bad. You must listen to me. When they do these coordinated attacks, it's because they have a plan. They're dastardly. You don't understand. Maybe you do understand. I don't know. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. They're doing the coordinated attack thing where they spam the north with missiles to reduce the air defenses. It could be Haifa. It could be Tel Aviv. It could be Jerusalem. They normally only do the spammed attack waves in the north when they're going to send a cluster missile over South Lebanon. There has been an attack. I repeat, there is an attack incoming from Iran right now. There is an attack incoming from Iran right now. Breaking. It looks coordinated. I repeat, it looks coordinated. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Breaking. Iran has launched yet another missile series at Israel. The time to arrival, 3 minutes. Hezbollah, hold on. Coordinated launches from the north to weaken air defenses at the same time. Live. Okay, I'm posting. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever Hezbollah does this... Oh, no! More alerts! Whenever Hezbollah does this, it's because they're going to send a rocket over southern Lebanon. Alerts! Welcome to our friends who speak Arabic. We welcome you, but we don't really understand Arabic. Translator Tal does. But yes, you can be here. We don't have an English-only rule. But Translator Tal speaks Arabic, so you can't say bad things or she'll ban you. We pray for all of the innocents. Repeat, incoming. Red alerts. Red alerts. I repeat, red alerts. It looks like Haifa, but it's almost impossible to tell. The Golan? What are they doing? Oh, it looks like maybe Haifa. Looks north of Haifa. What are they doing? What is up there? They're shelling the north? I don't understand. I don't understand. It looks like it's primarily going to be the north. It looks like it's the north. Watch the cams. You might see it on 9 and 10. You have like a minute. You might see it on 9 and 10. I don't hear any air raids yet, but you might see it on 9 and 10. I don't think we're going to see this on the cams. It looks like it's the very north of Israel, but I don't know. Near Naharanya? Near Naharanya? I haven't seen a strike up there, but it's now. We might see it on 9 or 10. I don't know. We might see it in the skies. I don't have any microphones up in Naratanya, but you might see. I've never seen Iran attack north of Haifa, so I don't even know what to tell you about this. Give me 1 second. I don't even know what to tell you about this area. Hold. Volcano notice. You want to watch cams 9 and 10. Oh yeah, Iftiamad, definitely. And Naharanya, there might be some kind of military bases, but I've never actually seen Iran fire north of Haifa. I see Hezbollah do it all the time. Oh no, save the goats. Don't you hurt a single goat, Iran. You stay away from those goats. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save the goats. It's very nerve-wracking when the missiles go to areas where there are no cams, but we might have a cam on 9 or 10 that will catch this. It takes like a minute or two. That's a jet. You want to watch 9 and 10 up at the very top. 9 and 10. Save the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Everybody loves the goats. If you got a problem with goats, you can't be here. Nobody's ever had a problem with goats. Everyone loves them. You're looking at 9 and 10. But I can't even tell you that it's going to be 9 and 10 because that's like the very middle of the border. But if you're going to see whatever this is, it's probably going to involve some type of activity on 9 or 10. That's a motorcycle in Tel Aviv. If we do not see any activity on 9 or 10, that means that it's going over those cams. So 9 and 10 show you the whole skyline of South Lebanon and Israel. They're both live. South Lebanon, northern Israel. But to get to the area they're going, they don't necessarily have to go over Kiryat Shimona. So you want to keep an eye on 9 and 10. A lot of times people see the missile, and even I don't see it. You might see it, but we're going to have nothing for 5 minutes. These are the worst type of fires. If it goes to the Negev near Dimona, or if it goes to the north, anywhere in those areas, there are no real audio cams or cams. They're very sparse. They're not sparsely populated. but they're like areas that are less like intense cities, so that there's less live cams. We're lucky we have a microphone in Tel Aviv, and we have a microphone in Haifa, and then a little bit of coverage in the north near Kiryat Shimona and the center near Jerusalem. And we have Beirut. Outside of that, like the top part of Israel, especially the settlements, and then the north part, you will get videos right away. I'm going to see the video in like 30 seconds. I'm telling you, I'm going to refresh it and see it. Hey, David Yannetti got chosen as Lawyer of the Year by the Middlesex Bar Association. Good job, Mr. Yannetti. Oh, I have new footage from...
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. First,
thank you. Oh, by the way, turn your ad blockers off on YouTube. I have to do like multiple steps to do it, and sometimes it thinks my Ghostery script is an ad blocker when it's not. But I seriously recommend you turn off your ad blocker. I think this is old footage, isn't it? I think that might be from earlier in the war. I remember the power outages timed with the blue flashes. So here's video that someone thinks is from Iran tonight, but I don't think it's actually from Iran. And I also don't believe that we're going to be able to see the missile just due to the nature of how that worked. But I'll leave the cams up for you. You'll be able to see them in the bottom of your screen. And, of course, the map is still up. It looks like the most likely area. I can't really tell what was targeted because it didn't go to red alert. It might still be incoming. It can take upwards of 8 minutes. But as of right now, what I am seeing is... they still have a lot of alerts. In the south, oftentimes when the missile's getting closer, they bring the alerts in, they zoom in on them. Here, it's just a wide series of red alerts across the north. All right, so you're able to keep an eye on it. The top cam, 9 and 10. You also have audio from Tel Aviv Airport. That's probably a refueling plane. Then I have some potential video coming in from Tehran, but I think it's actually outdated. Oh wow, I have video of an Iranian missile launcher failing. Wow. All right, let's go there. So Iranian missile defenses are having some serious issues. I haven't seen footage like this during the war before. All right, so let me get that running for you. And then I'm going to turn this one off. By the way, I'm a one-man operation, so when you see all that stuff like flying around on the screen, all right, the alerts have cleared. So we're going to go find out now where the missile hit. But I have reports that Iranian missile launchers have started failing their missile defenses, at least one of them. I'm going to show you this picture now. I'm sorry we didn't get to do a full recap of yesterday. There's simply too much going on. Here's the latest from, hold on one second. Here's the latest of an Iranian missile launcher failing. It's a missile defense system attempting to fire in the west of Iran and failing, I think near West Tehran. This was just about an hour ago. This is Iran. It's a missile defense system going up and then coming back down. So again, Iranian missile defense going up, coming back down. Oh, it's coming back down. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's not the way that missile defense is supposed to go. Oh, God bless you, Bunny. Let me set a goal. You're so kind. God bless you, Bunny. And Kofi. Oh no, that missile is coming back down. Oh, that's not good. I'll show you it one more time in full. So this is the latest from Iran. This is one of their missile launchers trying to intercept an American either plane or bombing raid. And let's just say it did not succeed. And God bless Bunny. God bless you, Bunny Tao. Again, this is the full image. I'm going to go back here so I can show Bunny Tao's very wonderful super chat. I'll have the latest from you on the ground as soon as I can. But let me just tell you, that Iranian missile that attempted to intercept... Oh, there's Bunny. God bless you, Bunny and Kofi Tao. Thank you for your support. I started a goal. Sometimes when we start a goal and we do really well, it's just very good for YouTube. But there's... Oh, by the way, this is a one-man public information service. It gets videos faster than almost every other service out there. Right now, I'm supported entirely by your donations. My family kind of abandoned me. Now, you might be saying, how can one man possibly monitor the entire war 12 hours a day? Because of your support. All right? Your donations keep me alive. They keep me fed. They keep me going. I have a Cash App, money sign, Grant Smith Ellis. I have a Venmo at Granty1. I have PayPal, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis, and I have a Revolut, REVOLUT.me/Grant Smith Ellis. All right, I'll put the donation things up on the screen for you right now very quickly. You'll have access to them. I appreciate all of your support. This would not be possible without you. I do this 12 hours a day because I believe that the public deserves to be informed about what's been going on. And anything you can do to help is great. Comments, super chats, sharing the stream, liking the stream. It doesn't have to be a donation. That's just one way to help this channel. God bless each and every one of you for your consideration. I actually have to get like a new rental car at the end of the week, so I have to save up a decent amount of money to do that. So any extra donations we can put together for Little Towel this week would be super appreciated. Know how much you all loved and appreciated, though, whether you donate, whether you share the stream, whether you help inform people, whether you teach people things, whether you show compassion, whether you pray for the innocents. I love and appreciate each and every one of you. I just have to do those donation reads every like 2 hours, or the people who like support me every week are like, Grant, would you mind just like telling people like they can give a few dollars and then we just spread it out and then we all support you? Yes, I know. And then Chat Bomb Lynn can help you with any donation questions. She has all the information. Thank you very much to all the support volunteers and all the people who just try to help me. I have autism, so like I went to law school, but I didn't get my degree because, long story, my mom forgot to, just wouldn't pay the tuition. I don't have any money. And then I went to a graduate school and undergraduate school. I know political science, philosophy. I've been covering the war since 2023. I know a lot about the different sides. I think the information I provide is valuable, and I designed this public information service to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use entertainment as a buffer to help your mind with trauma in order to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. I'm the producer. I'm the host, I'm the fact checker, and simultaneously I'm also like doing video editing to show you what's going on. I'm being the administrator of the channels. I respond in the comments. We have a wonderful group of people here, and I'm just so grateful that among this tense time we have all found each other. So thank you for helping this place exist, and God bless you to those who send donations and help support Little Towel and also keep me alive and remind me to eat and drink water. And I'm on the spectrum, so I have very high analytical intelligence, very low, well, my emotional intelligence is getting better, but very low executive functioning, like very low. So anyway, let's go. Oh, God bless you, Towel Mom Lynn. You and Bunny. Look at the Towel Moms leading the way. You are loved, Towel Mom Lynn. This is the latest from Iran. Hashtag penguins for Towel Mom Lynn. Towel Mom Lynn is the chat mom. She loves penguins. This is the latest from Iran tonight. This is just a few minutes ago. The bombs light up the sky. Oh, thank you, Rincast. Welcome to the channel. Rincast says, Grant, your channel is so good and the best. Well, you're welcome here. God bless you, Rincast, and thank you so much for those kind words. I needed to hear those. This has been a tough 24 hours. Let's go back to the live updates from tonight. I have footage from you. I'm waiting to find out the latest about what just happened in Israel, but now I have more for you from the fall of an interceptor in Tehran, or Iran, west of Iran, the western part of Iran earlier today. That's Iran's own missile defense system falling back down on its people. You think someone might have sabotaged the Iranian missile defense system? This came out of Iran in the past hour, so some footage is getting out. This is a missile interceptor that Iran fired, falling back down on its own people. And I'm waiting for the latest updates for you now from the ground in Israel. I have it. I have the footage from the north 3 minutes ago. I have the footage from the north of Israel. That's an all clear. I think that's an all clear. I think that's an all clear. No! Launch from Iran. I repeat, launch from Iran. Breaking. Launch from Iran. There has been another launch from Iran. You are not hallucinating. There has been this was the missile that just came over. I don't even have time to show it to you because there's been another launch. Oh goodness. This was the one that just came over the north, but we don't have time to watch it because there's been another launch. This is the one that just came over the north. It was a hypersonic. Look at it. That was the one that just came over. I have footage. This is literally 3 minutes ago. There's been another launch from the north. I repeat, you are not watching the replay. You are not behind. This is live. It is 5:17 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. There has been another launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. There has been another launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. There has been another launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I repeat. There has been another launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I have to find a better way of organizing this all on the stream. 1 second. You have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. I know that doesn't look great right now. I'm a one-man production crew. You have 6 minutes. I know. Actually, you know what? Just screw it. Those aren't important. Okay, you have 6 minutes. I've done the best I could. You have 6 minutes. You have 5 minutes. This one is heading towards the north again? Oh, they're hitting them again. Oh, this is not good. What are they? They're hitting the Golan? What are they doing? Oh, they're joining the war with Hezbollah. Oh, God. Oh, they want Hezbollah to take territory. Oh my God. They're going to help Hezbollah conquer the Golan. No, there has been another launch from Iran towards Israel. This time towards the Golan. Golan. Arrival time 4 minutes from now. Live. Another launch. It's just launch after launch. They're trying to help Hezbollah. I'm telling you, I can tell what this is. They're trying to help Hezbollah take territory in the north. It's the Golan. I repeat, it's the Golan. We know about it from an early warning system, and it gives 6.5 minutes. All around, welcome. Alerts. They're firing missiles now in the north. Oh no! Oh no, it's not just the Golan. It's that same area in the north of Israel. It's the Golan and the north. Not a problem, all around. Welcome to the channel, all around. I'm sorry, I misread your name. You have 1 minute. Look on cams 9 and 10. It's heading towards the north. Okay. It's the north. It is Narahia. Narahia. They're targeting Narahia. Right on the road outside Narahia. And inside the city. They're targeting Narahia. I do not know what they're trying to hit. I think they're trying to help Hezbollah take territory. Hello, D. Uroftain. God bless you. I am worried Iran is trying to help Hezbollah take territory in Lebanon. I mean, in Israel. Somebody said they saw activity on Cam 9. Oh, God bless you to the people who have been sending donations for lunch. God bless you. I definitely might need to get food. I didn't know it was going to be this hard to get every night. I'm like, oh, I'm going to look ahead. But I did get a big lunch. I don't think I need food right now. I have footage from Qaim incoming now. I don't know what to say about this. The Iranians have released a sentence that says, "Hey Trump, you're fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Listen, the Iranians, I think, are watching this channel because we made a joke about this yesterday. Hello, Mr. IRCG, you know, whatever you are, command postman. Are you getting ideas from this channel? What? Damn Iranians. They couldn't take the channel down, so they're like, fine, we'll use him as our source of information. Damn Iranians trolling Mr. President. Listen, I'm going to play you this video right now from Mr. President. I'm going to try to wait for these alerts to clear, but I have more footage for you right now of the air defense the missiles coming in right now, the wave before this most recent wave. And I want to tell you that the Iranians have released a new clip trolling Mr. President. They say he's fired, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait a minute. That is from Tehran tonight. Oh, goodness. There's new clips potentially coming in from Tehran of massive bombing waves. Oh, goodness. And the Iranians are trolling Mr. President Trump. All right, I got to take us to this footage. Listen, the Iranians are trolling Mr. President Trump. Okay, I'm going to show you the footage now. They have said he's fired, and they've told him that they appreciate his attention to this important matter, okay? It's going to be in Farsi. I don't know if it's, maybe it will be in English. Who knows? Sometimes the guy speaks in English. All right, my name is Smith Ellis. I'm now going to show you the video of the IRCG, who probably watches this stream, which is a little freaky, trolling Mr. President Trump with the exact thing people said in this chat that they should say in their message yesterday, which is, thank you for your attention to this important matter. IRCG, if you are listening to this stream, I have no comment. Oh, it's in English.
You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Okay, this is the Iranians.
You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya. Ehtaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
What an odd thing to say.
You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
The latest from Iran.
Ehtaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya. Ehtaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
They're in a war with us. They're trolling Mr. President. It's become a troll war. They're all trolls. Everybody's a troll on every side of this conflict. Everybody just trolls each other. You don't understand. I'm not trolling. They're trolling. I am Boxy, you see. Listen, if he gets up there and is like, listen, Mr. President, I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I am Boxy, you see. I'm going to throw my water bottle at the wall. Damn Iranians. Damn Iranians. Damn Iranians. Oh, thank you, Rigged Outcome. We're on a $2 super chat chain. So that, you know, I don't know, something will happen. I said I would say God bless you. So God bless you anyway. My point is, damn Iranians. trolling Mr. President. They're going to get up there and be like, I'm not trolling, you're trolling. Mr. President's going to have to get up there and be like, I am Buxy. You see, they're going to have to troll each other. They're in a troll war. All right, I'm declaring it. We have officially entered a troll war. Listen, don't blame me. Blame this man. What did you say again, Mr. Iranian man? You trolled him, Mr. President. Please tell us again. Would you be so kind? Go ahead, if you would. Wait, you don't want to talk now? The Iranians are trolling Mr. President. Okay, I'm going to give you the video one more time.
You are Eitaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Damn Iranians. Trolling Mr. President. You can't be trolling Mr. President, you Iranians. He's going to troll you. He's going to be like, damn Iranians. How do you even get back at him for that? It was just 9 cents. Listen, they're getting really quippy. They're getting quippy and smart. All right? They're going to start talking with a Boston accent if we continue down this road. They're going to start trolling them. They're going to start posting penguins and goats. They're going to start saying hashtag save the goats. Oh, God. What have I done? Damn Iranians trolling Mr. President. I'm not okay with the Iranians trolling Mr. President. Here's the latest. This was the round. This was the missile launched at Israel like 20 minutes ago. There's a new round I don't have yet. This was the missile from 20 minutes ago over Israel. All around, yeah, let's switch away from all caps. Thank you, though. This is the latest from over northern Israel. More footage, again, right now from northern Israel. Alright, I have the newest footage from Iran showing their preparations for a long war. This is the newest from Iran showing some of their underground missile bases. The newest from Iran. Okay, here we go. Newest from Iran from their underground bases. This is from Iran. The latest from Iran. Okay? The latest from Iran. Love is the best. Thank you all for supporting the channel. We're on a $2 super chat streak. You all are very kind. I forgot to say thank you earlier to Tariq. How come you are a super towel, my dear friend? Here's the latest Iranian alert to Americans in the region. I'll have British Announcer Towel read this, please. Go ahead. Thank you, British Announcer Towel. British Announcer Towel, please. Go ahead. Any moment, please. British
Conversation.
Thank you.
URGENT. Serious warning. Urgent alert to U.S. allies in the region. If the American enemy proceeds to target Iran's energy infrastructure, it will lead to the ignition of a full map of targets in the region. Water desalination facilities. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ras Al Khair Desalination Plant, the largest in the world, Shaqaiq Power Plant. Qatar. Al Qasar Power Plant. Ras Laffan Sea Power and Water Plant. United Arab Emirates. Taweelah Desalination Plant. Baraka Power Plant. Bahrain. Zohr Water Desalination Complex. Al Dir Power and Water Plant. Kuwait. Zohr Water Desalination Complex. North Zohr Power Plant. Jordan. Aqaba Thermal Power Plant. Samra Power Generation Plant. Oh you donkey, you and the foreigners annoyed us, and
People say the weirdest comments on Twitter. British Announcer Towel sometimes keeps reading the comments. I'm like, British Announcer Towel, just the main post, please. This is what the Iranians are threatening to attack now on the right. Okay? On the right. On the left, I have more footage. We can just use the right. But on the left, I have more footage from you from Lebanon now. No, this is footage from shelling on Qaim earlier today in Lebanon. This is shelling of Qaim.
Wow!
Qaim, southern Lebanon. We pray for those people. Qaim, southern Lebanon.
Wow! Wow! Yo!
So that's from Lebanon. Okay? That's Qaim. That is the border between Lebanon and Israel. That is an Israeli strike on Qaim. And it's true because Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy, which is basically run by the Quds Force of the IRGC, is battling with Israel in Lebanon. The Lebanese people, no one actually represents their interests. The Lebanese government is a failed state, basically. They're working on getting better. But, they don't have an army, really, that can stop Hezbollah. Here's some attacks on Israeli tanks in Qaim earlier. This is an attack on an Israeli tank. Qaim earlier. Same place. This is Hezbollah's response. Someone asked, how did they respond? No, that's an Israeli tank on fire. So someone asked, what is this? I wouldn't say it's tit for tat to that bombing we saw a few seconds ago, but that's an Israeli tank on fire. Hezbollah hit the tank. By the way, it's weird music. What I think they're doing is doing like drugs in the field and playing music during battle. That's the best I can discern. Like, it's soldiers. I don't know if it's in a camp. Or the only people that would be near enough to that tank to film it would be the soldiers or a Hezbollah battalion. No civilians are right there. They're doing Captagon or whatever drugs in the field. They do stimulants in the field. How do you think you can get numb enough to actually do that? You have to just do stimulants. I'm just telling you as an analyst what they do. They go out there, they do hard drugs like meth or whatever, some analog of meth, and they play music and they fight battles with guns. That's what it's like. those are Israelis in the tanks. This is an actual war. I mean, you're looking at a battle. And I want to explain something that my friend, All the World's a Stage, just told me. What you're actually looking at, I cannot confirm this, but I trust All the World's a Stage. What you're looking at is the mass destruction of civilian homes. Do you see all these homes? This, according to All the World's a Stage, and I believe All the World's a Stage, he's an excellent analyst. All the World's a Stage says, think logically, Grant. That clip shows Israel goes in an empty area with no resistance and plants all those explosives, which takes hours to do. This is what the IDF does. They blow up civilian buildings. So there are no, I believe this area has been evacuated, but what my friend All the World's a Stage is indicating, and I believe him, is that you are looking in this video at the IDF bombing, literally firebombing civilian homes with pre-rigged explosives already on the ground to eradicate the civilian homes and basically cleanse the land. It's called Scorched Earth. It was done in 1978 as well through 81 in that war. Israel goes into the towns in southern Lebanon and blows up all the homes, and then that's the way they try to conquer the land. They want to rebuild over it. It's literally a battle for the land. So I'm going to show you civilian homes, hundreds of them. This is basically like an entire village in Qaim. Qaim is pretty large. It's like a sector. It's like probably like 2 kilometers north to south, 1 kilometer west to east. You're looking at an entire neighborhood wiped off the face of the earth by Israel in one explosive. Oh my God, it's not shelling. You're right. I thought it was an airstrike in the middle with explosives. No, they rigged a village and blew it up. Oh my God, this is horrifying. I can't believe they've done this. They openly, and they recorded it. Someone, we have their comms. They blew up the whole village. Wow. Wow. Yeah, the rules, there's 182 countries here, so I monitor the chat. Monitor the chat. You gotta be compassionate. Don't generalize. You can speak about like a viewpoint that a various group might have, but like don't, like there's just no generalizations, you know, because you'll find like Israelis here who are sympathetic to Palestinians, Iranians who are sympathetic to the West, people in the West who are sympathetic to Hezbollah, or not Hezbollah, but the Lebanese resistance, the Yemenis resistance, the Iraqi resistance. You'll find people here who are Iraqi that are sympathetic to the Americans. You'll find Iraqis that are sympathetic to the anti-Iranian forces. You'll find Iraqis that are sympathetic to various factions of the pro-Iranian forces. There's just every view under the sun. So when you're like, all Iraqis believe this, like no, or like all Jewish people believe this, like probably not, and there's probably one in the chat who's going to be like, wait a minute, like what are you doing? So that's why we don't generalize. All right, let's watch the latest from Tehran. I think this footage is similar to something I saw earlier in the war. Let me just watch it to fact check it and see if it's new or not. I'll know from the sounds in the video. It's purported to be from Tehran tonight, but I don't believe it. No, it's recycled. I've seen this before. This is not new footage. It is real. It is real, but it's old. It's from like 2 weeks ago in Tehran. It's not from tonight. I mean, it's intense, but it's not from tonight. It's 2 weeks old. I gotta fact check this. So this is a bombing raid that hit in Iran 2 weeks ago. It was serious, but it was not tonight. All right, so that is being passed around tonight as new footage from Tehran. I want to let you know it's old. Some people fell for it because it does look like, out of context, it looks real. But I got to go unretweet it now because people will think that's real if I'm retweeting it. I was actually retweeting it to fact check it, but it's old. It's from, I'd say, 10 to 14 days ago. It's not just now. The footage from Qaim was from earlier today, but that one I just showed you is not from tonight. This, I think, is from Tehran tonight. This is a missile unsuccessfully being launched in Iran and falling back to the earth on the left. Okay, I showed you the latest from the occupied territories of the Iranian rocket. You're seeing that on your left again now. That was the most latest rocket. I don't have the second one over Palestine. I showed you the message from Mr. President Trump. I showed you the rocket exploding and falling back to Earth. This is Al Arabia's coverage of it. Iranian rocket falling back to Earth on the left. It's the same footage we already watched. It's just Al Arabia putting it on their channel, which is fine. They put with it because it keeps the viewers' attention. I don't really mind that they do that. Here's the latest from the Iranian missile fired over towards northern Israel. That was about 20 minutes ago. That was the first round. I do not have the second round yet. That's the actual missile right there in the top. Okay. More footage from the occupied territories right now of the Iranian missile. Okay, I'll full screen it for you. This is 20 minutes ago. Okay. 20 minutes ago over northern Israel. Oh, that's interesting. Kingsley said what they did was rig mine clearance munitions, then fired a missile to trigger it. You see a missile stream in from the right at high speed, which impacts the trigger port that demolishes the village. God bless you, Kingsley. Thank you for teaching me that. It is important for me to know. This is the latest from northern Israel. Hi, Petty LaBelle. It's great to see you. I'm showing you the latest. I do not have impact footage. I'm going to check over with Al Jazeera now, who sometimes gets live footage. Actually, we'll use Al Mayadeen. I don't love using Al Mayadeen, but they actually tend to have the best updated coverage. All right, I showed you the footage from Iran underground, and let's now get you over to Al Mayadeen just for a few minutes. They tend to monitor, because they're Hezbollah station, they have very good sources in the north of Israel, so I'll get that working for you now. They have very good video that comes out from the north during Hezbollah shelling, but they're Hezbollah's channel. You should be aware of that. So this is Al Mayadeen.
من هي إسرائيل؟ ومن هي الدول العربية التي تريد اتفاقية أبراهام؟ وما هي صفقة القرن؟ وهل هي قابلة للتنفيذ؟ ودونالد ترامب هل سينفذ بيس ثرو سترينج شعاره الذي أطلقه من قلب قاعدة الإعداد في قطر حينما أخذ المليارات؟ هذا سؤال كبير.
أقل انتهت نصف المهلة تقريبا، يعني نصف المهلة انتهى يا أستاذ محمد.
24 ساعة.
هذه سنعود إليها مع أستاذ سعيد بعد قليل.
تفضل.
إيه أستاذ محمد تفضل.
إما أن يكون تهديد ترامب لتغطية اتفاق وقف إطلاق نار عاجل ومفاجئ حتى يظهر نفسه أنه قوي، وإما أنها معادلة جديدة في المنطقة رفضتها أمريكا من الغرور الأمريكي، سيدخلون في مستنقع استنزاف جديد وهذا أيضا وارد.
بإطلالة مشاهدينا إذن الآن على جنوب لبنان، حيث كما ذكرنا قبل قليل كانت الإطلاقات الإيرانية بحسب الإعلام الإسرائيلي باتجاه التحشدات الإسرائيلية في شمال فلسطين المحتلة، أي الحدود المتاخمة لجنوب لبنان. من هناك معنا زميل خالد خليل لنطلع منه على آخر تطورات، خاصة أننا نتحدث عن رقم قياسي للمقاومة بالنسبة لعدد البيانات مقارنة بالأيام الماضية وربما حتى الحرب الماضية. نتحدث عن 60 بيان تقريبا أو ربما أكثر حتى هذه اللحظة. خالد، ما الذي رصدته حتى الآن خالد في جنوب لبنان؟
تحية لك عبد الرحمن. يعني بالحديث عن عدد البيانات، وصل الآن البيان رقم 61 والذي تحدث عن استهداف تجمع لجنود العدو شرق مدينة الخيام بسرب من المسيرات الانقضاضية، وبالتالي نتحدث كما ذكرت عن عدد بيانات قياسي إن كان في هذه الحرب أو في الحرب السابقة. الرقم القياسي الذي كان قد سجل يوم السبت الماضي نتحدث عن 55 عملية، اليوم أصبحنا في 61 عملية. قبل الحديث عن هذه العمليات وأين توزعت وكيف يعني تشكلت هذه العمليات، منذ ساعة تقريبا رصدنا إطلاق 3 صليات على التوالي باتجاه الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، وبالتالي هناك يعني 3 صليات أطلقت من لبنان تجاه فلسطين المحتلة. بالعودة إلى العمليات، عمليات المقاومة الإسلامية نتحدث عن 61 عملية. تنوعت هذه العمليات بين استهداف تجمعات وآليات، استهداف مستوطنات. جزء من هذه المستوطنات استهدف عدة مرات. كان اللافت اليوم في إحدى هذه البيانات استخدام المسيرات الانقضاضية للمرة الثانية على التوالي. تركز جزء من هذه العمليات بين استهداف قواعد، تجمعات، بالإضافة إلى ثكنات. نتحدث عن تحديدا مدينة الخيام، البيان رقم 61 التي ذكرنا فيه بأنه استهداف تجمع لجنود.
I know I'm muted, by the way. I'm letting translator Tal Naomi get the update about Lebanon from El Mayadeen. God bless you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
الاحتلال بمسيرات انقضاضية، كان هناك استهداف عدة تجمعات أيضا في الخيام وتحديدا شرق المدينة. نتحدث عن شرق معتقل الخيام، مرتين في محيط المعتقل بصاروخ، إحداها بصاروخ ثقيل. نتحدث عن تجمع وادي العصافير وموقع الحمامص، هذا كان جزء من بيانات المقاومة فيما يتعلق ببلدة الخيام. الطيبي كان هناك استهداف تجمعات ما لا يقل عن 3 مرات، وجنوبه عدة مرات. كان جزء من هذه العمليات في بيانات المقاومة يمكن اعتبارها بأن عمليات مركبة تطلق من خلالها المقاومة صليات صاروخية وتتبعها بعد قليل بطائرات مسيرة أو طائرات انقضاضية، ويمكن الحديث بأنها عمليات مركبة. فيما يتعلق ب القواعد، كان هناك استهداف قاعدة ميرون، قاعدة ناحل غرشوم بسرب من المسيرات، وبالتالي كان جزء من هذه العمليات أو الجزء الأكبر منها كان أيضا بمسيرات. فيما يتعلق بالاعتداءات الإسرائيلية، منذ بعض الوقت كان هناك عدد من الاعتداءات طال بلدة الشبيه، وبحسب مصادر الميادين استهدفت البلدة بمرتين على التوالي، وهناك عدد من الإصابات. يعني تعمل الفرق المعنية على التأكد من أعداد الإصابات وإجلائهم. كان هناك أيضا عدد من الغارات على حبوش، نتحدث عن كفرة، شعيتية، حاريس، تبنين، الجبور، مجد السلم والسلطانية. وبالتالي سلسلة الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية لم ولن تتوقف يعني خلال الساعات القليلة ومنذ ساعات الفجر الأولى.
Breaking. Iran hit Lebanon. Breaking. Iran hit Lebanese territory where the Israeli army is stationed. Breaking. Iran is joining the war in Lebanon. Listen to me. My resources say that Iran, just like 10 minutes ago, my sources are saying, I think I have a confirmed report too, I have to check who reported it. My sources are saying that Iran has struck the Israeli army with ballistic missiles in Lebanon. Israel can't protect its troops in Lebanon from ballistic missiles. This is incredible. I can't believe what I'm reporting to you right now. When I say incredible, I don't mean in a positive or negative way. I just cannot believe I am reporting to you right now that Iran has struck Israeli army positions with ballistic missiles in Lebanon. Oh my God, Iran is protecting the people of they're protecting the country of Lebanon. They're trying to make Lebanon part of the Axis. Oh, I have a report. Here it is. Exactly what I said. Listen to this. No, they're accurate with these missiles. They're with the guided ones, they're accurate, not with the bomblets.
Conversation. The ballistic missile Iran launched at northern Israel half an hour ago apparently struck Lebanese territory, according to military assessments. It apparently marks the first time that an Iranian ballistic missile has hit Lebanon during the current war. It is unclear if Iran was aiming for Israeli troops in southern Lebanon or for a target in Israel and missed.
Oh my word, huge escalation in the war. If that's true, I mean, it's a big... Here's a strike right now from the Iranian missile base in Yazd. This is Iran right now. Latest pictures from Yazd, Iran. Thank you to everyone who has been sending donations for dinner. I will order dinner. I don't want to put too much of a burden on Tao Mom Lin. So if you send Cash Apps or Venmo, we can, I don't know, let's set like $30 and I will get a decent dinner and stay with you for, well, I'm going to be with you for 8 hours no matter what. But let's try to avoid that burden on Tao Mom Lin. I think we got $10 towards the dinner fund. I actually just looked down. So there you go. Then I can order dinner. No, let's not put that on Tao Mom Lin though. She helps so much all the time. My name is Grant Smith Elvis. You're watching a one-man news operation. I have a bunch of Tao Moms and Grammys around the world. They kind of make sure I eat and drink. You'd be surprised. I don't have like a system. I'm just a one-man news gathering operation. So all these people, they're very nice. I love them very dearly. They like keep me alive. I'm on the spectrum, so I'm not very good at life, but I'm very smart. Now I have footage of missiles fired from Lebanon towards Israel in the past 20 minutes. Missiles fired from Lebanon towards Israel past 20 minutes. It hit. It hit. I have a report of an Iranian hit in Qaim. Breaking. I have a report that the Iranian missile hit in Qaim. The Iranians are reportedly striking Israeli positions in Qaim. I do not have confirmation. This is only 7 minutes ago. They're striking Qaim. The Iranian, you heard that right. The Iranians are striking Qaim. My sources say that the Iranians have struck Qaim. Oh, God bless you. We have $20 towards our lunch payment. We're just $10 away from Tao getting dinner. Good job, everyone. They are the Iranians. You hear that right. The Iranians, not Hezbollah, not Israel. The Iranians have struck Qaim. They struck Israeli positions in Qaim. I don't believe what I'm reporting to you, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranians have joined the, well, they didn't just have Hezbollah joining the war. The Iranians are now going to fight back against the Israelis in Lebanon. And that means that you could see Iran pushing forward in the north. Hezbollah wants that territory back in the north of Israel. You don't just get to fight a war sometimes, because you have to understand, all of us have to understand, that what a lot of these factions really want is to take Israeli territory. So if you lose the war, the consequence is not just civilians dying. They want to push the IDF back out of southern Lebanon. I can tell exactly what they're doing. And they want that territory in the Golan. And they want those villages in northern Israel, and they're going to get them. Listen, I told you we could negotiate an end to this conflict if you give the Palestinians the 67 borders and back off. It's one of the biggest things that they want, and you have to give Lebanon the 67 borders too. If Israel wants out of this war, it's gonna require giving up some of its territory, I'm very sorry to say. That's just how it's gotta be. Are you kidding me? Dude, the Iranians would immediately come to the table if we could convince Israel to go to the 67 borders, which is, listen, the reality is if you can't stop Iran, they're gonna take the territory. So at this point, that's my opinion. Just give them the 67 borders and they'll stop. They're going to want a little bit more, but I think if you gave the Palestinians and Hezbollah the 67 borders, then Iran would have a very difficult time politically continuing the war. Israel would hate it, but what's the other choice? You sacrifice 1,000 civilians every night? All they want is that territory. I understand what they're doing now. Here's a raid on Hezbollah prisoners in an Israeli jail. Published by the IDF. I'm not really sure why they're publishing that right now, especially when Iran is very mad at them. So again, the reports are that Iran has struck an Israeli position. That means for the first time in the war, Iran has struck an Israeli position in Lebanon. That means that Iran is fighting back the IDF to help Hezbollah in Lebanon, which I have said all along was happening, but now you're seeing it. I'm going to take us to Al Jazeera English for the top of the hour because I would like to check on my friend Ali Hashim. He reports out of Tehran and I get worried about him. So if you would I would pray your indulgence while we take a look at Al Jazeera English's top of the hour report. You'll see like 3 minutes of their kind of like bumper at the top where they do an international kind of segment. Then at like 58, so in like 60 seconds, you'll see them do the bumper to the top of the hour, and then they'll go live in Tehran, Beirut, Doha, Amman, Jordan, maybe Washington, D.C.
But everything is on hold until the original documents are available.
The case took so many years, and just when it's about to finish, there's more delay. We have been stuck in limbo, unable to finish building or buy a new property and move out, and now this.
Restoration is a slow and painstaking process. There are also dangers.
Documents damaged by floodwaters can be full of microbes like mold, which can't be seen. This can get into your body and make you sick.
Latest from Miss Clutch over the wires. U.S. will completely demolish Iran's Strait of Hormuz fortification, Treasury Secretary says.
So there's a big risk.
Thank you, Miss Clutch. Oh, by the way, don't forget to say happy birthday to Miss Clutch, one of the most wonderful chatters in the chat. Hello, good job, T.A. Sarah. Launch from Iran. Launch from Iran. I repeat, thank you, whoever noted that there was a launch. We have a launch incoming from Iran. Happy birthday to Miss Clutch. We don't have time to look at Al Jazeera English. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 5 minutes. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been another launch from Iran towards Israel. I repeat, there has been another launch from Iran towards Israel just now. It is 5:58 p.m. Eastern. Just in. Iran has launched again. Where is it now? It's coming in for... it's Tel Aviv! It's Tel Aviv! Right now at Israel towards the center of the country. Time to arrival 6 minutes. Live coverage. You have 6 minutes and it's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. I'm telling you, the early warnings are coming for Tel Aviv. I don't see the early warnings in the north this time. I repeat, there has been a launch by Iran towards Israel. You have 6 minutes. I do not see, at this point in time, I do not see the warnings anywhere but in the center. The warnings are Tel Aviv all the way to the north. Okay, they are actually Tel Aviv all the way to the north. They are Tel Aviv all the way to the north. God bless you, Rigged Outcome. Thank you for your support. $2 train. God bless you for all your support today, folks. This has been a very intense night. Iran has just attacked for the first time Israeli army positions in Lebanon. Now there is another missile incoming. It's unclear exactly where it's coming, but it is coming directly somewhere between Tel Aviv in the south and Netanya in the north. Okay, there might be an air raid coming, I'm not sure. You have live coverage. We have also the volume from the airport. You have 5 minutes. You are looking at the map behind me. You can see where the red alerts are. You have 5 minutes. It is midnight, Sunday, March 23rd, 2026 in Tel Aviv. Oh, God bless you, Miss Clutch. Thank you for joining the $2 train. You're a super towel. God bless all of you. Again, it is Sunday. It is just past midnight in Tel Aviv, and the missiles are incoming. The last round from Iran went to the north. There have been 2 rounds in the last 15, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. This is the 3rd successive round. This one looks like it's coming for Tel Aviv. The Iranian capabilities to attack Israel are not decreasing. I repeat. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. Oh, and the south. Another one's coming at the south. Listen, it's two launches back to back. It's the south. It's north in Tel Aviv first, then 6 minutes behind that one. There's going to be one in the south. Listen to me. Listen, there's been 2 simultaneous launches. Oh my God, the whole country is lit up. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. They're launching multiple rockets back to back. They're not waiting the 6 minutes. Listen, there's been 2 launches in the past 9 minutes. I repeat, it's not just one launch. There's been another launch. You need to do 2 countdowns. One of the countdowns is for Tel Aviv. You have 2 minutes. There's been another launch right after that. That one is going to be 6 minutes after the first one hit, and that one's heading towards Ashdod, Jerusalem, and the Dead Sea. I repeat, they're not waiting the 6 minutes. They fired back to back. Oh my goodness, the whole country of Israel is lit up on the map. Oh my dear God, another one. No! Oh my word, another one! Oh no, they fired at the entire country! Oh my word! Oh no! No, listen, you don't understand. They don't do this. They fired 3 waves within how long? Within 7 minutes. Breaking. Iran has fired 3 waves of missiles at Israel, spanning the entire country within 4 minutes. The missiles will arrive in 1 minute, 30 seconds. 30 seconds in Tel Aviv. They will arrive in 6 to 8 minutes in the south. Live. Oh, this is absolutely absurd. I cannot believe what's happening right now. I really can't. They fired back to back to back. The entire country is lit up. You are looking at the entire country of Israel lit up with warnings. Oh, goodness. The first ones are going to arrive in Tel Aviv now, like right now. We might hear air raids in Tel Aviv. I'm very concerned. Ana Primo, thank you so much for your support. God bless you. I am very concerned right now. There has been 3 launches back to back to back. Okay, you are not mishearing. There have been 3 launches back to back to back. The first one's going to come near Tel Aviv. The second 2 are going to come towards the south. I watched them. You have maybe 1 minute in Tel Aviv to 3 minutes. You have like 6 minutes in the south, if that, maybe 5 minutes at this point. It happened back to back to back. There's actually 2 missiles heading towards the south. It's the north of Tel Aviv. You're going to hear air raids. It's the north of Tel Aviv. It's near Rishon LeZion. It is the north. I repeat, it's Tel Aviv. Oh, air raid, air raid, air raid, air raid in Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv, air raid, air raid. I told you it was going to be Tel Aviv, air raid. It's Tel Aviv, air raid, air raid, air raid. It's Tel Aviv. Oh, Tel Aviv is just lit up. Oh, the map is just lit up in Tel Aviv. It's the air raid sirens are blaring. Oh, this is very bad. It's Tel Aviv. It's North Tel Aviv. Please pray for those innocents. It's North Tel Aviv. They can strike really hard. You don't understand. Oh, dear God. Don't. Please, no. Oh, God. Go in your safe spaces. They have ballistic missiles. They can hit. It's not bomblets. Go in your shelters. Do not wait. Go. Don't ignore it. Go in your shelters now. Do not wait. Do not wait. It's a cluster missile. It's coming over Cam 10 and 9. It's coming right now to Tel Aviv. It's coming over the south of Lebanon. Oh God. It's coming right now. I saw it. We can't go anywhere because there's another wave. Oh my God. They're just shelling them. I've never seen... Oh! Oh dear God! Oh my God! Not over. Holy City next. Holy City. Jerusalem. 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 I don't know if it was intercepted or hit. I can't tell. I just know it was a very loud explosion. Jerusalem. Jerusalem. I don't know how long we have for Jerusalem. I really don't. I don't know how long. I have the Jerusalem AP cam up. I'll let you know what it does. It's going to be about right now. Takes like 6 to 8 minutes. It's Jerusalem. The red alerts are in Jerusalem and then to the south. It looks like it's in Jerusalem. It's near. It's to the south of Jerusalem. It's closer to Ashdod. So it's southwest of Jerusalem near Ashdod. God bless you, Liberty St. James. The red alert is closer to Ashdod. That's where it's coming. It's southwest of Jerusalem. All of the red alerts are still active. Thank you, Liberty St. James says, keep up the good reporting. God bless you, sir. Or ma'am, or towel. There was a hit or an interception in Tel Aviv. It's unclear. I need to wait to see what happens in Jerusalem. Oh, that $2 train is riding hard. Thank you all for your support. This is a one-man operation. God bless you. I'm very worried right now for the people of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. I heard an impact. I do not know if it was a hit. I'll get you the latest footage. But I can't even really go away because I don't know if anything's going to happen in Jerusalem. I'm waiting for reports from Tel Aviv where there has just been a loud explosion. The alerts have not cleared. Alright, I have the latest from the IRGC. They've just made their announcement. I can't even really go away from this. Alright, you can watch the cams on the bottom. Alright. Here is the latest from the IRGC. They have said they launched their next wave. It just was 2 minutes ago. It's wave 75. Here is the latest from the IRGC. This is going to be loud. Wave 75. Yes, we're just one more Cash App or Venmo donation away from me being able to get dinner. Hashtag help Tal get dinner. Okay, here you go. This is from the IRGC. Let me have it translated for you.
Conversation. Urgent. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The wave targeted 75 new military deployment sites and hiding places of Zionist soldiers in various parts of the occupied territories. The 75th wave of Operation True Promise 4 was carried out under the codename O Fatimeh Zahra, peace be upon her, in the name of and to commemorate the memory of the martyrs, Brigadier General Ali Muhammad Nainai. The martyr spokesperson for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and Hojat al-Islam Khatib, the martyr minister of intelligence, against Zionist and American targets. In this wave, based on reconnaissance operations conducted by intelligence units, new military deployment sites and hiding places of Zionist soldiers in various parts of the occupied territories were targeted. The Prince Sultan Air Base in Al-Qad also targeted with ballistic missiles. It is one of the main sites for the deployment of American aggressors and their air operations against Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warns Zionist and American terrorist soldiers that they are under complete surveillance by the operational intelligence units affiliated with the Guard, and that their concealment in cities, such as their concealment in the city of Arad, will not save their lives due to the Guard's intelligence superiority.
Okay, that was the latest from Iran. First of all, God bless you to Larry Talbot, who asked what percentage of Iranians are against the regime. Unclear. More than 10, less than 80. Thank you for your question. Water under the fridge. Thank you so much for your support as well, Larry. That's a great question. I just have a bit of a stress headache from not eating. God bless you. Water under the fridge. My dear friend, I will 100% get some dinner at the top of the hour. I know it is important to make sure I don't get headaches. God bless you. Water under the fridge is like my support. You all of my support. I'm very grateful for all of you. Thank you very much for that question, Larry Talbot. And thank you to Water under the fridge, who says, get some dinner, my dear friend. Well, God bless you. I will do that. We're now going to listen to the latest from the IRGC. Please be aware it could be very loud. Okay, volume warning. Footage from the latest strike. Thank you, Valhalla. Here's the latest from the IRGC. It will get loud. It just have volume, but it will get loud. I don't exactly know what they're writing. Oh, God bless you. I will check my Cash App right now, Miss Clutch. Oh, we did it. I think we did it. Yes, God bless you, Miss Clutch. We have enough for Tao to get dinner. I'm very grateful. If you get a heart for me right now, I got it. Egg rolls. Oh, I love it. God bless you, Miss Clutch. Oh, on your birthday weekend. God bless you, Miss Clutch. I'm honored. This is the latest from the IRGC. It does not have sound. You're not like missing sound. It just does not have sound. They will play sound when they launch their missiles, but this does not have sound. It says, of course, this war is our... Hold on. Of course, this war is ours. Something, and something also is not. Of course, this war is not only blank, but also inhuman. Thank you, Wes something. Latest from the IRGC in Hello, Custadas. Latest from Iran.
از نسل سلمانی و سربازان ایرانی مثل سلیمانی همه مردان نیدانی قطعاً تماشایی شود فردای پیروزی.
Oh, let me play this part again so you can understand what he says. I don't speak Farsi, sorry.
از نسل سلمانی و سربازان ایرانی مثل سلیمانی همه مردان نیدانی قطعاً تماشایی شود فردای پیروزی. در مسجد الاقصی نماز جمعه میخوانیم یا زهرا.
Latest from the IRCG in Iran, Wave 73. I have no idea. I'm not a ballistic missile expert, but I know a lot of people are in this chat. Those are all leave shelter alerts you're hearing. Okay, those are all leave shelter alerts you're hearing. Okay. Those happen when you leave, when the confirmation goes out. Are anti-regime capable if they get armed? Yes, Larry, they are. And I think Mossad and the CIA have people on the ground. That's just my opinion. And they're arming them. I don't want to... So I'm allowed to play it. They're like news channels have a lot of... I'm a news channel on YouTube now. So like I have a lot of discretion. I don't know. I don't want to replay it for various reasons. But yes, there is footage of people in Iran armed, not like I don't have footage of them shooting people, but I have footage of them shooting at the Bashi, IRCG's paramilitary enforcement wing that like sent kids out in the Iraq-Iran war as human minesweepers. So I do have that footage. But yeah, there's evidence. I don't think we're there yet, but there's evidence that there is an armed resistance. What did Translator Tao write? Hold on, I don't know what Translator Tao wrote. Hold on. Thank you very much, though, Larry Talbot. I don't know what Translator Tao wrote. You might just have to like quote it or sometimes because the chat moves very fast. No, I didn't see what you wrote. Oh, thank God, we met our goal. Thank you, Bunny. You're so kind to become a member. God bless all of you. You helped us reach our chat goal. And then Bunny became a member. She got towel emojis. What did the video you shared of IRG speakers saying Trump fired a trolling video is circulating X with him wearing Hello Kitty with a Hello Kitty flag? That's funny. What did Translator Towel Naomi say though? I missed it. Somebody asked me to like check what it said, but I didn't see what she said. I can't, like, there's so many comments. If I miss somebody saying something, it's almost impossible to go back and find it. I can try in real time. But yeah, if you ever see someone say something important, just quote it. Well, there's worldwide alert for Americans to be careful. Yeah, I saw that. You're my only membership on YouTube. Well, I love you, Bunny and Kofi. God bless you for all your support. Hashtag Save the Goats. And Kofi's wonderful. And Free Chloe. If you become a member or you gift memberships, people get like emojis. You get emojis. It's a wonderful time. We're praying right now. There are reports of an impact in Israel, but I only have early footage, okay? I only have very early footage of a cluster missile fired towards Tel Aviv. This is some of the footage coming in from the ever-vigilant Valhalla. We have strikes on Iran. This is the latest footage of the cluster missile that fell on Tel Aviv. I do not have impact. I do not have impact footage. This is a Khorram Shaher 4. Okay, you know exactly the video that I'm talking about. Breaking, direct hit on Tel Aviv. Breaking, direct hit on Tel Aviv. Breaking, breaking, direct hit on Tel Aviv. Oh my word. Breaking, direct hit on Tel Aviv. Hold on. I didn't hear the explosion, but I think it's a direct hit on Tel Aviv. Breaking, direct hit on Tel Aviv. It looks outside the center of the city, but this is the latest that I have just now from Tel Aviv. 1 minute ago from Tel Aviv, the latest on the ground. This was from the wave you just watched play out live on this stream. Latest from Tel Aviv on your screen literally 2 minutes ago. coming up on the screen. It's probably from 20 minutes ago. This is Tel Aviv. This is the next one. This is also from the latest wave targeting Tel Aviv. Latest wave headed into Tel Aviv. It's a Khorram Sharher 4. It's bomblets. There's no sound in this video, but that's a Khorram Sharher 4. Okay? I know exactly what that is. Same footage. Same bomb. It's a Khorram Sharher 4, and it hits. You can't stop it. Once it gets that close, you can't stop it. Direct hits in Tel Aviv. Direct hits in the Negev. Direct hits in Tel Aviv. Direct hits in the Negev. I repeat, direct hits in the Negev. Direct hits in Tel Aviv. I repeat, direct hits in the Negev. Direct hits in Tel Aviv. There have been direct hits in multiple cities. I repeat, in the past few minutes, there have been direct hits in multiple cities in Israel. Direct hit in Tel Aviv. Direct hit in the Negev. I repeat, I am able to report there has been a direct hit in the Negev and a direct hit in Tel Aviv. There are also cluster bombs that were fired at both of those cities. I expect the damage to be intense. I now have the latest footage for you, again, of the impact in Tel Aviv just now. I don't think this has any volume. I'll double check. It does. That is Tel Aviv now. This is the impact. There has been a direct hit in Tel Aviv with a ballistic missile. That's not a cluster missile. That's separate from the Khorram Sharher. I'm telling you, that's separate. That is a different missile. That's a direct hit. There has been a direct hit in Tel Aviv, and there has been a direct hit in the Negev. Oh, excuse me, this is a Negev. Tel Aviv was very similar. This is the direct hit in the Negev. Correction. This is the direct hit in the Negev. The Tel Aviv hit looked very similar. And there was also a Khorram Sharher 4 missile fired. Correction, this is the hit in the Negev. Correcting. The first one was Tel Aviv, this is the Negev. Very similar missiles. Negev. This is the Negev. Repeat, this was the one in the Negev. This was the first one. That was the hit in the Negev. I repeat, there has been a hit in the Negev. Hello, Sammy. It's so good to see you. God bless you, El Cid Barrett. Good to see you, sir. Hello, Ifti Ahmad, my dear friend. This is the latest from Central Israel. This is the latest. This is just one of the missiles. I really gotta, maybe Bunny Tell can do it. Bunny, if you have my address, can you? But I don't want to make bunnies. Bunny, we gotta set something up. Like the actual hardest part. Oh, goodness. This is Central Israel. 1 second.
יו, זה פה. יו, תראו. יו, לא משתפסתי תקטיל, אני לא מאמין. נפילה.
This is the latest from Central Israel. Buddy, I'll just message you tomorrow. I think I just need a plan for like when I get overwhelmed and can't like eat. Because then hours go by and I know it's not good.
يو لو انت تفصيل كتير انا ما مين نفيلة
Latest from Central Israel. We've had multiple strikes, serious strikes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm getting you the footage from the ground as it comes in. Please be aware, though, that the last round was seriously intense and attacked in a way that was very bad.
يو زبو يو تيرون يو لو انت تفصيل كتير انا ما مين نفيلة
Latest from Central Israel. And you see the missile going and you hear an explosion. Did the oil markets open?
Yo.
Oh, I do, translator tell. I'm thinking about... So I'm on the Spectrum translator tell. I just have to like 10 minutes or 30 minutes a day. I like have a window between when I get my supplies. After I wake up, get my supplies and sit down before I start streaming. I just got to spend one of those 30-minute windows talking to like Tao, Grammy, Linda, and Bunny, and just some people who like know my daily routine. We just got to like figure out a way for an autistic person to like get a routine. Like I'm in a bad routine right now, and once I get in a good routine it will be better, but like I'm in a bad routine. It's getting a little bit easier every day because you're all very compassionate, but yeah, like I realize I have to like sit with them for 30 minutes and say, okay, like here's what will help, and then like I can use the donations or we can coordinate it, and then we can get me like snacks and a coffee maker and other things. But like autistic people, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's my version of autism. I'm very good at like facts and data and analysis and information and the history of things, but I'm very bad at like, I don't know, like food and like doing things and having to go to appointments. It's hard to explain. I'm trying though. I'm doing my best. God bless all of you for your patience with me. I know I get so anxious all the time because I'm like, oh, I failed again and I need to do this today and I didn't do a good job, but I try very hard. This is from Anada, near El Quds. This is the footage from Anada, near El Quds. I understand 1811 retired. I helped write the law in my state. You can look at my coverage of the CCC. Yeah, I have an Amazon wish list. That's a lot, 1.1 pound 41 a liter, because there's 4 liters in a gallon, so that's like 6 pound. What's the conversion rate right now from pounds to dollars? 2 to 1. Pound to USD rate. So you paid like, let me see, like $8.50 a gallon. That's a lot. People here, if people here had to pay $8.50 a gallon, they would lose their mind. I'm going to order, I think, some pizza for dinner. It's cheap. Again, you're looking at the latest footage from over Al Quds. Okay, this was the missile that went into Israel. And I don't believe it was intercepted. I'm looking for impact footage now. I'll give you impact footage as soon as I have it. These are the latest pictures coming in from southern Israel and northern Israel and Tel Aviv now. This is the latest pictures. Welcome, Ranyi Eddie. God bless you. Thank you for coming by the channel. Enjoy your time here. We're very lucky to have you. This is one of the cluster munitions that hit in parts of Israel. We have just had a serious round of volleys from Iran. You're doing great, Kustadas. Kustadas is allowed to use all caps as needed. Kustadas is wonderful. I have more pictures now from Iran. I have more pictures now just in from Iran. This is the strike on the IRGC Navy base in the city of Biza, 55 kilometers from Shiraz. Okay, I have the newest footage in from Iran just 1 minute ago. This is the latest from Iran. The latest from Iran. This is in Shiraz, 35 kilometers southwest of Shiraz. This is the IRCG Navy base in Biza. IRGC Navy base getting struck in Biza, Iran, tonight. Yes, I heard about the massive strike at the Air Force Base. I've been looking for footage, and we might be able to get a clip of it at the top of the hour on Al Jazeera. The dog is there. You're looking at the latest from the IRCG Navy base in Biza, 55 kilometers from Shiraz, taking very serious hits and seriously on fire. Very serious cluster missiles have fallen in Tel Aviv, fragments. Direct strike in Ramat Gan. Direct strike in Ramat Gan. Direct strike in Ramat Gan. I repeat, there has been a direct strike in the north of Tel Aviv, Ramat Gan. I'm going to bring it up for you now. There has been a direct strike in Ramat Gan. From my understanding, I do not have footage from on the ground. Just minutes ago, an apparent direct strike in Ramat Gan, north of Tel Aviv. It's a suburb. Ramat Gan. You can see the impact. There has been an impact in Ramat Gan. It looks like it was in the middle of a civilian area. Again, repeat, there has been a direct impact in Ramat Gan. It looks like it was in a civilian area. Again, a direct impact in Ramat Gan. Latest round of strikes from Iran. This is Ramat Gan, north of Tel Aviv. There has been a direct strike. Iran has hit Ramat Gan directly. I repeat, Iran also fired this missile at Israel. They fired a bunch in the last round. Ramat Gan has been hit, I repeat, and there are cluster missiles falling. This is all from the latest round that you saw live here within the last hour. Multiple missiles fired at Tel Aviv, in multiple hits in the environs and multiple hits in the Negev. I do not know where the strikes were, but they are Khorram Sharher missiles, at least some of them. I'm about to talk about the strikes in Iran too. I really appreciate those who send the footage from Iran. It is very hard to get. Iran is probably one region in the world right now due to internet connectivity where getting footage of the hits on Iran are almost impossible. Here is a fragment from here is a fragment falling over Tel Aviv. But yes, you can of course send footage from any country, and I will play it if I can verify it. Some of the footage making its way around tonight, purporting to be from Tehran, is also old. But there is some footage from Iran tonight that is new. This is a rocket fragment, the most recent round over Tel Aviv. Ramat Gan, correct. Welcome, Sam Solution. God bless you. Latest from Ramat Gan. Oh, do you mean for the soldiers, Tiffany, for helping our heroes? I don't have a Google Doc. Actually, Tiffany Bob, would you mind messaging me on Discord. I need some help putting together that Google Doc, and then we can share it all the time in chat. Tiffany Bob, if you want to help me with that. Welcome, Moo Takop. I don't think any of the civilians are winning. I don't think civilians or the animals can win a war. I don't think anyone can really win a war. You just eventually stop the fighting and one side gets more of what they want than the other side. Here is the latest from, I believe, Tel Aviv. This was higher quality footage of the cluster missile falling on Tel Aviv just now. Oh goodness. Yeah, very serious strikes in Tel Aviv tonight. So not only what you're seeing on your screen, which doesn't have audio, but I have now more footage for you. The latest now from Tel Aviv. Within the past 10 minutes, a number of very serious strikes falling. Oh, I showed you this one already. That was the latest from northern Tel Aviv. Now I have even more pictures coming in for you right now. This is more video now from Tel Aviv. Oh, welcome, Ursula. God bless you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Hashtag save the goats and the penguins. You have lots of towel emojis now. Hi, T.A. Sarah. You're wonderful. How are you tonight? Lots of bonus points to give out. You are signed up for all the news, T.A. Sarah. You're the one who gives out the bonus points. Again, you're looking at a cluster munition falling over Israel just now. Yes, Kustatis will bring the Uzo. Kustatis said I'm going to learn about Uzo. I've had Uzo one time. I don't really drink though. But I'll learn about it. Kustatis can teach me about it. I just won't drink it. My name is Grant Smith Elvis. It's coming up on 6:40 p.m. Eastern War Time. It's Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is 12:40 a.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It is 1:50 a.m. in Tehran. These are the latest pictures from Tel Aviv, where rockets have been falling throughout central Israel and southern Israel over the past 20 minutes. We are waiting for confirmation. There were strikes in multiple areas in Israel. These are the latest pictures from on the ground. Yeah, that was a strike. There are multiple hits. There's been an impact in Netanya. There's been an impact in Ashkelon. Oh goodness, I have the first video. I have the first damage impact assessment coming out. I have the first damage impact assessment coming out now from Israel. It is not good. The first damage impact assessment has come in and it is not good. George, it is so good to see you. God bless you, dear friend. Here is three more. Here's the first damage impact assessment from the ground in Israel. This is Tel Aviv. No initial reported injuries, but this is the initial damage assessment. There will be more. This is from the latest round. There were multiple hits. You can't. All the world's a stage. You can't really intercept a Khorram Shahar. If you don't get it early enough, you can't really intercept it. It's one of those missiles. I'll show you the video about it, but you can't really intercept it. This is the latest from the ground in Israel, Tel Aviv, just minutes ago. Next. This is more damage. This is the initial damage report. Tel Aviv, just minutes ago. I repeat, just minutes ago. Very serious damage in Tel Aviv. No initial reported casualties. But you are looking at just the initial damage. Now I have image. No, there was a failed ballistic missile launch from Iran an hour ago. So Ashkelon, Tel Aviv, south in the Negev, just multiple impacts. There's been a bombing in Karamabad, the capital of Loristan in western Iran. And if you're wondering, what is Iran firing? Why are these bomblets getting through? Oh, all the world's a stage. I know, I agree. Much less interceptors like the normal today. I think they're going down. I think the interceptors are not as prevalent. There's just lots of impacts on Israel right now, serious amounts, but they're small. They're bomblets compared to some of the other impacts. At least some of them were bomblets. I have more footage coming in right now from Israel. I have more footage of this scene from a different angle. There is also damage, as I mentioned, in Iran tonight. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am taking you through the most recent round of damage. There is damage in Iran. There is damage in Israel. Here is the footage of the missile falling in Tel Aviv just within the last hour or two. God bless you, Dowd. Welcome to the channel. Jay Brisket, you're on thin ice. Didn't we have a problem yesterday, Jay Brisket, with that? No baiting. We do support the USA and Israel, though. But if I recall yesterday, Mr. Jay Brisket, there was a little bit of trolling, and then I had to like cook the brisket, you know. So, you know, actually. Is that what that person's name is? Maybe that's not Jay Brisket. Let's see how they respond. It could just be someone who I think is Jay Brisket, but has a different name. So we'll give him a chance. T.A. Sarah, you think we have to take Jay Brisket's wrench away? If I recall, Jay Brisket was kind of trolling a little bit yesterday, so I'll just leave them at the mercy of the entire chat. Have fun with that one. Here's the latest from Netanya. I think we took a look at this one. Yes. Here's Ashkelon impact scene. Here's the latest from the bombing of Karamabad in the capital of Loristan, western Iran, from Al Arabia.
هذه صور لموقع خرم أباد في غرب إيران، حيث يبدو أن هناك استهداف صاروخي أو انفجار ما. نلاحظ هذا الدخان.
If you're on your best behavior today, Jay Brisket, if you're on your best behavior, you can stay.
ما نلاحظ هذا الدخان في سماء خرم أباد عاصمة لورنستان غرب البلاد. خرم أباد هي العاصمة التي نشاهدها الآن على الهواء، وهناك وفقا للإعلام الإيراني قصف لموقع فيها. لم يتبين هذا الموقع تحديدا، ولكن يبدو أن هناك قصف صاروخي إسرائيلي في خرم أباد.
All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's the latest from Iran. Hello? 1 second. Yeah, that's the latest from Iran. Here are more pictures from Tel Aviv. Now I have one more damage assessment from Tel Aviv just initially coming in now. This is from Tel Aviv, just coming in now. Thank you, Kingsley. It will be tough to open on Facebook, but if you have a Twitter link, I'll look at it. Thank you for sharing. I think I looked at it earlier, but I will replay it. Now I have footage for you of the Khorram Shahar actually opening midair. Okay, I have footage for you of the missile one in the last round that fired at Israel opening in midair. Okay, this is the Khorram Shahar opening in midair. If I can make that more clear for you. Okay, that's a Khorram Shahar opening in midair. Probably the clearest footage you'll see of the Iranian Khorram Shahar opening. It's a mid-air dispersal of the bomblets. They spend nights in shelters, sadly, Dowd. Some places don't have air raid warnings, though. Thank you, All the World's a Stage. I have a reporter, an Arabic reporter with English translations in Gaza from the latest wave. Again, you're looking at a Khorram Shahar opening midstream. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll take you back now to our main feed, where I have a report from an Arabic reporter with English subtitles in Gaza, I believe, from the latest wave of attacks. Let's take a look. Thank you to All the World's a Stage for always providing videos that are translated and very helpful. Let's take a listen. There will be an ad first. Always turn your ad blockers off on YouTube. Thank you to YouTube for being such a wonderful platform. Let's take a listen. With English subtitles.
Hello, Omar. The Israeli army has escalated its military attacks in recent days across various areas of the Gaza Strip. And on the third day of Eid al-Fitr, it intensified strikes.
Oh, they're starting to translate it into English. That's great. Let me lower the quality so it'll be easier for the computer to digest. They're translating it into English, huh? That's great.
Hello, Omar. Hello, Omar. The Israeli army has escalated its military attacks in recent days across various areas of Gaza Strip. And on the third day of Eid al-Fitr, it intensified strikes in several regions during the past few hours. The latest of these raids was a short while ago, targeting the eastern areas of the Al-Tufa neighborhood, specifically to the northeast of Gaza City, close to the Yellow Line, where the Israeli army is present. In those areas it controls. Since the ceasefire was 164 days ago, as the ceasefire agreement has passed. Yet the Israeli army is still targeting the Gaza Strip. An Israeli warplane targeted a residential apartment on Al Yarmouk Street, specifically in the Al Daraj neighborhood in the center of Gaza City. This targeting resulted in 4 injuries being recorded, including a child. They were transported by ambulances, which rushed to the scene of the strike to Al-Shifa Medical Complex, specifically in the western areas. And then the civil defense crews headed there, and just a short while ago, they managed to extinguish the fire that broke out as a result of this Israeli raid. Noting, Omar, that this area is densely packed with large numbers of Palestinian families. And next to the apartment that was targeted by the Israeli occupation aircraft is a restaurant. Yeah, consequently, Palestinians are crowded in this specific area. And until this moment, the Israeli drones are still flying at very low altitudes in the skies of Gaza City and the northern strip. And perhaps this paves the way for more Israeli strikes during the coming hours. We are speaking, Omar, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health, the total number of martyrs has reached, since the ceasefire was declared until this moment, more than 60,000 martyrs, including children and women, while the total number of injuries reached, which arrived at Gaza Strip hospitals since the ceasefire was declared, more than 819 injured, also including children and women, and as well as strikes on various ongoing. And we note there were several strikes today. Yeah, there was a strike in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in the northwestern region, specifically of Gaza City. And as a result of this raid, which targeted a group of Palestinians, it led to the martyrdom of 1 Palestinian and injured others. They were transported to the hospital. Also, in Al-Nusayrat camp in the middle of the Gaza Strip, a vehicle belonging to the Gaza police was targeted, and this strike led to the martyrdom of 3 police officers and 10 injuries recorded among passing citizens at the moment of the strike. They were transported to the hospital in the middle of the strip. Therefore, Omar, we are talking about a clear increase and an unprecedented pace of Israeli bombing on the Gaza Strip. And the Israeli army is escalating its attacks on various areas. And from time to time, we hear sounds of artillery shelling in the eastern regions, whether in Gaza City or the north of the Strip, or most governorates of the Gaza Strip. Thank you very much, Taimur Dallouf.
So that was Al-Gad TV translated into English. That's very helpful. Thank you, All the World's a Stage, for providing that. There are a number of attacks in Israel tonight. There has been a wave of missiles. I'm not even sure that I have the full extent of the impacts. We'll take Al Jazeera Arabic for 5 minutes, and then we will go back over to Al Jazeera English. So we'll take Al Jazeera Arabic for 5 minutes, and then at the top of the hour we'll get an English update. We couldn't even take the last Al Jazeera English update because immediately upon the top of the hour there was a strike by Iran, and it took 55 minutes to even process what had just happened. There were hits in the Negev, in Tel Aviv, throughout the area. Iran hit for the first time in South Lebanon, Israeli army positions. Here's Al Jazeera Arabic.
وشاهدنا اضمحلالا لبعض هذه الأمور. الرئيس بايدن ما كان لديه علاقات مع إسرائيل، ولكن أيضا لم يكن لديه علاقات مع دول الخليج، وضاعت هذه الفرصة. إن أولوية ترامب تقضي بالتأكد من أن الاحتياجات الاقتصادية والذاتية للدول في منطقة الشرق الأوسط هي مؤمنة، وهذا جزء من المعادلة التي يأخذها بعين الاعتبار عندما يتحرك. أنا متأكد من أنه على تواصل مع ولي العهد، وأنا متأكد من أنه على تواصل مع القيادات في كل البلدان في المنطقة هنا للتأكد من حصوله على المعلومات أول بأول بخصوص التحركات وبخصوص موقف هذه الدول. عدد كبير من الدول أعرب عن موقف حيادي، ولكن بشكل علني تقول هذه الدول أنها تحتفظ بحقها لكي تستخدم القوة العسكرية ضد إيران في حال تعرضت للهجوم. أعتقد أنه يأخذ كل هذه المعلومات بعين الاعتبار قبل اتخاذ أي خطوة، وفعل ذلك. ولكن سجل الرئيس في السنوات 8 9 10 الماضية يقول لنا أنه يحاول أن ينسج العلاقات الأمريكية مع دول الخليج بمستويات عالية.
دكتور مهند، طبعا هيئة البث الإسرائيلي.
Okay, going to take us to Al Jazeera English now. That was a good update from Al Jazeera Arabic, but they weren't there. Good. Yes. God bless you. We're on the super chat chain. I think I found out how we'll do it. If, like, I'll do decompression breaks every few hours, but if I set a goal that says I'll play you, like, goat videos, and we reach the goal, then we'll just do a decompression break whenever that happens, unless there's breaking news. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a good way. Whoever came up, Miss Clutch, you are clutch. Happy birthday again to Miss Clutch, who is genius and came up with a great idea for decompression breaks and to help the channel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to get some dinner soon. I'll order my dinner during this top of the hour break. Otherwise, Grammy, Towel, Linda, and Towel Mom Lynn will yell at me. And you all sent donations for dinner, so I'm going to order dinner. I'll take you to Al Jazeera for the top of the hour update.
For us to work more closely with public authorities in ensuring that they have a proper records management system, a disaster risk management system.
Top of the hour update, Al
to
Jazeera.
deal with crisis in the future.
The complex operation will likely take a long time to be completed, leaving those with active cases, like the Babylagamas, no choice but to wait and hope. Vinay Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
All right, well, we're going to take a very short break. Do stay with us because the news continues here at the top of the hour.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera correspondents are on the ground.
Donald Trump says he intends to speak to the Iranians in the next couple of days, but added he has no idea who will be on the other end of the call.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead.
A lot of signs, people saying that the U.S. should not be attacking Iran, calling on Congress to act.
Members of Congress are away from Washington this weekend.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests.
This was our last best chance to strike.
The U.S. Senate has decided they are not going to step in and stop this ever-expanding war.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for
I'm
itself?
getting some dinner.
Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a
I hope you all eat
supporter
too. It's
of
important to
terrorism
eat.
over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is in this.
Inside story.
Okay, so I'm getting, just so you know, I'm getting chicken. It's really good. It says I can get bread bites too, but I know if I get bread bites, they'll go to waste. So yeah, I hope you get some dinner too. It's important to eat during these tense times, as Towel Grammy, Linda, and Towel Mom Lynn, and Bunny tell me.
Hello, I'm Sara Khairat and this is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, Iran says it will completely shut the Strait of Hormuz if the US attacks its power plants. And Tehran says that if that happens, power plants, desalination units and US economic interests in the region would be legitimate targets. Israel's Prime Minister pledges to, quote, destroy Iran after missile strikes injured more than 180 people. And Israel blows up bridges in southern Lebanon as it steps.
I had a request from Celtic Grammy Linda, from Towel Grammy Linda. I am getting I got a deal. It's a New York style pizza, and it has buffalo chicken. I think you inspired me Tao, Grammy Linda, with your talk earlier, barbecue. So it was supposed to be spicy, but I took the jalapenos off. I can't have spicy food with my colitis. So they're going to bring me a barbecue chicken pizza with the grilled chicken. It's New York style, so it's flatbread crust. I think it'll be very good, and I'm very grateful, and God bless you all, and I'm very grateful to God for the opportunity to order this food and to be taken care of by so many wonderful people while I do the work that I care about. And God bless you all tonight. And God bless you, Grammy Linda, and Tao Mom Lynn, and Tao Mom Bunny, and God bless Nikki and Liam and everyone who helps in the chat. You're also wonderful. And Nunya Towel, you're all wonderful. Yeah, I love you all very much. Oh, yes. I wish I could have gotten chicken egg rolls tonight. I will try egg rolls, I promise. I have to prepare myself for new food because I'm autistic. But I will try egg rolls. Someone has said that I should try them. I will do it. It's on my list. I have to get Chinese food one night this week, and then I will tell you what I think of egg rolls. I've never had egg rolls. I've only had one apple in my life. I tried an orange one time. It was okay. But anyway, new foods are scary. But I'll try. I'm working on it with your support. God bless all of you.
Its assault against Hezbollah. There are threats of further escalation in a high-stakes standoff between the US and Iran over the Strait of Hormuz. That's a key waterway that Tehran has been blocking for weeks. President Donald Trump issued an ultimatum on Saturday saying the US will, he said, obliterate Iran's power plants if it doesn't open the strait within 24 hours. Now, Iran says the strait isn't closed, but only those that are deemed as enemy ships are blocked from passing through. And it's also vowed a swift retaliation should Trump make good on his threat.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
On the ground, US and Israeli airstrikes are pounding communities across Iran. The Iranian Red Crescent shared these images that you're seeing there from the northwestern city of Tabriz. US-Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,400 people across the country. Ali Hashim reports from the capital, Tehran.
It's clear that the tone is confrontational and it's multi-layered when it comes to the different authorities and sectors within the state, military, diplomacy, politicians. So they're all within one framework, which is retaliating to American interests in the region and Israel when it comes to the targeting of Iran's power plants. This is what we heard from the military and their spokesperson, who actually posted a map showing several power plants and facilities across the Gulf and in Israel. Also, we heard from them saying that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed till these power plants are repaired. The Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammed Bakr Qalibaf, a very influential politician and someone who is believed to be in the war room right now, also said that this is going to lead to retaliation, and later on he tweeted once again saying that this is going to also lead to retaliation towards American financial companies and whoever works with them. The foreign ministry, as you just read, Abbas Araghchi spoke about that the strait isn't closed actually, but it's the insurance companies who are hesitating because they fear the war of choice, as he said, and this strait is open to the friends of Iran. They are exploiting the leverage they have on the Hormuz Strait, and this is causing disruptions in the energy market, especially if there's also another strait closed like Bab el-Mandab. Whenever the Houthis enter the war, then there will be another choke point and there will be another global crisis. So this is what they are relying on right now, plus the retaliation that they are vowing to do in case they are attacked in their power plants. So Iran is trying its best during this war to raise the price, put more pain on other parties in order to pressure the United States to stop this war.
All right, well, we have correspondents across the globe in Baghdad, Amman, Beirut, and also in Washington, D.C., and that's where Teresa Bow is live for us from there. Teresa, we're almost halfway through that deadline that Trump is self-imposing on Iran, and it seems his original plan to escort ships through the Hormuz sort of has gone away now, but now he's saying he'll obliterate Iran's energy or else.
Well, yes, and those are the messages that we've been seeing from the president, changing messages on social media. On Saturday, he said that he was going to obliterate power plants in Iran if it did not open the Strait of Hormuz. But on Friday, he has said it was time to start winding down. So certainly lots of mixed messages. But what is certain right now is that for the U.S. government, it is a priority to open up the Strait of Hormuz. It's not clear how. We've seen in the past week how Trump started pressuring European leaders mostly to help or create a coalition to open up the strait. Initially, that did not happen. The European Union has resisted in getting involved in this war, saying that mostly it's not its war. It's a war it did not start and did not endorse. However, last Thursday, we saw a communique from members of the European Union and Japan also saying that it's time to start thinking and planning to how to open up the strait. Also, there was a conversation this Sunday between the U.S. president and the UK, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, about the necessity to open the strait. So what's to do now? What is the U.S. government? And that's the big question. Iran has been using mines along the strait and also small boats attacking the vessels that belong to countries that are involved in any type or any way or are allies of those who are attacking Iran right now. So it's finding a way. What we do know is that the United States is increasing its military presence in the Middle East, sending 3 warships with 2,500 Marines. They're from a very specific unit. It's called the 11th Expeditionary Marine Unit that is involved in ground operations, high-risk operations at sea, among others. And there's some speculation that it could take part in this type of attacks on the Iranian coast. But of course, this is not certain. But what is certain is that opening the strait has become a priority, not just for the Trump administration, but also for the European Union. They say that the priority right now is to de-escalate the current war in order to be able to go in and find a solution. But that's something that until now, the Trump administration has not considered.
All right, and stay with us there, Teresa, because the U.S. Treasury Secretary has defended the decision to lift sanctions on stranded Iranian oil at sea for 30 days. Scott Bessent says it will allow Washington to limit Iran's oil profits.
About 140 million barrels are out on the water. In essence, we are jujitsuing the Iranians. We are using their own oil against them. We have a much better line of sight, to be clear, at Treasury when this oil goes to, if it goes to Indonesia, if it goes to Japan, if it goes to Korea, we have a much better line of sight and are able to block accounts that the oil goes into.
So, Teresa, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, defending that decision to lift sanctions on Iran's oil. But is that likely to reassure Americans, do you think?
Well, that's a big question. And for now, they're not seeing any type of reactions on the street, not just about this latest measure, but the U.S. government has been taking other measures to try to bring down the price of oil, for example, using strategic research, also waiving.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2.
Don't forget to leave your ad blockers off on YouTube. It helps all our channels. Thank you very much.
Seeing the price for oil that has increased at least $1 just since this war started. And this is a huge concern, not just because of the price of gas. The possibility of more inflation, small businesses that depend on the price of oil, among so many other things. And that's why the government is trying to find immediate solution, and it may take time. On that same interview with Sen today, he said that it could take 30 days, 50 days, or 100 days, but there's going to be peace in the Middle East after this war. And that's the big question. Nobody really knows what is going to happen or when this war is going to end. And for the U.S. administration right now, bringing down the price of oil is political. I mean, there's midterm elections later this year. People here, when you talk to them, they say they are concerned about the war. They believe that bringing down the price of oil should be a priority for the current administration, and that is something that will also help them define who they will vote in the upcoming elections, the midterm elections later this year.
All right, thanks for that update. That's Teresa Bo from Washington, D.C. Now, as we mentioned earlier, the Iranian response to U.S. pressure over the flow of oil has been one of defiance. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, but ships hesitate because insurers fear the war of choice the United States initiated, not Iran. He insists that freedom of navigation cannot exist without freedom of trade. Respect both or expect neither, he says. And joining us for more on this from Tehran is Abbas Aslani. Back again, thank you very much. A senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. So when we hear from Teresa there, looking forward, really, we have another day or so from when this Trump threat is supposed to end. How do you think Iran is taking that threat right now?
Sarah, Iran is considering and taking that seriously, but we are seeing no sign of, let's say, surrender or, let's say, weakness from the Iranian side. And on the contrary, what exhibiting is a shift in their operational posture. Iran is trying to not just fight for its survival, but also to turn this immediate threat into a long-term, let's say, strategic opportunity. So that's why it's unlikely for Tehran, in order to capitulate toward that ultimatum from American president. And some are saying that if it takes, Iran should pay the cost in case that the United States attacks part of the energy infrastructure in the country, in order to continue this fight till the moment that it's able to establish a strategic equation whereby its long-term security interests are guaranteed. What it means that Iran not only wants to stop this ongoing aggression, but also to make sure that there will be no further attacks in future. So that's why, any step back at the moment from Iranian side will be translated as a sign of weakness from the perspective of many here in Tehran, and the United States will come 10 steps ahead. So that's why Iran thinks that it should not, given to the ultimatum from the American president. And this might be, somehow signaling that there might be a new level of escalation as we speak, or the days to come, and this might also open new fronts in the ongoing war.
Yeah, and speaking on new fronts, in a message on Sunday, commander of Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, of course that's Iran's highest operational command, one of the majors announced a shift in the country's military strategy from a defensive posturing to an offensive one. How so?
Well, this indicates that Iran is not just in the reactive mode, but wants to be, take actions which somehow could change the course of the conflict. It is part of a multi-layered, let's say, battle, which is not limited to the military field, but also the economic aspect as well. And Iran, has been adopting and let's say, eye for an eye policies so far, but it thinks that this has not been that much, let's say, it has been effective to the extent, but in order to make it more effective, the country and the sources these days are saying that this time, if the infrastructure is targeted by the United States or Israel, they will try to somehow go beyond proportionate response and trying to somehow retaliate in.
I'm breaking in. My food is on the way, but I have the latest from Tel Aviv. It's bad. The latest round of strikes have caused a serious amount of damage. Our prayers are very important. The amount of civilians in harm's way across multiple cities, in Iran, in Israel, every night, every day, every hour. That is one cluster munition impact. There's like 80 that fall at once. They don't fall, they fall randomly. Stu, that, yep. Stu, I'm taking a look at the live map now. Again from Israel. And here's the latest in here's the bombing map live from Stu. Stu's a very good collector of information. There have been hits on the U.S. base in the UAE. I repeat, there have been targeting of the U.S. base at the UAE. What you are looking at now is a live map of the power outages and bombs hitting Tehran. Thank you very much to Stu for that. I'm going to bookmark that. Good job, Stu. God bless you, sir. Thank you for that help. While Al Jazeera is still updating, I'm now going to take you over here. I'm going to show you the Fox reporter live during those most recent rockets in Tel Aviv.
Going off. That means the missiles are inbound, and we look off in the direction of Iran right now and wait to see where these missiles will appear. And
bro, they don't come from Iran. Listen to me, Fox. Listen. Dude, they come when they're coming at Tel Aviv and they're cluster munitions. Mr. Fox News reporter, I pray for your safety, but also just listen. The cluster munitions always come from Lebanon. When they come into Tel Aviv, they come from the north of Israel, okay, over Kiryat Shimona. They always come through South Lebanon as they use that as air cover because Hezbollah is on the ground there. And when the cluster munitions come, they come through South Lebanon. When the cruise missiles come, the hypersonics, those come from Jordan and from Iraq and over that area. But no, when it's a cluster munition, it's 100% of the time going to come from the north, over South Lebanon, over North Israel, into Tel Aviv.
The sky.
100%
It's very different than the shorter range rockets that we see out of Lebanon and we saw out of the Gaza Strip for so many years. Because those.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. Listen to me. When it's a cluster munition, it always comes over South Lebanon, and Hezbollah fires the rockets at the same time when it's coming to deplete the air defenses.
Run out of fuel halfway, and you don't see the inbound rocket. You only see the interceptors go up. What's different about the things that come in from Iran is they're ballistic missiles, so they leave the atmosphere.
Oh, my God, no. Listen to me. Hezbollah only attacks in the... Sorry for saying, oh, my God, I was just frustrated. Hezbollah only attacks in the north, really. They do have some Scud missiles they can fire 300 kilometers, but that's new. On the whole, Hezbollah only attacks in the north. Hezbollah's role is to send a lot of drones and missiles that do hit, but they're annoyance attacks for the air defenses. They're like a coordinated wave. Hezbollah is not running out of fuel in its rockets. They're purposefully sacrificing their missiles and drones so that Iran can get their missiles in.
And when they re-enter, it's almost like a meteor shower with the rocket coming back in.
Bro, that is only one type of missile from Iran. That's the Khorram Shaher 4. And there are other types called the cruise missile. This guy's like fine, but he doesn't get it. He only gets like 40%.
Because they get hot upon re-entry to the atmosphere, and then you'll see the
No, bro. once you see those bomblets, they can't be intercepted. Once you've seen the Khorram Shahar open 7 kilometers from the target, they cannot be intercepted.
Interceptors go up after them. So right now what you hear over Tel Aviv, I'll hold the microphone now. Those are the air raid sirens. The Israeli population now is pretty disciplined about getting into the shelter.
Yeah, the site that Stu linked looks pretty legit. It's updated pretty often. There's other... So Stu's map coupled with the fire map, which is edited by NASA to hide the war details. You can keep an eye on the power grid. I have another map for you too, Stu, that will show you the actual power grid. It won't show you it off or on, but it'll show you the power grid by line, all the substations in Tehran. Whoever shared that with me, it might have been All the World's a Stage. I don't remember, but that was very helpful. Here is the latest from the UAE, where there is apparently shelling on U.S. bases. The latest from the UAE. Hello, 666 Ray of Light. Yes, sirens in Kuwait now, and there's, thank you very much. I pray for those in Kuwait in harm's way. And then there's also there's also bombs falling without sirens in the UAE at the US bases right now. You're listening to the latest from on the ground in the UAE. Yeah, I don't know who I was speaking to or trying to convince to do something. I just sometimes just say things onto the stream. Blessings YZK3, so God bless you, welcome to the stream. But yeah, I just sometimes say things. I hope people listen. I don't exactly anticipate that they'll listen. Uh-oh. Hezbollah getting in trouble. They've been hiding weapons in humanitarian shelters.
Multi-layered defense. You've got the Iron Dome.
It looks like there's a power outage in Israel as well. There was a pretty big hit. Hello, 1R266P. Welcome to the channel. God bless you. Thank you for being here. It looks like there is major damage as well. It looks like there is fires in the... There's a fire in Nir Am in Gaza. Did any countries rely on Iran for electricity? No, I don't believe so, not directly, Larry. They have a very robust internal electric grid, but I think most countries rely on Iran for generation of, or sale of oil to power their grids, maybe, or power functions of their grid. Thank you for that question, Larry, as always. But no, I don't believe that, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe that Iran sends its domestic electrical grid out to other countries, but it does have a robust electrical grid domestically, from what I understand. So now I'll take a look. I'll show you the most recent. If you did not see this, this is just one of the pieces of damage in Tel Aviv, in one of the suburbs. This is just one example of the bomblets. Joyce, correct. That clip is making the rounds right now. Is tonight in Tehran? It is not. That clip is from a few weeks ago, but there is bombing on Tehran's energy infrastructure tonight. But that clip in particular is from the past, I'd say 2 weeks, but not tonight. But it is the case that there is bombing on Tehran's energy infrastructure tonight. What you're seeing on the right there is another impact in Israel. Okay, what you're seeing on the right is another impact in Israel. That's tonight. I'm holding up good. Oh, Mimi, God bless you. Mimi, I am feeling so good. I'm about to get some food thanks to the kindness of so many people. And Mimi, I'm sorry to email you. I know I'm supposed to. I've just been so busy. I'm going to do it this weekend. Your energy and presence, though, Mimi, that is wonderful. Magnum, welcome to the stream. I would just prefer you don't use that word. I understand, like, it's a colloquialism, but treat this like the House of Commons. We're, like, very amiable here, and you can have any opinion you want, but there just might be people who take that word. It's not like tone policing. It's just like you can say it and it can have an unintended impact on someone. I'm from an area where people use that word, like, colloquially, like in Boston. I overlook it, but, like, in chat, I don't want to see it. I'll have to put it on the filter list. I don't want to see it. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. This is the latest. This is the same footage you just saw, but from Al Arabiya, or Al Jazeera Arabic. Same footage. No, not a problem, Magnum. Not a problem. Oh, you apologize. That's so kind of you. God bless you, Magnum. That was very nice of you to apologize. Welcome to the channel. To say, well, welcome to the channel. I think we should welcome Magnum. It takes a very big person just immediately to be like, oh, sorry about that, and then move on and be welcome. So you're welcomed, Magnum. Thank you very much for that. This is footage of the most recent fall. That initial fire picture they used was from a few days ago, but they're reporting on a fire on the ground.
قبل قليل من كريات جات لاعتراضات وسقوط شظايا صاروخية في هذه المنطقة في كريات جات على ضوء ما تقوله يدعو أحرنوت والإشارة إلى حريق في بلدة نيرعام بغلاف غزة بعد سقوط صاروخ إيراني. إذا أحرنوت تتحدث عن سقوط صاروخ إيراني ما أدى إلى حريق في بلدة نيرعام بمنطقة
There is a fire
غزة.
in Niram town near Gaza. I repeat, a fire in Niram town near Gaza. Now I'll take you to Al Jazeera English while I go look for my dinner. Thank you all very much.
Stronger, let's say, intensity. This is aimed at,
Thank you,
let's say,
Magnum. God bless you,
changing
and
the
welcome to the channel.
calculus
God bless you
in
right
the
now.
American side.
Welcome to the channel.
Trying to somehow make sure that
Oh, God bless you,
the US
Gabriel Gas.
understands
Thank
that
you, my
if
dear
it takes
friend.
any new escalatory move, the cost will be heavier this time. And the aim of this, let's say, change from the defensive mode to the offensive mode aims to somehow change this course of action. Many are saying that if Iran just is engaged in defending, this will be the same, and this will be somehow a Lebanon-style model that for now and then they will come and attack the country. In order to stop this cycle, they think that something needs to change, and that is Iran's, let's say, operational posture, which somehow it needs to be more offensive.
All right, thank you very much. That's Abbas Aslani in Tehran. Now, Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missiles attacks. People are seeing scenes like this across the country. That's the scenes there that they're seeing. Interception efforts are underway. Falling shrapnel has been reported in several locations across southern and central Israel. Some communities have reported fires and damage. Well, earlier, Israeli police said an Iranian missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, that's south of Tel Aviv, and it was closed at the time with no injuries. Overnight, though, on Saturday, strikes on two cities in southern Israel caused extensive damage. The incidents have raised questions over Israel's air defense systems.
In every event, even in successes, we investigate the entire chain of performance, from the detection to the interception, discover new things, do corrections, and adapt to the situation. The Air Force is managing a complex defensive battle. More than 90% of the launches fired at Israel are intercepted.
Let's go to Rog McBride live first from the Jordanian capital, Amman. So we know there's been multiple shrapnel falling in different areas. Is there any damage at all?
Yeah, there have been reports that Israel has been experiencing intense missile activity incoming mainly from its believed Iran. There have been multiple alerts being issued mainly around the Jerusalem and central Israel areas, but also in the south. They seem to have been the target. The authorities there have been telling people to take shelter, reporting incoming Iranian missiles. There have been reports of explosions, and it's thought that some of the warheads have been these cluster type of munitions that distribute these smaller bomblets. So we are getting reports that at least 8 locations, mainly across central Israel, have been impacted by falling parts, falling debris or falling explosives. There is reports of damage. We're seeing that on social media. We're still trying to ascertain what casualties there might have been. Earlier, there were also alarms being issued right across a number of areas in northern Israel. They were later lifted. People were told it was safe to come out from shelters once more. But that really follows a pattern we have been seeing through Sunday, with multiple alerts being issued, especially affecting the north, because they are subjected not only to Iranian missile attacks, but also attacks from the north across the border, from Lebanon, from Hezbollah groups. So we had one 6-hour period on Sunday where there were 23 different alerts, and it does all add to this general sense of exhaustion amongst ordinary Israelis, who many of them have safe rooms in their homes, or they have access to shelters, are constantly having to go and take shelter. And there is a sense that the government had said right at the start of this conflict that as soon as possible they would start to drop some of these emergency measures and give a return to a sense of normalcy. But with this latest intensive exchanges, we are seeing that, for example, some of the school restrictions remain in place. Many schools are still closed. The restrictions on the numbers of people who can gather, that's also remains in place. And now we're hearing from the authorities that they are actually increasing the restrictions on the numbers of flights coming in and out of Ben Gurion International Airport and the numbers of passengers that can be on those flights.
Yeah, and just shifting now from Israel, of course, the Israeli army chief has said that the operation that it's carrying out against Hezbollah in Lebanon, that's the neighboring country, has only begun.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think generally, despite this sense of war weariness, there is a feeling amongst most Israelis that this has to be done. They fear a nuclear-armed Iranian regime under the current regime there as an existential threat. Similarly, they believe that Hezbollah has to be taken on, has to be effectively defanged or disabled. So we are seeing intensive fighting back and forth across the Lebanese border. The Israeli military have been launching artillery and airstrikes into southern Lebanon. They've been continuing this campaign of destroying buildings and bridges that they say have been used by Hezbollah. And it all does seem to lead to a sense that they are preparing the ground for something much bigger. In response, Hezbollah has been targeting Israeli soldiers inside Lebanon and also in northern Israel. And the Israeli military has confirmed that during Sunday, 7 soldiers have been hurt, some of them wounded by a drone. But the Israeli military have confirmed that their offensive into Lebanon will continue, in spite of whatever happens with Iran in their combined efforts, where their allies, the United States, against the Iranian regime. It does seem they have a separate agenda that they will still committed to following through, with many Israeli senior military officials going on Israeli media, I think, preparing the Israeli public for a long, hard conflict ahead as they continue their fight with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it might be a bit more long-term. Thanks very much, Rog McBride there in Amman. On the ground in Lebanon, airstrikes on the south of the country have killed at least 4 people on Sunday. Israeli forces have attacked the Qasimiya Bridge. That's a key crossing that links Lebanon south to the rest of the country. President Joseph Aoun has called the attack a prelude to ground invasion. Israeli forces said the bridges are being used by Hezbollah and that they need to be destroyed to prevent attacks on northern Israel. Well, Ubaida Hito is live for us in Beirut. Ubaida, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun saying that the attack on that bridge, I mean, of course, this is main infrastructure in the country, is a prelude to ground invasion. In what way is that?
Absolutely. Strong words of condemnation from the Lebanese president. He's saying that the Israeli forces are trying to cut the connection between the north and south of the country, describing it as a kind of collective punishment, a deliberate attempt to create a de facto buffer zone in the south of the country. But the Lebanese president says that it's going to make the humanitarian aid delivery to people south of the Litani River extremely difficult, and that the targeting of critical infrastructure, this civilian infrastructure like bridges, roads, there have also been 40 medical facilities targeted, over 24 paramedics and other emergency workers killed in these attacks. And the president is saying that the international community should condemn this along with Lebanon and intervene actually to prevent these kinds of attacks from happening, calling them possible violations of international humanitarian law. But what we're seeing is the Israeli forces expanding their operations significantly. There is a significant increase in the intensity of the fighting on the ground. In the Khiyam front, on the eastern side of the country, the fighting is now street to street in and around Khiyam between Hezbollah and the Israeli forces. In the center south of the country, there are an increased number of airstrikes in the Nabatia region and Marja Ayoun. There is a significant uptick in attacks by Israeli forces. In the west of the country, the Naqoura front is also intensifying, with Israeli forces trying to actually cross the border and reach this very strategic area near the Mediterranean Sea. And with these threats from Israeli officials about the expansion of the operation in Lebanon, despite what happens in Iran, that's got things here definitely in a very high tense environment.
All right, thanks very much. Ubaida Hito there in Beirut. Now, Iraqi authorities say 3 airstrikes have targeted an Iranian-aligned armed group in its stronghold south of Baghdad. The group is a former paramilitary coalition called Hashad al-Sha'bi, that's also known as Popular Mobilization Forces. Iraqi officials say the strikes came after an attack targeted a U.S. diplomatic and logistics center at Baghdad International Airport. Let's go live to the Iraqi capital, where Nicholas Huck is live for us. Nicholas, how are the Americans responding to the attacks on their facility exactly?
Well, to the attack, the drone attack, the U.S. used its air defense system called CRAS, and it was used to intercept that drone.
CRAM.
At the same time, they're evacuating from Victory Base. So there were NATO forces that were evacuated, and then American troops using planes that left the country. But this comes just hours after an Iran-backed militia group in Iraq declared or gave an ultimatum to the Americans: 5 more days to leave the American embassy, or else they will launch attacks against the U.S. embassy. And the difference with the Victory Base, which is on the outskirts of Baghdad, well, the U.S. embassy is in the heart of the Green Zone, in the heart of the city. And this has a profound effect for people here. They've lived through 5 years of relative stability after the war, and they are seeing this war come onto them, a war that they did not ask for. And so there's a sense of uncertainty among Iraqis. And earlier today, the Iraqi prime minister visited the headquarters of the intelligence headquarters, where there was a strike upon the building that left 1 person dead. And he was there to assess the situation, but also reassure and unite the people around this war, and to reassure them that they'll do all they can to ensure that there are as little attacks as possible. But the Iran-backed militia says they will continue to target U.S. positions in Iraq. Meanwhile, the Americans continue to launch airstrikes against these Iran-backed militias. One that happened just early on today, south of Baghdad, north of Babylon. Sarah?
All right, thanks very much. Nicholas Huck there with the update from Baghdad in Iraq. All right, let's take a look at some of the other news. Israeli settlers have attacked several Palestinian villages in the north of occupied West Bank. Homes and vehicles were set on fire in villages near Jenin and Nablus. There are reports of several injuries from the attacks. The Israeli military says it sent troops to respond to what it called extremist settlers, but Palestinians say such investigations almost never are brought to justice. Now, 3 Palestinians were killed after an Israeli airstrike targeted Al-Nusayrat refugee camp that's in central Gaza. In a separate strike on Sunday, 3 others were injured in an attack on a residential building in Gaza City. Israel has continued to bomb Gaza. That's despite a US-brokered ceasefire back in October. More than 600 Palestinians have been killed since then. Leftist candidates have performed well in France's municipal elections. Socialist Party candidate Emmanuel Grégoire has won the race for Paris mayor. Exit polls also indicate that Marseille's left-wing mayor Benoît Payan defeated his far-right rival Franck Alisio. These polls are being seen as a litmus test for next year's presidential election. Cuba has restored power to nearly half of the capital, Havana. That's less than 24 hours after the national grid collapsed for the second time in a week. The country's aging energy grid is under growing strain, and that's because of a US-imposed oil blockade. The blackouts have left many people struggling to get basic supplies, and that includes food and water. A gas explosion in the heart of Istanbul's old city has brought down 2 buildings. 9 people were caught under the rubble in the central Fatih district, which is home to historic sites like the Blue Mosque and Hagia Sophia. Emergency crews have been pulling people out from the debris. Officials say that all of those trapped have now been rescued. All right, well, Inside Story is next, looking at Iran's future after, of course, many of its top leaders have been assassinated. We will be back with our special coverage of the conflict in a little over, 30 minutes from now. Do stay with us. Hamad Jamjoon will be with you next.
So what they do is every half hour, they do like a break where they show an analysis. I'm eating my pizza. So I like to watch Al Jazeera's updates because, 1, I want to make sure my friend Ali Hashim is okay. And 2, I like to kind of analyze what they're doing. They do a pretty good job. They have probably 75 people doing what I'm doing. So they make a lot of calls about what to highlight, what not to highlight. They only have an hour of airtime at a time. I don't have to make those calls. I don't have to decide. I just play what happens live. They don't really report that way. They kind of package reports. They try to do it live, but they can't. There's no network other than maybe Al Mayadeen in Lebanon that I've seen that can actually process everything that happens live. They kind of can, but what they do is they have their field correspondents in each area, take what's going on and package it for a segment that they'll present. The only people who really do it live are Al Jazeera Arabic in Beirut. They will put someone in Beirut and they will have them report from there. Very similar in certain areas of the West Bank, like Ramallah. They can get someone in there. All right, you're gone. You're gone. I mean, I like that you're, supporting the channel, but you're gone. Bye, Matt. Wait a minute. Didn't I ban him? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. He just sent so many. We gotta ban you now, Matt. Sorry. Yeah, he banned now. And you gotta be timed out too, Matt. I'm gonna time you out. You got in trouble. You got in trouble, Matt. Matt, you got in trouble. Matt got in trouble for spamming. Matt, you can't be getting in trouble like that. Look what happened to Matt. He got in trouble for spamming. That's not good, Matt. Now you can't chat. He's gone. I caught him really quick. How good was that? You see how quickly I caught the spammer? I'm an efficient little tail. Alright, now let me just make sure everything's still good. Oh yeah, he was spamming hard, but I got him like right away. He was spamming. No, he was spamming. He was trying to make it so you all couldn't chat, but I caught him within like 5 seconds. I banned him. He's banned now. He's all banned. No spamming the channel. I'm trying to eat my pizza. Here's the latest for you from on the ground, where there is, this is from Al Jazeera Arabic, there's pretty serious damage in certain areas of Israel. I know the spammer got banned. He gone. Here's the latest from U.S. bases in Kuwait. Thank you to Valhalla for sending this earlier. I managed to retweet it. This is the latest from U.S. bases in Kuwait. You always see the same thing when the bases in Kuwait get attacked. It's normally footage from Iraq, so it's very far away. Like someone will be standing south of Basra in Iraq just filming Kuwait. Very rarely do you get footage in Kuwait. You can get arrested really easy in Kuwait for taking footage, but Iraq, not really. Here's Bnei Barak. This is the latest from inside Israel tonight, where there have been serious hits again. That was the latest from Al Arabia, from out of Bnei Barak, where more cluster missiles have landed tonight at the hands of the Iranians, who continue to fire indiscriminately at civilians. We'll take a look at Al Jazeera's analysis.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces
to prevent Iran from getting nukes.
A very large Iranian missile has landed at a school in central Israel. The latest pictures from the latest wave, a very large Iranian missile fragment has landed at a school in central Israel. You are looking at the latest pictures from central Israel, where a gigantic Iranian missile fragment has landed in a school. I repeat, I don't know if the Iranians were trying to target a school or if their missile just got intercepted. But I repeat, a very large Iranian missile has landed in a school in central Israel. Well, we're all going down together. If we go down, we're going down as a ship, and we'll comfort each other, or we'll find peace somehow and save the world. Then the aliens will be happy with us. You know, I think the aliens are watching us, and they're like, let's see if the humans can figure this one out. If they can figure it out, we'll welcome them into the intergalactic civilization. If they can't, well, they got to start over. The humans have, they're probably like, the humans have tried like 17 times now. They're just not very good at the whole like peace thing. The aliens are probably like, those humans are so foolish. Like, they can't even figure out how to get over their nonsensical conflicts to become interstellar beings. Like, they probably laugh at us all the time. That's what I would do if I were the aliens. I'd be like, those silly humans. They don't even know how to, like, be peaceful to become intergalactic beings. We don't have to deal with them. They're just silly humans. That's exactly what I would say. I might have to reload Al Jazeera English. Hold on. But yeah, I guess my point with that is if I were an alien, if I were part of the alien contingent, I'd be like, we're not ready to hang out with the humans yet. We can't be trusting the humans. I don't really want to take to Al Jazeera. I guess we can look at Al Mayadeen for a little bit. We got a lot going on. We'll take a look at Al Mayadeen. There's a little bit of a lull, but Iran's been firing a lot, so I expect there to be more firing. Yes, Chuck Norris is going to come down from the heavens to help the...
هذه أنواع متفجرة كبيرة جدا لها مفعول تفجيري كبير. لا يعني بطبيعة الحال الحرب سجال وكل فرصة تتاح لفريق من الفريقين عليه يعني اغتنامها وهذا ما يحصل في الحروب.
إذن هذا ما يحصل في الحروب كما ذكر سيادة العميد علي أبي رعد. ومع هذه العبارة نختم سيادة العميد علي أبي رعد هذا الجزء من هذه التغطية عبر شاشة الميادين. شكرا جزيلا لك على وجودك معنا. شكرا للزميل سياوش فلاح.
By the way, thank you all very much for this pizza, and God bless this food, and I'm so grateful I had the opportunity to eat. I feel so much better now. So I'm going to continue eating, and we'll listen to Al Jazeera English in a few minutes.
شكرا على وجوده معنا أيضا مشاهدينا من طهران. يبقى الشكر الدائم والأكبر لكم مشاهدينا على المتابعة. إلى اللقاء.
This is Al Mayadeen. If you live in Lebanon and watching Al Mayadeen, this is what they give their feet up for watching. That was the striking Beirut a few days ago. Oh, nice.
Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker.
It just seemed like she was going to really look to impeach Bush and get him out of office, which personally I think would have been a wonderful thing.
Impeaching him?
Absolutely, for the war. For the war.
Because of the conduct.
Well, he lied. He got us into the war with lies.
And just to be clear, there was no intelligence that showed an imminent threat. There was no intelligence that showed they were on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon. There was no intelligence, indeed, that showed they were trying to build a nuclear weapon.
If you looked in classified intelligence, we didn't see any of that.
Trump appointed Kent to be the director of the Counterterrorism Center. So Trump says, well, I always thought he was bad on security. Really? Why then did you appoint him in the...
Bro, listen to me, you three. This man, listen to me, this one, that Groford, whatever his name is, I forget his name right now, Nick Fuentes. Listen to me, you, and listen to me, Tucker Carlson, and you other man, you three. And if Hezbollah is playing your stuff and advancing their agenda, you are not helping America. You are on Hezbollah's TV. They're using you as propaganda, Nick Fuentes. They are using you as propaganda, and you, Tucker, and you, Joe Kent. That means there's something bigger at play here. Hezbollah does not just use you as propaganda randomly. Why would Hezbollah care about what Nick Fuentes is saying? Oh, dear God.
First place. That doesn't even make any sense. You utter liar and deceiver and traitor. You should be impeached for treason.
I think that we are an occupied nation, and Americans are furious. We do not recognize President Donald J. Trump anymore.
Oh, not Megyn Kelly, too.
Bring our troops home now and impeach Trump yesterday.
Oh, you damn liberals. Stop it, you damn liberals. Hezbollah is using you as propaganda. You damn liberals.
Everybody needs to understand where we are. This guy's a menace. We absolutely need to
Impeach him and get him out of there, and then...
Oh my God! My fellow Americans are so blind by ideology that they're being used by Hezbollah as propaganda. I need to have like immediate interventions with the Congress. Alerts on the North. Listen, I'm gonna play these people supporting like Hezbollah while Hezbollah's alerts play. What are you all doing? Oh my God. Oh my God, my fellow Americans, stop making propaganda for Hezbollah. I didn't think we needed to have this discussion.
المشهد الشعبي الذي اليوم يمكن أن نقول عنه استثنائي بتشييع القادة الشهيدين لاريجاني وسليمان.
Incoming in the north. Incoming in the north.
CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report.
Yeah, Tucker.
To the Department of Justice.
Yeah, Tucker.
On the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime?
I wonder if you talked to the Iranians or Hezbollah.
Before the war. They read my texts.
No shit!
The crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of
It's actually called FAR, the Foreign Agent Registration Act.
Power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent of a foreign power, unlike a lot of people commenting on.
Okay, if you have to say the phrase, I'm not an agent of a foreign power, I mean, bro, that the ship's like sailing in the wrong direction.
On U.S. politics and global affairs, I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States. And
okay, well, we're going into war, so I guess we'll find that out.
Never acted against it.
We'll find out.
Moreover, it's my job.
Was it? I don't know. Weren't you like Intel? Did you get flipped? I feel like he was Intel. His dad was or something was Intel. He's an Intel family, so I feel like he might have got flipped. How'd they flip him? I don't know. Honeypot. That's why you got to be careful with whether you're a man or a woman. You got to be careful with the whole sex thing, bruh.
Talk to everybody all the time and try and figure out what's happening around the world. That's literally what I do for a living, and I'm not going to stop doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Aldrich Ames was like saying he was very loyal to the country too, but that didn't turn out to be true. I don't know if it's going to be the case with Tucker, but bro, I don't like anything about this. Hezbollah's airing your stuff.
I don't think. I'm also an American.
I know when. So
I have no secret.
When I watch news channels, I know who directs their programming. I'm very good at that. It's called like getting inside the mind of the author, reconstructive hermeneutics. It's a discipline in critical theory. If Hezbollah is pushing this, it's because they.
So legally, I think the case.
They don't just pick random American commentators and show them on El Mayadeen.
This is ludicrous, and I doubt it would
This is part of a coordinated operation. Yeah, that whole family, Tucker's family, I think, was intelligence. But intelligence agents are like the prime targets for flipping. That's who you target. So if Hezbollah is playing their stuff, it tells me a lot about like why, because they don't. It's not necessarily like what you're saying on the TV as in like an editor on a news channel. It's what you're picking up. Yeah, I think Joe Kent was under investigation for leaking like way before he resigned because of the war. And I think Tucker is like got caught up in something too. I don't know exactly what it is. It seems to be like mostly intelligence stuff, which is just weird. Like anytime you start talking like Operation Mockingbird, like intelligence operatives, the media, and it gets all weird. You end up finding out like really weird stuff. Like people do weird stuff when you're in that world. I don't know how to explain it. For like 70 years, like the intersection of like intelligence and media and like spying and double spying and triple spying and quadruple spying, it's like every story centers around that. Somebody was either like working for the CIA or like alienated from the CIA or like a deep cover CIA operative who was like planted in the media. Like the goal of a CIA agent is to never have their cover blown. So like if someone's talking about you, you already failed that mission. I just want to like make that very clear. So like, you know, I think a lot of this is like, I think Mr. President Trump also like kind of took out some of the elements of the intelligence community that were a little uncouth, to put it lightly. And so like they're kind of mad, but now they're all going to get arrested. So, you know. Anyway, let's take a listen to Al Jazeera English. Yeah, well, you can get Monarch programmed, you can get flipped, you can get blackmailed. Like, Intel is a very dangerous world, and it's very quiet, too. So when bad things happen in that world, like, nobody ever finds out, really. Like, they'll disown you the second you get caught. Top of the hour update live on Al Jazeera while I eat my dinner. Thank you for your indulgence. Then I'm going to put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow to save money.
Hello, I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Israel comes under more Iranian missile attacks following Saturday's strikes that injured more than 180 people. U.S. and Israeli attacks hit Iranian cities for yet another day as casualties mount across the country. Iran says it will completely shut the Strait of Hormuz if Donald Trump follows through his threat of obliterating Iran's power plants over the key waterway. Israel blows up a bridge in southern Lebanon, cutting it off from the rest of the country. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun calls it a prelude to ground invasion. And Iraqi authorities say 3 airstrikes have targeted an Iranian-aligned armed group in its stronghold south of Baghdad. Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missile attacks. People are seeing scenes like this across the country. Falling shrapnel has been reported in several locations across southern and central Israel. Some communities have reported fires and damage. Earlier, Israeli police said an Iranian missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, south of Tel Aviv. It was closed at the time and no one was injured. Overnight on Saturday, strikes on 2 cities in southern Israel caused extensive damage. The incidents have raised questions over Israel's air defense systems.
In every event, even in successes, we investigate the entire chain of performance, from the detection to the interception, discover new things, do corrections, and adapt to the situation. The Air Force is managing a complex defensive battle. More than 90% of the launches fired at Israel are intercepted.
Well, let's speak now with Rob McBride, who's live for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, good to speak with you. There have been new missiles launched from Iran to Israel these last few hours. Has there been an update on the kinds of damage that this has caused? And what else are we hearing from government officials about the overall situation right now?
Yeah, that's right. This is these nighttime hours of late Sunday into early morning here. Israel has been experiencing pretty intensive missile activity coming from Iran. There have been multiple alerts being issued, especially in the Jerusalem and central Israel areas, all the way down to southern Israel, when missiles were detected coming in salvos from Iran. People were told to take to their shelters across broad swathes of the country. There were reports of explosions. There are also reports that some of the munitions, at least one of the warheads, was one of these cluster-type munitions that spreads these smaller bomblets over a wide area. And we are now seeing on social media, with the confirmation from the authorities, reports of damage over a wide area. The actual damage itself is fairly limited, but because of the spread of these salvos, it does mean that large communities, large areas of Israel have been affected, and so there are reports of damage that we are seeing. But the alert now seems to have been lifted for the time being. There was also alerts earlier during this nighttime in northern Israel, and this follows a pattern of alarms being raised throughout Sunday, especially in the northern area, because they face not only incoming missiles from Iran, but also from north of the border, from Lebanon, from Hezbollah. So they have had multiple salvos. It's estimated that during Sunday, the whole of Israel had 10 salvos fired at it. And in the northern area, people there, communities there, had a series of 23 separate air raid alerts and alarms during a period of 6 hours. It does add to this feeling of exhaustion, now getting into the 4th week of this war. Also, a sense of frustration that life has not returned anything like normal. The authorities at the start of this war had said that as soon as possible they'd start to lift some of these emergency restrictions, such as on schools, such as on gatherings, indoors and outdoors. And in fact, if anything, the authorities are increasing restrictions when it comes, for example, to the operation of flights in and out of Ben Gurion International Airport, with the authorities now saying that they are having to restrict the numbers of planes that come in and out and the number of passengers on those planes.
Rob, let me ask you also about those Iranian missile strikes that occurred on Saturday on the southern Israeli cities of Arad and Dimona, because many were shocked by the extent of the destruction and the scale of the injuries that they caused. The Israeli government has said that it's investigating how its air defense systems failed to intercept some of those Iranian missiles. What more can you tell us about the level of concern when it comes to these particular incidents and Israel's overall defense strategy right now?
That's right. It did cause concern. That's why they are conducting this investigation into how these missiles got through. But the argument from the Israeli authorities, from the military and so on, is that no matter how sophisticated your air defenses are, and in Israel's case, they are extremely sophisticated. We know that they have over years been developing various layers of very sophisticated ways of intercepting missiles, and in fact claim a success rate of more than 90% of missiles and drones being intercepted and shot down. But their argument is that no matter how proficient you are, some missiles will always get through. The Iranians have been making much of this, saying that they have got around the missile defenses and that the people of Israel should be worried about with all of these doomsday predictions that now they can be subjected to all sorts of destruction from on high and so on. A lot of that in Israel itself is being dismissed as merely Iran trying to exploit the propaganda value of these attacks. But I think it is true that as this conflict has gone on, and we had a repeat of the conflict that we had during the 12-day war last June, some of the missile strategy has been developing. So we are seeing, for example, the use of these cluster-type warheads that spread munitions over much wider areas that are very hard for defenses to deal with. And also, just finally, the use of smaller salvos of missiles, not firing all of the missiles in one heavy salvo, trying to overcome air defenses, but much smaller packets, which keep the air raid alarms coming at a much more frequent rate, that sends people, a very tired population in Israel, running once more for their shelters or for their safe rooms.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rob McBride live for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thanks so much, Rob. In Iran, several cities have once again come under U.S. and Israeli attacks. This was the scene in Khorramabad in the immediate aftermath of an overnight strike. The city was hit by a series of airstrikes on Sunday night. People there are reporting widespread damage and destruction. And the Iranian Red Crescent shared these images from the northwestern city of Tabriz. U.S.-Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,400 people across the country. The Trump administration is stepping up its threats against Iran over the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway that Tehran has blocked for weeks. President Trump issued an ultimatum on Saturday saying the U.S. will obliterate Iran's power plants if it doesn't open the strait within 48 hours. Iran says the strait isn't closed, but those that Tehran sees as enemy ships will be blocked from passing through. It's also vowed a swift retaliation should Trump make good on his threat.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
And there's defiance on the streets of Tehran. There's a pro-government rally where many waved flags and held pictures of new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. Some attendees also slammed the U.S. President, Donald Trump.
As usual, since the beginning of the war, Trump has made many false statements, talked a lot, done nothing, because in the face of Iran's power, he is nobody and can do nothing. He only talks. Trump and Israel claim they have won the war 10 times a day. They still haven't accomplished anything. A clear example is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump has gone to the superpowers, NATO, and others to ask for help to open it, but he will achieve nothing. Because when faced with people like this, present on the scene, they can't do anything.
Ali Hashim reports from Tehran.
It's clear that the tone is confrontational and it's multi-layered when it comes to the different authorities and sectors within the state, military, diplomacy, politicians. So they're all within one framework, which is retaliating to American interests in the region and Israel when it comes to the targeting of Iran's power plants. This is what we heard from the military and their spokesperson, who actually posted a map showing several.
Breaking in to report that Bandar Abbas, the civil radio, there has been a major strike on Bandar Abbas. It must have taken out a huge area because they took out the radio station in Bandar Abbas. People are very upset. Big strikes on Iran tonight.
Several power plants and facilities across the Gulf and in Israel. Also, we heard from them saying that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed till these power plants are repaired. The Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammed Bakr Kalibaf, a very influential politician and someone who is believed to be in the war room right now, also said that this is going to lead to retaliation, and later on he tweeted once again saying that this is going to also lead to retaliation towards American financial companies and whoever works with them. The foreign minister, as you just read, Abbas Araghchi spoke about that the strait isn't closed actually, but it's the insurance companies who are hesitating because they fear the war of choice, as he said, and this strait is open to the friends of Iran. They are exploiting the leverage they have on the Hormuz Strait, and this is causing disruptions in the energy market, especially if there's also another strait closed like Bab el-Mandab. Whenever the Houthis enter the war, then there will be another choke point, and there will be another global crisis. So this is what they are relying on right now, plus the retaliation that they are vowing to do in case they are attacked in their power plants. So Iran is trying its best during this war to raise the price, put more pain on other parties in order to pressure the United States to stop this war.
Well, joining us now from Tehran is
Okay, so now I'll show you the latest statement from the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. They're called Kataib Hezbollah. This is their statement to the Americans. Go ahead, British reporter Tal.
Conversation. Statement by Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah. This war that the American enemy has begun will not end except at our hands, and we will impose our conditions before we lay down our arms. At the top of these conditions is that no foreign soldier remains in Iraq, from its north to its south. Not only that, but we will not allow him to possess any light weapons or even air defenses on our land. The maximum that can be permitted is what allows them to defend themselves within special institutions, which will be specified later. If they refuse to lay down those weapons, we will extract their souls by the will of Allah. We also reaffirm decisively that any new government will not see the light except with the stamp of the Islamic resistance, whoever wishes and whoever refuses. Accordingly, we point out the following. First, the deadline granted to the American Embassy of Evil will be extended by 5 more days. We will deal with the enemy's violations accordingly, and the mediator will be informed of the mechanism of response to those violations, including what happened in the southern suburb of Beirut. Second, we see no justification in targeting the Iraqi intelligence service. At the same time, its leadership must intensify efforts to reassess the loyalty and patriotism of its officers. We have information that about 100% of Kurdish officers affiliated with it are linked to the Mossad and the Americans. In addition to other officers who constitute 70% of the core of this agency and have documented operational ties with the American enemy in Jordanian and Emirati intelligence. Their efforts are devoted to serving the enemy against their own people. Among them are Saad, Waqas al-Hadithi, and others. As for the remaining Shiite officers, most of them are repressed in their positions. It is saddening that many of the American enemy's attacks against our sons in the Popular Mobilization Forces would not have occurred without the involvement of those traitors. Third, our message to some political bloc leaders who denounce the Iraqi resistance attacks against the criminal Americans violating Iraq's sovereignty, and then follow up their statements with deceptive condemnations of the bombing of Popular Mobilization headquarters, is this: the people know you well. And they know your actions, your connections, and your sources of funding. Do not go too far against the free people of the nation and its people. It is unacceptable to wear the cloak of honor and dignity. Fourth, the weapon of resistance is the weapon of the people, the honor and pride of the nation, and a trust in the hands of the fighters. We will not allow the cowardly and traitors, who do not understand the meaning of honor, to speak about this weapon or those who carry it. Let the ignorant remain ignorant.
Okay, so that was the latest. It seems, so people aren't going to understand this, but the deadline that the Iraqi militias imposed 2 days ago, that was 5 days, or 1 day ago, that was 5 days, has now been extended by another 5 days. Okay? It's now been extended by another 5 days. This is the latest from Iran. The Bandar Abbas region, the civil radio was hit. The director of the Bandar Abbas civil radio has been killed. The programs of the Central Radio Authority in Bandar Abbas continue. Apparently, Bandar Abbas radio continues to broadcast, but it has been hit. The Iranian missile that traveled to Diego Garcia, per the Times in the UK, went 1,990 miles, 3,200 kilometers before it fell. That missile was just 400 miles from Diego Garcia. Yeah, I may run for president. That would be nice. Hashtag vote for Tao. Here's the latest on the explosions in Karj in the west of Tehran.
انفجارات عنيفة في كرج الإيرانية الآن. إذن هذه آخر الأخبار العاجلة الواردة عن العمليات والغارات التي تستهدف العمق الإيراني. الغارات الإسرائيلية الأمريكية مستمرة إذن على كرج، وبالتالي الحديث عن انفجارات عنيفة هناك.
Oh, God bless you, Eileen. Thank you so much for your support of Tao channel. You are so kind.
انفجارات عنيفة في كرج الإيرانية.
Just want to take a moment to welcome Eileen and say God bless you and thank you. You are so kind. Oh, and I can click reply. God bless you, Eileen. You are so kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. You are so kind. Welcome to the channel, and again, thank you for your compassion and kind words. You are so kind. Thank you, Eileen. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's the latest. Iran is, according to the Jerusalem Post earlier today, Iran will be scaling back its attacks on Saudi Arabia and Qatar because they're worried Saudi Arabia is going to attack them directly. In turn, Iran will continue to attack Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE, which seems to align because then tonight the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait were attacked. In Gaza, here is the latest from British Announcer Tal, then I will show you the video. Go ahead, British Announcer Tal.
Conversation. Even while at war in Iran and Lebanon, the IDF is still active in Gaza. Tonight, an Israeli airstrike on Gaza City killed a senior commander in the military wing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Saraya al-Quds Brigades. The strike on an apartment building near the Taj restaurant in the Al-Rimmel neighborhood killed Mohammed Abu al-Atta, brother of Bahar Abu al-Atta, the former commander of the Northern Brigade in PIJ's military wing. Bahar was killed in Operation Black Belt in 2019. I attached a photo of his more well-known brother.
This was the
I wasn't able
airstrike
to find any photos of Mohammed
in Gaza tonight. This was the airstrike in Gaza tonight. We pray that there were no innocents harmed, but it does not look like it. There is fire dripping There's molten metal dripping from apartment buildings across the street in Gaza. You are looking at the latest Israeli airstrike from Gaza. Again, that's just one missile. It caused molten metal to drip from the apartment across the street. There are at least 3 dead. There are at least 3 people dead. This is Gaza tonight, following an Israeli airstrike.
هاي هو انضرب مين فيه؟ أظن أنت في الطابق الثاني هذا اللي مكسر.
This is the latest from Gaza.
هاي هو انضرب مين فيه؟
Where it looks like multiple people are at risk after Israel struck an apartment building.
هاي هو انضرب مين فيه؟ أظن أنت في الطابق الثاني هذا اللي مكسر. هاي هو انضرب مين فيه؟
Very concerning situation in Gaza.
أظن أنت في الطابق الثاني هذا اللي مكسر.
This is the latest from Gaza.
هاي هو انضرب مين فيه؟ أظن أنت في الطابق الثاني هذا اللي مكسر.
You're looking at the latest from Gaza after an Israeli airstrike targeted an apartment building. There's molten metal dripping across the street. A serious amount of damage in Gaza, in the Palestinian territories tonight. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and the scale of this conflict has escalated to the point where I have to simply just report what is happening. Here is the Islamic resistance in Iraq, probably the Blood Guardians, maybe one of their subgroups, launching drones at U.S. positions. Oh, God bless you, Judy.
يا أبا القاسم محمد يا رسول الله يا رسول الله يا خير في سلاح لن ينصر المظلومين يا حسن علي يا لثارات السيد الولي يا لثارات السيد الولي
That's the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq targeting American bases with drones. Judy Bastati, thank you so much for your support and compassion. God bless you. I really appreciate it. It means so much to me on this public information service, and I wanted to say thank you and just God bless you for that. Thank you to everyone. Oh, God bless you. It's water under the fridge. Water under the fridge says, let's go, let's get El Presidente Ellis some monies. You are all so kind. Oh, you're all very kind to support this public information service. I give you my all each and every single day. We'll be with each other till at least 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Eastern today. And then we'll do it again tomorrow and every day. And I'll plan ahead this week and switch rental cars one day. And then I'll make sure I go live that day. Wayne Allen says, thanks for all the effort you put in for us. Oh, goodness. God bless you, Wayne Allen. I love that. Australian currency, I believe it is. If I get it wrong, just let me know. They put different, currency denotations, but I'm so grateful for your support. All of you are very compassionate to Little Tao, and it means a lot to me. Let's take a little bit more from Al Jazeera as I kind of compose my thoughts here, as there have been a lot of hits. This is going to be a long war. It's important to remember to take breaths, to breathe.
Sirens being raised
I'm
here
now
in
going to
Kuwait,
take you live
and
to
also in
Kuwait.
Bahrain. And
give me 1 second while I bring the live report back. Just a few minutes, okay? I'll now take you live for the report. It looks like they have Ali Hashim live. Okay, let me see. No, that was just a repeat of their bottom of the hour, but I do think they might have a live report for us from Kuwait.
Normalizing the situation in the Strait of...
Hold on. I'm going to jump forward.
Surprise
of
oil. When you
God
talk to
you.
people in gas stations, in
God
supermarkets,
bless you, Andrea
they say
King.
that they're
Thank
extremely
you so
concerned about the possibility of inflation, about the price of gas going up.
God bless you all. You're so kind. Just so much kindness from Wayne, and then we got a super chat combo, and it's Standing Stones himself. I hope I saw some of his art today. I can't wait to share it. God bless you, Standing Stones, and God bless the puppy and your family and your art. You are wonderful and loved and appreciated. And Andrea King, I can't reply to that one, but I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate Andre King. I thought it said Andrea because I'm like 6 feet away. Andre King, God bless you for that. I really appreciate you. I wish I could actually reply. I'm replying right here. And actually, you know what I can do? God bless you, Andre King. Thank you so kindly for your support and all of your chats and compassion. They do not go unnoticed, and you are loved, dear friend. Oh, I can just do it this way. Very good. I like to respond to each one. Thank you so much, Andre, for your support, and I'm very grateful. And thank you to Standing Stones. Standing Stones make such beautiful art, and I just wanted to say you're very loved by so many people here, Standing Stones. I love your daily emails, and I love when you kind of share your art and your passion and your links. You're learning about so many things. You become a technological wizard. Standing Stones is just a super pal. God bless both you, Andre King, and Standing Stones. Oh, it's Tao Grammy Linda. How are you doing? It's going so nice to see you. I ate a nice pizza.
A crucial role.
Called on members of Congress to testify on the Iran war.
This war.
I don't. All right, Mr. Chairman. I want the update from Kuwait, please.
Do not want to.
Thank you, Mr.
Both countries have come under member states. He said that. Well, let's cross now to Malik Traina, who's live for us in Kuwait City. Malik, so sirens were activated in Kuwait a short while ago. What are you learning?
Yeah, well, just in the last hour, we heard the what's now the all-familiar sirens being raised here in Kuwait and also in Bahrain and also in the UAE. Officials in Abu Dhabi, local authorities said that due to debris from an interception of a ballistic missile, an Indian national sustained minor injuries in the Al Shuwamah area. Just about 15 minutes ago, Saudi Arabia said that it intercepted a drone in the eastern area. So, we're 3 weeks into this war now, and we've seen a relentless attacks from Iran against the Gulf. Something that officials have been saying once again that these attacks must stop. But Mohammed, today, what everybody...
Oh, very big hits on Bandar Abbas. So if you're wondering what's going... So there's two things. There's a major incident in southern Lebanon. Oh, God bless you, Tao Grammy Linda. Yes, I needed that food. I was not feeling very well earlier, but I feel better now. And then I will tell you, there are two situations going on. One, I think Iran has hit Israeli troops with a missile in southern Lebanon. There is a major incident reported. Second, here's the update from a raid on the IRGC naval base in Bandar Piash city in Fars province. This is from Al Arabia.
هذا واستهدفت غارات جوية قاعدة تابعة لبحرية الحرس الثوري بمدينة بيدا في محافظة فارس جنوب إيران.
That's the footage we looked at earlier. So that's that naval base. Al Arabia was just getting around to it. And that was when the doggy was barking earlier, which was different from the doggy barking the other night. So that was that footage that we took a look at earlier of the naval base. Indeed. Thank you, Al Arabia, for verifying that footage. Here's the latest from Tehran. Okay, latest picture from Tehran on your right. This is from the Agasol area. Okay. All right, now we'll go back to Al Jazeera from Kuwait, where there are more missiles now.
Here in Kuwait is talking about is the escalation of rhetoric, these threats from Donald Trump that he would attack power plants in Iran, and in Iran saying that it would retaliate against U.S. interests, power plants and desalination plants and information. I mean, people here take those threats seriously because they've seen consequences from attacks from America, from U.S. when they hit Iran, right? Just in the last week, or earlier this week, when Israel targeted the South Pars oil field, gas field in Iran, we saw repercussions here in the Gulf. You know, the oil tanks in Bahrain have been hit. In Yanbu, the Yanbu oil facility in Saudi Arabia, the Ras Laffan facility in Qatar, the Al Ahmadi refinery port here in Kuwait, which is about 30 kilometers south of, in this direction of where I'm standing. So, people get extremely worried about it. And as we edge closer and closer to this deadline that President Trump said, that 48 hours, people become extremely worried, right? People are talking about, generators if the power plants get hit, batteries, how to sustain electricity, and also desalination plants, these water plants. I mean, the Gulf relies heavily on these plants for drinking water. The Az-Zur desalination water plant here in Kuwait is one of the biggest in the Middle East. Desalination plants, 90% of drinking water here in Kuwait is dependent on these desalination plants. So people are becoming extremely more concerned when they see this escalation in rhetoric and these threats by both Iran and the U.S.
All right, that's Malik Traina live for us in Kuwait City. Thanks, Malik. On the ground in Lebanon, airstrikes on the south of the country have killed at least 4 people on Sunday. Israeli forces have attacked the Qasimiya Bridge, a key crossing linking Lebanon south to the rest of the country. President Joseph Aoun has called the attack a prelude to ground invasion. Israeli forces said the bridges are being used by Hezbollah and that they need to be destroyed to prevent attacks on northern Israel. Well, Obeida Hito is live for us in Beirut. Obeida, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun said that Israel's attack on that bridge is a prelude to ground invasion. What else did we hear from President Aoun, and what other details have emerged thus far?
Well, he called it a kind of collective punishment on Lebanese civilians. These attacks on critical infrastructure by Israeli forces are making the situation very difficult for both the Lebanese government as well as people trying to escape these areas. Now, there's already over 1 million people displaced, but attacks like this, the president is saying, are going to make it extremely difficult for humanitarian aid efforts to continue, especially south of the Litani River. He also said it was a deliberate attempt by the Israelis to create a de facto situation on the ground in their attempt to create a buffer zone in southern Lebanon. The concern here is that as the Israelis intensify their attacks in the south, as the president mentioned, this is a precursor to a possible ground invasion. And we heard from the Ministry of Defense in Israel today that they've given orders to soldiers operating in northern Israel on these border areas with Lebanon to go ahead and conduct Gaza-like destruction of these border towns. So this is going to make it extremely difficult for families who might want to return to their homes if their towns and villages are completely destroyed. And this is something that people here in Beirut are feeling. There are tens of thousands of people displaced from the south of the country here in the capital, and there's no sign of any of this letting up anytime soon.
All right, that's Obeida Hito live for us from Beirut. Thanks so much, Obeida. And as Obeida was reporting there, the conflict has displaced more than 1 million Lebanese. Some are living with family or friends in hotels, government shelters, or on the streets. And while the country remains deeply sectarian, many people have found refuge with members of other religious communities. Bernard Smith reports from Jazin in southern Lebanon.
Churches are often seen as places of refuge, but in deeply sectarian Lebanon, a church offering shelter to Shia Muslim families is unusual. Father Boutros Akori says when they saw people fleeing with nowhere to go, they had to do something. It's the first time in any conflict the monastery has opened its doors like this.
Political parties and divisions have split the sects, with each group taking its own side. Even we as a monastery were criticized by some people who questioned how we could host people who might be one day against us. But for us, the priority remains the human being.
St. Peter and Paul's monastery in southern Lebanon is sheltered from the fighting by the hills that surround it. But this is what people are escaping, just a 30-minute drive away. Towns and villages bombarded by Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah positions.
We woke up to the sound of strikes. We were asleep. The first strike hit our village at around 2 a.m. We waited until we realized there was a war. Then we left. We spent the whole day on the road.
We hope to live in Lebanon hand in hand, without sectarianism, without political divisions. We hope to return to our villages soon for the war to end and for Lebanon to change for the better.
There are 18 religious sects recognized in Lebanon: Christian, Muslim and Jewish.
I'm Christian and she's Muslim. We live together here and we cook together and we are all family.
Because Lebanon's state is so weak, people rely on their sects for jobs, for social welfare, for education, and that perpetuates division. This sort of cross-sect engagement is unusual, if welcome. St. Peter and Paul's is the only church sheltering Shia Muslims in this part of Lebanon, though there are some others in Beirut as well as Sunni Muslim mosques. They are the exceptions rather than the rule. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Jazeen, Southern Lebanon.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missile attacks. Falling shrapnel has been reported in several locations across southern and central Israel. Some communities have reported fires and damage. Iran has rebuffed the U.S.'s threat to bomb its power plants if it doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. It's vowed to block the strait indefinitely and strike back against energy and desalination facilities in the region if attacked. Israeli airstrikes have targeted the Qasmiya bridge in southern Lebanon across the Litani River. Israel says they're being used by Hezbollah. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun has called the attack a prelude to ground invasion. Iraqi authorities say 3 airstrikes have targeted an Iranian-aligned armed group in its stronghold south of Baghdad. The group is a former paramilitary coalition called Hashd al-Sha'bi, also known as the Popular Mobilization Forces. Iraqi officials say the strikes came after an attack targeted a U.S. diplomatic and logistics center at Baghdad International Airport. Nicholas Hawk is live for us now in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Nick, how are the Americans responding to the attacks on the base?
Well, Mohammed, the Americans are responding first by activating their air defense system known as CRAM. So they've intercepted the latest drone attack on Victory Base. Then they're also pounding with airstrikes the Iran-backed militias in Iraq.
Oh, I need to pause. God bless you, water under the fridge. My dear friend, you are so kind. Oh, goodness, we completed our goal, and my dear friend, water under the fridge, sent one of the kindest super chats I've ever seen. I just want to highlight it. It says, "You ain't worrying about eating tomorrow, my dude." Well, what a way to complete our goal. God bless you, water under the fridge. I know that you just completed your winter retirement, and I pray for you every day. You are so kind and compassionate, and I am so honored that we got to spend some time with you this weekend. So many here, myself included, appreciate you dearly. God bless you. You are so kind. Oh, it wouldn't let me say God bless you twice, but I was able to do it. God bless you, water under the fridge. I just wanted to tell you how much you are loved by so many here. That was such a kind super chat. That was so nice of you. And we hit our goal. I'm just gonna leave that goal complete for a little bit. I just want to tell you how proud I am of you all for supporting this channel. It means so much to me. No, it's not any kind of channel. JP Brisket, that's why, like, you're on thin ice. This is a channel that welcomes all opinions. No, Hook 88, you are welcome to have any opinion you want. JP Brisket actually might get timed out a little bit for baiting, So JP Brisket, like, you're like one comment away because I know what you're doing. I may just have someone else ban you for a few hours. You need a little bit of a timeout. I think we should. Oh, God bless you, Rigged Outcome. Now I do have to start a new goal because Rigged Outcome. Oh, I have to play the goat video. Hold on. I have to play the goat video. I promised you all apparently that I would play the goat video if we hit our goal. So mental decompression break. I'm going to play the goat video. It's a short video. It's just a man and his goats. Okay, he's a very nice man. He was walking through Beirut the other day. With the displaced people from South Lebanon. We have lost track of the herd of goats. Okay, I'm going to show you the goats. There's a baby goat. He's injured. We don't know where the goats are. We have an idea of where they were last seen on March 9th, okay? But we don't actually know where the goats are. Now, this is very concerning, as you can imagine. I've told my friend Kyle, really likes goats. I don't think he's really good at OISNT. I don't think he's going to be able to find the goats. Anyway, thank you all for helping us reach our goal. And in honor of you doing so, here is a video of Beirut, Lebanon, of why we say save the goats. Look at those goats. Hashtag save the goats. Yes, now you have to all talk about goats. Did you know if you become a channel member, you can put a goat emoji in the chat? Hashtag save the goats. Those are the goats. When we say save the goats. Oh, Stu, I think the deadline's already been rejected. It's not just a bluff. The Iranians rejected it. Hashtag save the goats. This is your mental decompression break for celebration for us reaching our goal. Thanks to the wonderful water under the fridge and every single other person who helped us reach the goal. That is your goat video. Look at those goats. Hashtag save the goats. That's why we say save the goats. They're in Lebanon. We don't know where the herd of. Look at the baby goat at the end. He's walking limp. He needs a baby carriage. That is a goat. Those are the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Whenever you see people saying hashtag save the goats, it's because of this video. We lost the goats. There's another goat being carried along on a horse. He's a bit of a lazy goat. Hashtag save the goats. So again, that's a video of goats. That's your reward for hitting the chat. Hashtag save the goats. We hit the super chat goal. Hashtag save these goats. We don't know where they are. They're somewhere in North Lebanon. We pray that the goats are safe. Hashtag save the goats. Nobody touches our goats. Nobody from any side is allowed to touch our goats. Damn right, leave the goats alone. Hashtag save the goats. And the sheep. Hashtag save the sheep and the goats. We're in the doggies. Great job, Jamie Lynn. I agree. Hashtag save the sheep. And the goats. And the penguins. I don't think there are any penguins in Lebanon unless they have a zoo. But my point is, save all the animals. That was your reward. Good job, everyone. Now we can go back to the update from Baghdad. Oh, Kim K, welcome. Enjoy your new Super Towel emojis by becoming a Super Towel member. You now have access to towel emojis and goat emojis and penguin emojis, and also an emoji of Boozy Beauty, who's the 400-foot tall baguette queen of France. I don't have time to explain that one right now. Anyway, back to Baghdad.
Iraq, make no mistake.
Oh, no, Stu, I think it's going to be the other way around. I think that because Iran turned down the deal, Mr. President Trump is striking their power facilities right now. Literally right now. I have some updates for you. It's really bad. JB Pritzker, you are... I feel like you are intentionally seeing how long you can stay around before I ban you for baiting.
Mistake, Mohammed. This is another battleground for the Americans. And then they're also
Hypno Penguin. Oh my goodness. Chat Bomb Lynn.
American NATO forces.
Chat Bomb Lynn. Hold on. Are you here, Chat Bomb Lynn? You must meet Hypno Penguin. Hypno Penguin, you don't understand. You are wonderful. And Chat Mom Lynn, okay, her name is Chat Mom Lynn. She loves penguins. You don't understand. That's why. Oh my goodness, Chat Mom Lynn. I have found you a person in the chat who loves penguins. They might be a penguin. They speak English, so it's unlikely they're actually a penguin. No, but I think it's really important. Chat Mom Lynn has to meet Hypno Penguin. Chat Mom Lynn, listen, I found you someone named Hypno Penguin. Now listen, Hypno Penguin, Chat Mom Lynn really likes penguins. That's why we have penguin emojis. So I'm glad you two were able to meet. God bless both of you.
That announced their withdrawal from Iraq, their temporary withdrawal. So they're also being evacuated from Victory Base, which is just 20 kilometers west of Baghdad behind me. So those are the ways that the Americans are trying to tackle this, these attacks, these continuous attacks that are taking place against their positions, at least in Baghdad and south of Baghdad. Now, there are still positions in the north, in the Kurdish regions. But what's interesting here is that one of the Iran-backed militias in Iraq, Kataib Hezbollah, has declared or announced an ultimatum against the Americans. They have 5 more days to evacuate the U.S. embassy in the heart of the capital, or else they will launch attacks against the U.S. embassy. And that will have a greater impact for Iraqis because the U.S. embassy is in the green zone, as you know, in the heart of the capital, Baghdad. Mohammed.
Nick, let me also ask you about the sentiment amongst the public there when it comes to what's going on. I mean, how do Iraqis feel about these attacks?
No, I mean, the Iraqis here don't want to be dragged into this war. That's clear for them. And they're caught between Iran, a country which they share the largest land border with, and the United States. And so they are in a tough and difficult position with having so many Iran-backed militias inside the country and seeing these this escalation of violence, this tit for tat. Now, there's been 5 years of relative peace and economic boom. And then just a few days ago, the oil ministry of Iraq announced declaring a case of force majeure, which means that they're not able to hold their oil exports obligations to the oil companies. Now, Iraq relies on that revenue. That's 90% of its revenue, Mohammed. So that's going to have an impact on people. That's on the economic front. But also for people to have these explosions, to have these attacks. This is a country that doesn't have shelters like the Israelis or doesn't have their own air defense system. So they feel very vulnerable, caught in this war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Mohammed?
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Nicholas Hawk live for us from Baghdad. Thanks so much, Nick. Iran has denied targeting a joint British-U.S. military base in the Indian Ocean. The attack was first reported on Saturday when the UK issued a statement condemning the attack and calling it unsuccessful. And despite Tehran's denial, Israel says the attack highlights Iran's ability to strike well beyond the Middle East. Juliet Ager takes a look.
Iran is being accused of attempting to carry out its longest-range missile attack to date, targeting Diego Garcia, a joint US-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Iran has denied responsibility, and it's still unclear where the strikes originated. The island is located about 4,000 kilometers from Iran. The UK says the attack was unsuccessful, but it's raising questions of how far Iran's missiles can reach. If Iran is trying to strike targets so far away, could it also have the capability to hit sites as far away as Western Europe and beyond? The US has several military assets that could fall within that potential range, including, arguably the most crucial, the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, a key NATO installation. Iran has several weapons within its arsenal with a longer range. That includes the Khorramshahr and Sejil ballistic missiles, along with the Sumar cruise missile with an estimated range of between 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities is a shared goal between the US and Israel. But it's difficult to determine how much of its capacity has been degraded since the war began.
Countries across the world are cutting fuel use as the conflict in the Middle East impacts supplies. Slovenia has limited fuel purchases. Gas stations across the country displayed signs limiting fuel to 30 to 50 liters per day for private vehicles. Long queues were seen outside the few stations which are open. Prime Minister Robert Golob is assuring the country has enough fuel and that the army is assisting to transport it.
For me, this is new. I didn't think it would happen so quickly, that it would be linked so quickly to the events taking place in Iran. I'm a bit surprised, but we'll see. I think there isn't much in reserve, and it's going to go down very fast, and we might run out of fuel rather quickly.
Of course, it's not okay. We have two different cars, so we will have to now be careful which one to take. But the problem is because we go to different cities that we will have to discuss what's the priority. So for the future, this will be really, really bad.
Ana Maria Giller Markowitz is a lead energy analyst for Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. She says the war's impact on energy markets is completely dependent on how long it lasts.
We have said from the beginning that the difficulty will be to understand how long will this war take to find a solution. So the escalation and the length of the war.
Let me just weigh in here. If you got any buffering or if anyone asks in chat, it was just a frame drop, not a problem. Just refresh if you get any buffering. All the World's a Stage says, I don't buy it that Iran shot the missiles. Yeah, well, okay, All the World's a Stage. Here's my analysis of the Diego Garcia missile. Remember how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said that the limit of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities would be 200 or 2,000 kilometers? It was kind of like not like a religious edict. It was kind of like an interpretation of the Holy Quran. It's not really an interpretation of the Holy Quran. It's kind of like a religious text. It's kind of like common law, from what I understand. So it was kind of like an edict by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But last year, in like March, there was a member of the Iranian parliament, and the Iranian parliament, they just say all sorts of things. I've kind of listened to speeches from them, people from there. They just say things. But there was one guy, and I saw a post that agreed with this analysis, which is why I'm kind of like willing to say it. And I also saw a video that this person posted, which kind of like aligned with what I had felt was going on. The Iranian member of parliament, I don't know his name, I hadn't seen him speak before. The video was very clear though. He said maybe like 12 months ago that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, before he died, had already absconded and abandoned from that policy of the limit of 2,000 kilometers for ballistic missiles. Now the reason Iran had that is because it didn't want Europe to think that it was threatening them. But the reality is, I think all bets are off now, and so there has been a missile that Iran has had that goes over 2,000 kilometers for many years. It's an open secret. Everybody knows about it. This was just the first time they launched it. Alerts, rocket fire in the north. Alerts, rocket fire in the north. This could be the start of the next barrage. Metula, rocket fire in the north. Alerts, rocket fire in the north. Oh, I agree, All the World's a Stage, but the thing is the missile fell short. Just because they can fire a missile that far, it doesn't mean that it works at that range. You kind of I guess the whole deal with it is, the whole deal with it is you have to make the missile actually get to the target. And just having a missile with that range, you can't test it. Where are you going to fire it? It's beyond your borders. So it's the first time it was probably ever tested at that range. And these are the alerts coming in for northern Israel right now, which is often an indicia of a next wave. That doesn't mean that Iran's going to follow up. I agree with you on a primo. Don't trust anything anyone says. Get the primary source videos and try to discern for yourself what's going on. Alright, so the latest is that I'm monitoring the north of Israel, where there has been alerts in Metula. Normally, Hezbollah, there's a pattern. Oh, Jamie Lynn, you're a super towel now. Oh, Jamie Lynn. I have always wanted to say this. Jamie Lynn is a super towel. Literally, you were a super towel before, but now Jamie Lynn has the formal title, ladies and gentlemen, of super towel. And if you've ever said to yourself, wow, that's quite a title. I know, in the world of towels, being a super towel is like the greatest thing. Like, it's really bad to not be a towel. There's very few people who are not towels. Almost everyone's a towel. It means you're a very loving, compassionate, wonderful person. But a super towel, oh my goodness. When you become a super towel, that's a whole like separate designation. It's reserved for like heroes. So God bless you, Jamie Lynn. You're a super towel. Rigged Outcome is doing the penguin dance for Jamie Lynn. Rigged Outcome is the best. God bless you, Rigged Outcome. All right. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm monitoring very closely because normally Hezbollah leads up to a series of rocket barrages, which then leads to an Iranian attack. There have been very serious missile attacks in Tel Aviv. Not the intensity of the hit last night, but we are monitoring because they are Khorram Shahar 4 hits, which are little bomblets. And what I'm worried about is a repeat of last night, which was the use of a ballistic missile. All the World's a Stage says Diego is an important prime target for Iran to hit if they could. So if Iran had the ability, they would have already hit it in the first days. Those B-2s are there. Well, I agree with you, All the World's a Stage. That's very conventional. I agree with you on the surface. Oh, hello, Miss Clutch. You got Super Towel emojis too. Now you can click the emoji button and you'll have the goats and the sheep and everything else. It's amazing. All the World's a Stage. I agree with you that that's the correct analysis, but think about von Clausewitz's On War or whatever it's called. That's not, if that's the conventional logic, then do something different, because your enemy's just going to assume you're going to do the conventional thing. So hold your missiles. If you're Iran, do something that isn't in the playbook. Don't immediately attack the B-52s. In fact, don't even reveal to the enemy the full range of your ballistic missile capabilities. That would be my analysis. And then when they had to, they didn't have to deploy it. They used the launch towards Diego Garcia not to hit Diego Garcia. It was a message to Europe. That's my read of it. Oh, Miss Clutch, those are wonderful towel emojis. God bless you. I love them. I love towel emojis. All right, so yeah, that's kind of my analysis. All the World's a Stage. Will I be proven right? I don't know. But based on the psychology of the IRCG, that's what I think they did. I think they were trying to send a message to Europe. They weren't trying to hit Diego Garcia. That's why I'm concerned. Let's jump forward, see where Al Jazeera is at.
The couple's property in Galagitare.
They've been running the same report at the top of the hour. What are they actually
Central
reporting
Sri Lanka
on?
as part of a highway project in 2017.
I don't mind learning about Sri Lanka.
After almost a decade, court proceedings were near completion, and part payment of compensation had been approved. But everything is on hold until the original...
The reporter in Baghdad shifted and got the CRAM right. He called it I forget what he called it the first time, but he corrected himself in the second report.
Documents are
I wonder if
available.
someone told him it's called a CRAM.
Restoration is a slow and painstaking process. There are also dangers.
Documents damaged by floodwaters can be full of microbes like mold, which can't be seen. This can get into your body and make you sick, so there's a big risk when working on these files.
The team says it's determined to salvage as much as possible. Many people's lives are on hold as restorers work to save thousands of active court files, including land disputes, divorce and custody cases. Authorities say the disaster has highlighted the urgent need to conserve official documents. The United Nations and donors are helping with the challenging task.
I believe that this will set a stage for us to work more closely with public authorities in ensuring that they have a proper records management system, a disaster risk management system to deal with crises in the future.
The complex operation will likely take a long time to be completed, leaving those with active cases, like the Babylagamas, no choice but to wait and hope. Binay Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Hawaii's National Guard is assisting first responders with search and rescue operations following intense flash floods. The National Weather Service issued a flood warning for the island of Oahu. The flooding on the island is now the worst Hawaii has seen in over 20 years. We're going to take a short break now. Stay with us. The news continues here at the top of the
Top of the hour, I'm going to check, see if they have a live report. They haven't been doing live from Tehran, really. I guess so,
As the
translated
US-Israel
towel.
war on Iran rages on, its impact has spread far beyond the battlefield. Energy prices are soaring as facilities and supply routes are targeted, and vital shipping lanes choked.
We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on this trade to come and help us.
Stay with Al Jazeera for extensive coverage and expert analysis as shockwaves continue to shake the global economy.
I would like to know what's going on.
On counting the cost from factories to supermarket shelves, the Iran war is disrupting global supply chains. Goods are being delayed and costs are rising, and it could soon hit your dinner table. Will the conflict trigger the next global food shock? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The United States has perfect capability of beating any country in the world into a pulp, but it will come at a cost.
Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions.
Conflict, it's all created by human beings, so it can all be solved by human beings, if only we can learn to cooperate.
International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Mohammed Jamjoom, and this is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Coming up, Israel comes under more Iranian missile attacks following Saturday's strikes that injured more than 180 people.
That's what I was hoping they would cover.
U.S. and Israeli attacks hit Iranian cities for yet another day as casualties mount across the country. Iran says it will completely shut the Strait of Hormuz if Donald Trump follows through on his threat of obliterating Iran's power plants over the key waterway. Israel blows up a bridge in southern Lebanon, cutting it off from the rest of the country. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun calls it a prelude to ground invasion. And Iraqi authorities say 3 airstrikes have targeted an Iranian-aligned armed group in its stronghold south of Baghdad. Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missile attacks. People are seeing scenes like this across the country. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it's targeting Israeli military outposts, but civilian areas across southern and central Israel have been hit by falling shrapnel. Some communities have reported fires and damage caused by the attacks. Earlier, Israeli police said an Iranian missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, south of Tel Aviv. It was closed at the time and no one was injured overnight on Saturday. Strikes on 2 cities in southern Israel caused extensive damage. The incidents have raised questions over Israel's air defense systems.
In every event, even in successes, we investigate the entire chain of performance, from the detection to the interception, discover new things, do corrections, and adapt to the situation. The Air Force is managing a complex defensive battle. More than 90% of the launches fired at Israel are intercepted.
Well, let's cross now to Rob McBride, who's live for us from the Jordanian Amman. Rob, there have been these new missiles launched from Iran to Israel the last several hours. We were talking about it just an hour ago on the air. Has there been any update on damages sustained? And what else are we hearing at this hour from government officials about the overall situation?
That's right. The alerts have largely now been lifted, but these overnight hours of late Sunday through into the early hours of Monday have seen a flurry of missile activity, all coming from Iran, aimed and directed at Israel. Alerts were issued throughout a broad swathe of central Israel, around the Jerusalem area, but also down into the south. Missiles were detected coming in. There were a series of explosions in the skies over Israel. Then we started to get reports about a widespread impact. Now, a lot of these impacts are relatively small. We're talking about, again, the use of some of these cluster warheads that distribute smaller bomblets. Also talking about shrapnel falling, but they do fall over a wide area, which causes widespread disruption to a great many communities in Israel. People once more took to their shelters or safe rooms that they have in their homes. And we do get reports, we are getting reports of damage over a fairly wide area. The alerts now seem to have been lifted. There were early alerts in the north of the country as well. That was over many areas around the north, which has been subject to a series of alerts throughout Sunday. Now, the authorities in Israel say that in total on Sunday, they were subjected to 10 salvos of missiles. But in the north, they had, during a 6-hour period, 23 separate alarms. This is alerts by suspected weapons that might be heading to the north, but also combined with weapons coming from Hezbollah, strikes from Hezbollah north of the border in Lebanon, which does add to the number of strikes and the number.
So I'm finally seeing some analysis, not just of what the government is saying, but what alert apps show. Like, just repeating what the government says is not really helpful. When the alert app will tell you, it won't tell you every wave, right? Because it doesn't know how many different ones are coming. But if you're seeing it in like 10-minute intervals alert, yeah, there's a lot of things coming in. That's why this is good reporting.
Of alarms that are raised. So it does add to this feeling of exhaustion. This is after 3 weeks now, getting into week 4 of this conflict, with many of the emergency restrictions still in place. And in fact, we are hearing that the government is extending.
Oh, listen, all the world on the stage. You are never going to hear me debate with you about like war is manipulation. All sides do it, 100%. It's impossible a lot of times to prove who does what in a given war, but I do not doubt for 1 second that 60% of what's out there from governments is psychological warfare, information warfare, 100%. I can't prove it. It would actually be irresponsible if I got up here and was like, I know that that attack was a false flag, but do I agree with you that that's part of war? 100%. It's like in the tactics, of course. I can't prove it for any one incident, but I'm on the same page 100%, my dear friend.
Restrictions when it comes to air travel, with the numbers of flights coming in and out of Ben Gurion International Airport being further restricted, and also the numbers of passengers on those planes are further restricted.
Rob, we heard a couple of minutes ago from the Israeli military spokesperson who was talking about the investigation that's ongoing about those Iranian missile strikes on the southern Israeli cities of Arad and Dimona. Many were shocked by the extent of the destruction and the scale of the injuries that those caused when it happened overnight Saturday. The Israeli government says that it's investigating how its air defense systems failed to intercept some of those missiles. What more can you tell us about the level of concern when it comes to these particular incidents and Israel's overall defense strategy?
Yeah, when you consider the targets, especially Dimona, this center for Israel's nuclear program, it is of particular concern to Israel that this weapon is a particularly large warhead, and it managed to bypass all of the different layers of defenses. But the authorities here are keen to stress that no matter how sophisticated your defenses are, your anti-missile missiles, if you like, and they do have a multi-layer system which is extremely sophisticated after years of being on the receiving end of these attacks, there is always a chance, and the authorities say that more than 90% of missiles and drones are intercepted, but that means you are overwhelmed by the numbers of missiles and numbers of salvos that are being fired. Eventually some of these missiles will get through. I think generally people in Israel will accept that fact. The Iranians have been making much of this, exploiting it for all of its propaganda value, saying that Israel is now exposed. They can expect more destruction being brought on them from the air. Most people in Israel would treat that with a high degree of skepticism and see it as a way to undermine their resilience, their spirit, their morale. But I think there is a sense that after all of these attacks and missile exchanges, some of the tactics are being developed, such as the use of these cluster warheads that distribute smaller bomblets over a wider area, and also the apparent tactic now by the Iranians of not using very large salvos of missiles, but smaller salvos more frequently, which set off alarms over a wider parts of Israel, and really trying to undermine the spirit of the Israeli people by sending them to their shelters, to their safe rooms on a more frequent basis.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rob McBride live for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thanks so much, Rob. In Iran, several cities have once again come under U.S. and Israeli attacks. This was the scene in Khorramabad in the immediate aftermath of an overnight strike. The city was hit by a series of airstrikes on Sunday night. People there are reporting widespread damage and destruction. And the Iranian Red Crescent shared these images from the northwestern city of Tabriz. U.S.-Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,400 people across the country. The Trump administration is stepping up its threats against Iran over the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway that Tehran has blocked for weeks. President Trump issued an ultimatum on Saturday saying the U.S. will obliterate Iran's power plants if it doesn't open the strait within 48 hours. Iran says the strait isn't closed, but those that Tehran sees as enemy ships will be blocked from passing through. It's also vowed a swift retaliation should Trump make good on his threat.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy.
So I think they're going to go to Ali Hashim next, but it's a pre-recorded report. So let me show recent footage. Goats. Everybody loves the goats. I've never met a single person. A lot of people, by the way, you were discussing in the chat. I saw you talking about like Italian food. My nana, okay, so my nana, one of my nanas immigrated from San Donato Val di Camino in Italy. Okay, they had immigrated to a very small area of Boston when they first got here, and then they went to a town in Newton called The Lake. It's called Newton, but the area where the Italians lived, well, it was actually Italians and Jewish people living together. How do I know that? Because my dear friend runs a Jewish synagogue there. It's actually the oldest synagogue in Newton, down the lake. You might be saying, Grant, why did they just call it down the lake? I don't know. We speak in a strange vernacular. Anyway, so one of my nanas was from San Donato Val di Camino, and she speaks fluent Italian. She comes on the stream sometimes. I just call her, and we just talk in Italian. She's wonderful. So I don't speak Italian. She does, though. So anyway, we took her to San Donato Val di Camino. It's outside of Naples. It's a very nice town. So they immigrated here, I'd say in like the 1800s or so. Probably not my nana, but like her family. I think it was her grandfather and his mother. I think the way it worked was like the grandfather came over. He was sponsored by someone here who had a job in a factory, which was like I don't know, like a woodworking factory, if I recall. I don't remember exactly. It was the 1800s. Anyway, so he came over, and then he saved up money, and then he sponsored the rest of his family, and they all came over. Okay, that was one side of the family. The other side of the family was a little more complicated, which is why I'm very sympathetic in times of war and like humanitarian crisis. I think all people should be. The other side of my family, they were Lithuanian. Well, they weren't Lithuanian. We don't really know where they were from. The last records we were able to find were from Lithuania. They were Jewish people in the 1800s escaping pogroms from the Russians. Now, what I understand from the records, we don't really know their name. My last name is Ellis, but that's just a nominal name because when they were fleeing the Russian pogroms, what happened was the Russians kind of like were taking over a lot of territory, and like the Jewish people in Northern Europe were kind of getting pushed towards the water, and so they would use like Lithuania and other countries as like a last port of call, and they would like buy special passes to get on a ship, like to go to America. It was one way. They would get to the Ellis Island, and then they would just pray that the person at Ellis Island would be like, okay, you can come into America. So one part of my family, they get here, like they're like, okay, we've run from the pogroms. Will you please let us in? And this is a true story. I saw the immigration records in a presentation related to my family. The guy at Ellis Island gets this like boat from Lithuania, and one of the groups on the boat is my family, from one side of my family, and they're Lithuanian Jews escaping pogroms. And they say to the guy, we would like to come into America. And he's like, what is your name? And they try to tell him the name. We have some idea of what the name is, but it's a little unclear. They try to tell him the name. He's like, I have no idea what you're saying. They're like, they try again. He's like, I have no idea what you're saying. So he just writes down Ellis, which was apparently, I don't think it was that common. It is apocryphal that it was common, but it was probably more common than people realize. The immigration officer is like, that's fine. You can just be Ellis. And then they're just like, okay, come on in. And then they just put them in. They were like, you don't have to go back to the pogroms. So that's why I'm in America. So, like, I think I understand immigration ebbs and flows, but I'm very sympathetic, especially during times of humanitarian crisis. It doesn't all have to be one country, but you got to kind of, like, look at the populations, look at what's happening, make, like, important, like, decisions. And the reason why asylum law exists, by the way, is because in the World War II, more ships came over during the Holocaust, and the U.S. sent them back to Germany. So, anyway, that's my opinion on it all. I just try to be compassionate. Things ebb and flow over the centuries. It's a very, very intense sort of policy debate, and that's the best I can give you. Like, I'm here because this country is founded on sort of amalgamated perspectives, but every single member of my family also came here like very specifically through either like an existing pathway, which changed all the time, that was the Italian side, or in like a literal time of like pogroms in the 1800s where like people were being chased from village to village. Like, they came in because of a special program and they didn't even get to keep their name. So I don't know, that's my view on it all. I just pray for the people impacted by these wars. Here's the latest from Northeast Tehran. Sicilian pasta sounds delicious. Save the goats. This is Tehran about 20 minutes ago. So we had a question. Millie K, first of all, welcome to the channel. The question was, why is it pixelated? So this is what's called OPSEC, operational security. In Iran, people who share this footage are not exactly like, the government doesn't love them. So the government punishes them. And one of the ways the government punishes the people is they arrest them. And so to protect those people, the footage from Iran that's in real time, this is probably 10 minutes ago, maybe 30 to an hour, the people who receive this footage they'll kind of censor it, and it's designed to make it hard to what's called geolocate. So it's hard if you don't have like the buildings in the foreground, you can't judge based on zoom how far that building that's actually a landmark is from the person filming. That's enough distance to make it plausible that it's any number of 500 to 1,000 people filming. So that's a way to do that. Oh wow, Kustadas, God bless you for that. That was a very important part of World War II, the number of people who helped protect the vulnerable populations. Oh wow, you can find easy recipes of many Italian pastas at Cooking the Blues. I'll check that out, Stu. I love it. I don't cook a lot. I'm trying to learn. Autistic people, not every autistic person's the same, but like my version of autism like is hard. I don't really understand it. Well, pasta I can do. My Nana taught me how to do pasta. Sorry, we had a food discussion earlier because I was thinking about my Nana. And as you know, like, God bless all Nanas. We have towel Grammys in the chat. We have so many wonderful people. But yeah, like, I was thinking about that. Yes, save the goats. I gotta refresh the chat. The chat's gonna be a little annoying. Give me 1 second. It's not you in the chat, like the actual chat on my screen is slowing down. So sometimes there are just so many comments I have to refresh it and then it gets better. That doesn't always guarantee it gets better, but it sometimes fixes it a little bit. You see how the chat like refreshed there? That's my way of resetting the cache of the chat. Where you all go so quickly that to even reset the cache of the chat like takes a lot of computer power. The chat is probably one of the ferocious parts. Are so compassionate in chat to each other because it's really not easy when there's that many comments. I read them all, but it's really hard. So yes, we did have a question about the pixelation in this video from Iran, and again, this is OPSEC, so I'll show it to you again. When you're filming videos in a country with a hostile police force or something, you're always going to want to do this kind of thing, just generally, and we're seeing more and more videos coming out of Iran with that kind of OPSEC, which is a good sign. It shows that people are learning how to protect themselves from the regime. This is Tehran a few hours ago. Valhalla about Trump, Mr. President Trump's countdown. I'd say it's within 24 hours, but I wouldn't think about it that way because it's not really a countdown. The Iranians already rejected the deal. So it's more like what's going to happen now. Like the 48-hour deadline doesn't mean anything because the Iranians rejected it. So this is the latest from Tehran. I'm hearing that serious underground Iranian missile facilities, that video of their underground like highway, their subway of missiles has been hit. Yes, Mimi, we pray every day, my friend, my dear friend, and your energy tonight has been very much appreciated. This has been a hard week. It's been a hard series of to stay abreast of the developments and also remember the importance of praying, which is something that I try to do a lot. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you all for your patience with each other, with me, with the occasional buffering. Towel Computer does his absolute best, but there has just been a lot going on today. I will tell you that. Taking a look now at the ballistic missile system that was hit. So I'll give you a read-through by British announcer Tal. Go ahead, British announcer Tal. This is what was hit tonight in Iran. One of
Conversation.
The sites.
Breaking. Iran built a subway system for ballistic missiles inside a granite mountain south of Yazd. Automated rails move warheads and transporter erector launches between assembly halls, storage vaults, and 3 glass door exits carved into the mountainside at depths reaching 500 meters. A TEL rides the tracks to an exit, surfaces, fires, and retreats underground before the strike aircraft can respond. The mountain has been under construction for 2 decades. The IRGC did not build a bunker. It built a weapons factory with its own internal railway, buried deeper than any conventional bomb can reach.
It's AI, but it's a good overview.
The United States and Israel have struck Yazd Imam Hussein on March 1st, March 6th and March 17th and even earlier today. Satellite imagery shows collapsed portals, cratered ventilation shafts, and destroyed surface infrastructure. The visible damage is real. The invisible infrastructure is intact. On March 20th, a long-range ballistic missile launched from the Yazd complex failed during boost phase and crashed near Kohistan Park inside Yazd city itself. The launch failed. The fact that it happened at all is the proof. 3 weeks of precision strikes on the portals did not stop the railway behind them from delivering a missile to a surviving exit. The engineering is simple in concept and devastating in practice. Each blast door is a separate exit point. When one is destroyed, the rail system reroutes to another. When that door is struck, it is backfilled with soil and concrete by the IRGC from inside, then re-excavated when the bombing pauses. CNN satellite analysis confirmed the rail layouts. ALMA research mapped the tunnel networks. The IDF acknowledged that approximately 60% of launch infrastructure has been destroyed. The US estimated 50% of capacity remains. That remaining 50% rides underground rails that no bomb in the American or Israeli arsenal can reach at 500 meters through granite. The GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, the largest bunker buster ever built, penetrates approximately 60 meters of reinforced concrete or roughly 40 meters of moderate rock. Granite is harder than moderate rock. 500 meters is more than 12 times the weapon's maximum penetration depth. The gap between the bomb and the tunnel is not a margin of error. It is a physical impossibility. The mountain does not care how many sorties are flown above it. The railway does not care how many portals are sealed. The geology is the defense, and the geology has been there for 300 million years. This is why the war continues. Every missile that hits Arad, Dimona, or central Israel was assembled underground, moved on rails for an exit, and fired from a door that may have been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times since February 28. The persistence of Iranian missile fire despite 3 weeks of intensive strikes is not resilience. It is infrastructure. The IRGC did not prepare for this war by building rockets. It prepared by building railways inside mountains. The rockets are replaceable. The railways are permanent. And the granite that protects them was formed before mammals existed. The strait is 21 miles wide. The mountain is 500 meters deep. And the railway inside it is still delivering missiles to the surface. The United States bombed Iran's Imam Hussein missile base south of Yazd March 6th and March 17th.
That is a problem. This is the bombing that they're doing on this facility.
On March 20th, a missile launched from the same complex during boost phase and crashed near Kohistan Park in Yazd city
But if it's
itself.
actually 500, that's way too much to hit.
The base is still launching.
It's true, it is. They're 100% right about that. I mean, it's scary, but they're 100% right about that. It absolutely is. It's very concerning. Let me close that to reduce some of the cache load. But yeah, that is very concerning. They're right about that. It's an AI write-up, but it's on the money. I mean, he's correct. A lot of that is, I didn't know it was 500 meters. I'm going to have to double check that. But a lot of that is concerning. That's why they keep launching. They kind of showcase those underground bases. So they're not really hiding them, but seeing it is more concerning. Yes, Eileen, indeed, very concerning. It's one thing to see them show on thought ahead of time about what type of bunker busters were going to be used, and so they were able in turn to kind of like ward off a lot of the attacks on the underground facilities by just using things that would survive anything. That would survive like a volcano, an asteroid, like the features on the Earth that survived previous extinction level events. That's a kind of genius level of, I don't know how to put it. It's a genius level of like tactical defense. But it also reinforces one conclusion that I have made to do a little analysis here. It reinforces one conclusion I previously had, which is you can't really blow up uranium unless you catch a centrifuge spinning. Like, if you just bomb uranium, it's just going to go into the dirt around the facility, or it's just going to get buried in a centrifuge, and neither of those are really helpful. I mean that. Like, neither of those outcomes are helpful. So to get uranium that is like buried under like a mountain like in Fador, or to get uranium that's stored anywhere, your only option is to go in there and get it by hand. Likewise, if these missile facilities are buried 500 meters deep, how are you supposed to get to them and destroy them if your bombs don't go that deep? And I think they're right about that. I've looked at the Moab, it's the largest underground ordnance. The distinction between like an above ground bomb, like a cluster bomb, and a Moab, a bunker buster, is obviously like a cluster bomb or a cruise missile like hits on the surface and blows up. A bunker buster is designed to penetrate. It's like it blows up right around the surface. It like goes into like, say, like an opening to a bunker, blows up and then pushes down. That's the best way I can explain it. Like, its function is to push an explosion into underground areas and collapse caves. It was built for Afghanistan. But what the problem is, like, the caves in Afghanistan are not that deep, first of all. And then the second problem is that the caves in Afghanistan are probably not made of granite. If they actually have granite caves, I don't know Iran's topology or its geological features, but it makes it this untenable situation where the only like way to actually get the uranium that Iran was going to enrich and these facilities is to legitimately go in there with ground troops. Oh, I found out what was slowing down the PC, by the way. It's the cache of the chat itself. I have to refresh it like every 6 hours. It literally gets to such a large, like right on the cache, it pushes the ability of the computer to even respond. Oh, thank you so much, Stu. So I'm going to open this and then I'm going to bookmark this. It will go into my history. Thank you for the Sicilian pasta recipe. I'm going to send it to my Nana. She likes to cook for me every once in a while. It's called a Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. It's a 30K bunker buster. I've never heard of that, Keith. So I had to reload the chat. But I wouldn't be surprised, like, to hear that Iran, like, they did their due diligence and thought about, like, say we had a bunker buster and then we had other technology that we weren't talking about. Okay, just assume that it's 10 times as powerful, so build it 10 times as deep. That's probably what they did. Thank you, Miss Clutch. We have an update from the birthday Miss Clutch herself. It is an honor. Yes, so this is what I reported. Thank you for confirming. Earlier I reported that the initial indications were that a strike on the radio station in Bandar Abbas had led to one person being killed. It is now confirmed by Al Jazeera. That strike in Bandar Abbas, okay? The strike in Bandar Abbas was on the radio station. Rare Sunday alert for Americans to watch surroundings. Well, today or tomorrow, FRA. I've been watching my surroundings. Yes, God bless you, Mimi. We've been saying happy birthday to Miss Clutch. She's wonderful. And if you're wondering, yes, there is an alert. Okay, there is an alert from the U.S. State Department for a rare, I would call it. I didn't call it rare. Someone else did. Someone was quoting another report. But there's an alert from the U.S. State Department. It says that they urge citizens worldwide to exercise greater caution. So I do not know what that means. It seems that they have credible, like worldwide is a lot. I also now have footage of the Islamic resistance in Iraq launching deployment of Murad 5 Shahed 107 drones. I'll play that for you now. This is the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Oh, we saw this earlier.
يا أبا القاسم محمد يا رسول الله يا رسول الله لا خير في السلاح لن ينصر المظلومين حسن علي يا السيد الولي. على دارات السيد الولي.
The latest from Iraq. I will now take you to Russia now, where the Ukrainian forces have bombed the port of Primorsk. The Russian forces this evening under heavy bombardment by Ukrainian forces. This is again the war between Ukraine and Russia. The Russian port of Primorsk is under heavy bombardment from the Ukrainians. Again, this is the latest from the Ukrainian war on Russia. It is the Russian port of Primorsk. Ukrainians making direct strikes on the Russian port of Primorsk. Russians do not look like they're having a very easy time defending themselves in the port of Primorsk. In fact, those are a lot of hits. Again, this is the latest just within the last hour from the Russian port of Primorsk. More from the Russian port of Primorsk in the last hour, where the Ukrainians have delivered a series of blows to the Russians. So this is the Russian port of Primorsk in the last hour. I repeat, the Russian port of Primorsk. Now, a lot of people are falling for that footage from a lot of people are falling from that footage from what is it, from Tehran, that from a few weeks ago. Also, I have onboard footage from a US AF MQ-9 Reaper drone as it drops a Hellfire on an Iranian Arash attack drone. So I had some US Air Force footage. Good job, Miss Rockstar. And Mr. Rockstar is your guardian. You know, he's got his attention up all the time. He doesn't let anything happen to Miss Rockstar. He's Mr. Rockstar, the guardian. I'll now show you the latest from the US Air Force. The US Air Force MQ-9 Reaper drone lighting up an Iranian drone. Again, the latest from the US Air Force. An MQ-9 Reaper drone lighting up an Iranian drone. Oh, I have footage from on the ground in Karamabad, western Iran, showing the aftermath of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Okay, so this was an American strike. Black Market Rebel, you might be totally right, but I know you're new to the channel, but you just don't have to use all caps. We listen to everybody's opinion. You're actually probably more likely to win people over. But yeah, you just don't have to use all caps. We totally get what you're saying. A lot of people will probably agree with you. It's not one of those channels where like you have to yell, because there's just every opinion in the world here. There's literally like 182 countries. We're pretty compassionate on the whole. But yeah, good to meet you, Black Market Rebel. God bless you. Thank you for being with us. Now I have the latest footage for you from Karamabad, West Iran tonight, where there is extensive damage on the ground following a series of U.S. airstrikes. Oh, Elizabeth, God bless you and rest well. Rest well, my dear friend. Thank you for spending time with us. Now I'll show you the latest from on the ground in Karamabad, western Iran, where the damage is extensive. Come, I love it. I'm not talking about the video of my friend Breakdown coming. This video is the latest. It is unclear what this is. An airbase, residential apartments. There are army soldiers walking around, but I cannot tell exactly where this was. I don't know Karamabad, Iran, so I can't tell you if this is the middle of an army base. There are soldiers everywhere, but I just don't know where this hit happened. So it's very dark. It's very hard to see, but there's extensive damage. There's a little bit of light, it looks like from a floodlight. There are a few men in army fatigues. This is the only footage I could get out of Karamabad, Iran. But I just can't tell you if it's a base, a neighborhood. I can't tell. I don't know Karamabad. Tehran, I kind of know the city, like videos of it. I don't know this area. So again, this is the latest from Karamabad, Iran. I wish I could tell you if the strike was on the inside of a base or at a military target or a civilian target. I can't tell you. I don't know what the buildings look like in Karamabad. I don't know what the streets are like. I don't know why there are so many men in military fatigues. But I will tell you that is the latest footage from the ground. It is reported that there was a strike on a military facility in Karamabad, okay, in the west of Iran. But I cannot confirm that this video was from that strike, because there could have been other strikes in Karamabad. I don't know. All right, it only came out a few minutes ago, maybe within the last hour. There was an airstrike. There were multiple airstrikes tonight in Tehran and also Karamabad, and also the city to the west of Tehran. This is from a little bit more west of that, in the city of Karamabad. It just came across the wires. Unfortunately, because, oh, God bless you. Rigged Outcome, you started the choo-choo. You know that your support of this channel is appreciated. We're going to just call you the captain of that train. It's not actually called the captain of a train. It's called a conductor, but you're a special position. You get to be the captain of a train, and when people ask you and tell you that's not a thing, you just tell them you spoke to Grant, and you're actually the captain of a train. It's a new position I'm going to create. Saudi Aramco has told at least two Asian buyers that they have to cut supply in April. That's not good. My favorite mantra is just to pray. But Rigged Outcome, you're the captain of this train, so you lead the way. My name is Grant Smith. Whatever mantra you pick, I'm down with. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up on 9:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It has been a long week. It has been a hard week for anyone following this war, for anyone covering this war. It has been probably, if it can be said, on day 23, the most intense week of the war. It has been, but it also feels like we're in the beginning stages of something that there's no off-ramp for, and no one seems to want an off-ramp, and both sides seem to think that they have the one up on each other. And it's this just incredibly cyclical sort of chaos. Now the oil markets should be opening, by the way, pretty soon. I don't know exactly when they open. I would imagine they open pretty soon. But we'll see how they respond to this. They've been hovering at 100. The West Texas Index has been hovering between 96 and 100. It spiked to 104 at one point. And then the Brent futures for oil. So the West Texas oil prices are for America, basically, and then the Brent future contracts for Europe are at 107. We'll see where it opens today. It probably will be opening pretty soon. Oh, I bet it's beautiful. Oh, I bet it's beautiful. Janai, you can email me anytime at grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I would love to see it. I will show you now we're going to get close to the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. I must tell you, friends, this has been it's just been It's almost hard to even do updates. I understand now what the other networks are running into. They're trying to piecemeal it. They're trying to get like 8 reporters, and then they run like 6-minute, like 3 to 5 minute, like pre-recorded segments from each area that's impacted. We have gotten to the point in this war where there are just so many developments so quickly, back to back to back to back. Let me see if I can get Al Arabia's YouTube here and get this specific like report with English subtitles, because Al Arabia does great reports from Iran, especially on Bandar Abbas and like some of the more specific areas, but it's hard to get them in English with subtitles. They don't always, like Al Arabia is one of the few channels that doesn't put English subtitles on its Arabic videos. A lot of the other channels are starting to do it. But let me see if I can get you this video. You have to get it from Al Arabia from their channel on online, and then sometimes it will translate it into English. I'm looking for like a 6-minute one. They don't always upload them right away though, which is unfortunate, because the strike on Iran is probably an intense one. And it would be nice to be able to have it. The only way to get it in English without having them upload it is if it somehow gets like, I can rip it, download it, put captions on it, and upload it, but I'm pretty tired. So let's just listen to it in Arabic and see what they say. This is about the latest strike on Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. I'll try to learn Arabic.
معنا من طهران مراسل التلفزيون العربي حسام دياب. أهلا وسهلا بك حسام. نبدأ معك بآخر تطورات المشهد الميداني في إيران وما أفادت به وكالة مهر من غارة شنت على مدينة بندر عباس. يبدو أنها استهدفت محطة إذاعية، ولكن قبل ذلك كان هنالك الحديث عن استهدافات في خرم آباد وأيضا انفجارات في طهران.
نعم حسام، لربما الاستهدافات في المناطق الأبعد عن العاصمة الإيرانية والمدن الكبرى قد يكون أكبر بالنظر إلى انحسار مستوى الهجمات والاستهدافات للمدن الكبرى وتحديدا العاصمة الإيرانية طهران منذ وسط الأسبوع الماضي وحتى الآن. لكن هذا لا يعني انحسار هذا الأمر بشكل نهائي. قبل دقائق قليلة استمعنا إلى
Wait, I have to pause this report because there's another report coming in that there's early warning alerts in Saudi, and Iran said they weren't going to attack Saudi Arabia. So pause, please. Here is a report of early warning alerts in Al-Karj governance in
في الأخبار العاجلة مشاهدينا، الدفاع المدني السعودي إطلاق الإنذار المبكر في محافظة الخرج. إذا الدفاع المدني السعودي يعلن إطلاق الإنذار.
Mr. Trump is speaking now. Okay, let's check Al Jazeera English. Mr. Trump is speaking now. Okay, Mr. President Trump is speaking now. If you have a link to the live video, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll see if I can get Al Jazeera English. 1 second. Mr. President Trump is apparently speaking now. Thank you very much to the person who was monitoring.
Bombs and fireworks at Prime Minister Edi Rama's office.
They don't have
Police
the live
responded
speech.
by spraying demonstrators with water cannons. The former Deputy Prime Minister, Belinda Baluku, is alleged to have interfered in major infrastructure projects and favored certain companies, charges she denies.
Oh, Freya,
she was
okay,
removed from
I'll
her
take a
post
look.
in favor.
I missed it, Freya.
Cuba has restored power to nearly half of the capital, Havana, less than 24 hours after the national grid collapsed for the second time in a week. The country's aging energy grid is under growing strain because of a U.S.
Oh, that might not
oil
actually be
blockade.
live.
The
That might be
blackouts have
earlier
left many
today.
struggling to basic
This is one of
supplies,
those. Thank you,
including
Freya.
food and water.
Not sure that's actually live.
Activists have started arriving as part of a global
Yeah, I
effort
think
to
that
bring
was
aid to
earlier
the struggling
today.
island, as our Latin America editor Lucia Newman reports.
Yeah,
from
that's
the
just
Cuban
on
capital.
loop. But thank you very much, Freya. I will try to take the summary of that speech. That was earlier
Saturday
today.
night here. They're spending the evening here
Thank
with
you,
their
Freya.
friends as though nothing has happened, but we're actually in the middle of yet another nationwide blackout. It's completely dark out
Mr.
here.
President
except for
did speak
a couple
earlier
of
today. I
lights
missed
from
it,
hotels
unfortunately.
that have
I'll try to get a
generators.
summary of
This
it.
is the second time in
That was very
less
helpful,
than
actually.
a
I
week
didn't know he
that
spoke.
the power has gone out all over the country. The government says that it's trying to get it back on again. Nobody knows how long that will take. So that means
Cuba.
most of these people will spend the night in the darkness. Thank goodness it's not in the middle of summer yet. It's not so hot, so they might be able to sleep in their apartments. But people are fed up with this. It means that they can't get water. The water pipes don't work. It means that their food begins to rot in their refrigerators. It's happening more and more. And one of the reasons, of course, is not just because the power system in this country, which runs on oil, is decrepit, it's old, it needs repairs, but also because President Donald Trump has imposed a total fuel blockade around Cuba, hoping that it will collapse, bringing it at least to the brink of collapse. But there has been at least one, you could say, optimistic note throughout the day today, and that was at a hospital which has been running out of medicine. A group of activists from Puerto Rico arrive at the Salvador Allende Hospital in Havana, bringing gifts in the form of badly needed medical supplies. They say they brought what they could in suitcases. The donations include needles for injecting insulin, the insulin itself, antibiotics, prednisona for acute...
Whoa. Okay, hold on. I'm going to break in here. I'm getting reports of initial footage from Bandar Abbas. Listen, this is really bad. Like, remember we looked at Bandar Abbas the other day on stream, the port? Look at this. If this gets confirmed, I have not seen fire like this since the day the oil refinery was struck. Listen, Bandar Abbas might have just been seriously hit. I mean, if this is confirmed, this is Bandar Abbas now. If this is confirmed, that's serious damage. That's the port we were just looking at on stream the other day. This is Iran, Bandar Abbas in the south of Iran on the Strait of Hormuz, my dear Mrs. Rockstar. If this is confirmed, that's very serious. That is a giant fire. So I'm hearing that the Bandar Abbas strikes were just absolutely massive. Now I'm telling you I'm seeing footage. I can't confirm it yet. This is new. I've never seen it before. That's just incredible devastation. I mean, you sure it's old videos, too? I'll double check. I fact check a lot of video, but this is the latest reported video from Bandar Abbas. I have no confirmation of it. Now, I have a pretty good eye for video. Like, this could be cropped, in a way that makes it hard for me to see. But yeah, my initial eye is that this is unconfirmed because I haven't seen multiple views of Bandar Abbas. But yeah, it could be. That's true. I don't read anything off a teleprompter. I just use my I fact check some videos. My confidence in this is 60% on an initial view. It will get higher as I see other videos from Bandar Abbas. But yeah, Stu, if you have a clip where it's cut from or something from an old video, let me know and I can debunk it on the person's post that posted it. But yeah, I haven't seen this video before. But there's always something out there, even the most vigilant eye hasn't seen. On a first pass, though, my inclination is... Yeah, it could be misleading. But on my first pass, though, is that... My first pass... I haven't seen it before. Like the other one that went around earlier. Oh, God bless you, Eileen. You're so kind. We might have to make Eileen a chat mom. It is a pretty serious explosion, and now the reason why I'm indicating I might have that this might potentially be relevant is because I haven't seen any footage from Bandar Abbas. All I've heard is that the explosions down there in the port were just really big. Right, Tiffany Bob? And I don't think we've seen this video before on stream. I really don't. But that doesn't rule it out. So I think Bandar Abbas, I think the plan is to go in. If this is Bandar Abbas, which I cannot confirm, I would say the plan is to go in. That's a yes, I agree, Jamie Lynn and Tiffany Bob. Here's the latest that I have from Bushehr in southern Iran. Can't confirm this one either, but this was reported from Bushehr. Kustadas, you sleep well, my dear friend. Sleep well, or be well, dear Kustadas. You are wonderful. God bless you. So this is the latest. It's very hard to get footage from Iran, but I do believe that footage right there that you just saw before was Bandar Abbas. All right, I'll show you the markets from an hour ago. I'm almost afraid to look at the Japanese market. Here's the latest on the markets from an hour ago. This was 1 hour ago.
First off, apologies if I'm whispering because we're live here.
He's live on TV, so he's behind the camera.
Yeah, I found that the point you were making around historical precedent really interesting, and saying that school could be sort of a peak period.
You want me to pull up? Bye, Custadas. You want me to pull up the markets? Do you? I mean, I will. I don't really want to, but I will. I want to look at the Asian markets. Here they are. The Nikkei is off 3.5. The Hang Seng is off 2.7. The Shanghai Composite is off 2.9. The Asian markets are off between 2 and 3.5. They're the first markets that open. So back like an hour ago, the Nikkei was off 3.7. Now it's off like 3.5. The KOS PSI, I don't even have that one. That was off 4. And then the S&P ASX was off like 1.6. Now it's off like 0.9. They're settling a little bit. They're not exactly crashing. Like they have to hit 8% off to hit a circuit breaker, which is when I start worrying about them. I'm not a financial analyst, but you get anywhere close to 7%, 8% off in the Asian markets, where I start worrying. God bless you. Oh, Adam, God bless you. We're so lucky to have you with us. I am so glad you found the channel, and I hope you enjoyed chatting. Welcome and thank you for those kind words. They really mean a lot to me. I'm so glad I looked down and saw you there. But I will tell you, what I'm seeing here is concerning. I want to go back to Al Jazeera English. They were in Cuba, which is very interesting, showing kind of the state of the Cuban sort of crisis,
Allergies,
and then I'll jump live at the top of the hour.
For asthma as well, which this country has almost run out of. It is a heartwarming donation, there's no doubt about that. But no one has any illusion that this will do more than just make a tiny dent in the acute crisis this country is having in its health.
Tripoli Bob says, I don't think our markets will drop heavily until we start seeing earnings reports from the global firms and how supply chains are impacting their cost forecasts. Agreed. Tripoli Bob, when is the next closing of the, when is the next reporting period for corporate profits? They close on a different cycle than the regular year. I don't know if we're on like Q1, 2, 3, or 4 now, but I'd be interested to find out when those next investor earnings or reportings calls are. I'm not a financial market analyst, but I can learn lots of things. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Did you know this is a public information service? And every once in a while, I let you know that you can support this service, okay? It helps take the burden off all the wonderful people who support the channel. Oh, Lynn already posted the links. God bless you, Lynn. So, yeah, if you want to help spread the support, you can donate to TAL in the long term, you can donate. That's the bank. We call that the donation bank with the super chats. You can donate to TAL directly. Lynn posted the chats. You can use kind of these like links that show up on the screen. You see them right there. I kind of had to make them smaller earlier. But if you like follow these things, you can like scan them and they like do things, and you can help Tal buy like coffee. I'm gonna buy a coffee maker tomorrow. I might go to bed early if you don't mind at like 12 instead of 1. Like we might only do like 9 hours instead of 12, because then I can get up early and I can go get a coffee maker. If I go till like 1 or 2 in the morning, I wake up at like 11 or 10, and then I only have like 2 hours to get my supplies and then get ready. But I think if I go to bed at like midnight, I can wake up at like 9 and then go get a coffee maker. I've always wanted a coffee maker. I don't really know how to use them. Anyway, if there's an alert, I'll stay up, of course, and I'll monitor the live developments. But I very may well only go for like 10 hours today instead of 12. That would be nice. I think I could sleep and get a coffee maker. I've learned that it's important to keep my physical health, even though I'm disabled. It's important to keep my physical health like stable. Like, you know, that's important, because then I can relay information to you. And I know when I get stress headaches and stuff like that. Whispered talk is likely happening now based on what's happening and how sales are wrapping up Q1. Oh, thank you, Triple Bob. So we'll know in the first few weeks of April. I appreciate you, Triple Bob. I am going to get some creamer too tomorrow. Tiffany Bob, I appreciate you. Lavender Rose, God bless you. It's good to see you, my dear friend. I hope you've been well. We're going to take the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera now.
Of obliterating Iran's power plants over the key waterway.
Oh, Shep, God bless you. Yeah, I agree. We're going to see how I feel. If we can go past, like, I don't know, 11 p.m. without, like, an alert, I would feel really, like, better. But I'm worried because Iran has started firing inside Lebanon, and I don't have a damage assessment. I don't know what they fired at. It's dark for like 1 more hour, so I just want to see the sunrise like in the Middle East, and then maybe I'll go to bed instead of doing the 12 hours today. But I really committed to doing 12 hours, but it is Sunday, so I will do every day, but maybe some days like we have to pick a streaming schedule that's sustainable for Towel, because it's just me, and so I have to like 12 hours, 7 days a week is a lot. It's probably the upper limits of what the human body, even like my human body, can do. And I did it for 3 weeks straight. But like I definitely, like today was the first day where I really felt it. Like, and I know people in the war zone, they don't get to just stop, you know. So I derive a lot of energy from that, but I also have to balance it. Like my teeth hurt. And like I have to like think about like keeping this vessel stable enough to convey information to you every day in a way that allows me to be in a flow state to do it. So I gotta think about a streaming schedule. It's gonna be every day. Maybe we'll cut it to like 10 hours instead of 12, or like we'll do like 8 hours on Sunday or 6 hours on Sunday. Or like maybe I think like what would be ideal is to like get an actual like network infrastructure set up. Like there's a lot of very talented, capable people. I feel like we could have anchors. Like it could just kind of be like a project. It could be like a news network. And they've kind of like, I think, given me the permission. They didn't tell me in writing or anything even directly, but I just kind of feel like they're like, yeah, if you want to do news, you can do news. Like you can be like the editor-in-chief and kind of pick how you do your news. So like, yeah, I think we could do that. We could have anchors. You kind of got to like do it in the style that I like, but we can do it. I'm going to need a little time. I might need like an administrative assistant. But yeah, I think that's what I want to do. I want to just turn it into a news network. And like I'll do the interviews of the... And like people won't just want to volunteer though. We're going to have to really think about that. Maybe like we could have pre-made segments where people like send in things. I gotta think about how I want to do it. Like countries, when they do this, like they have the budget to just kind of set it and forget it. Like have rotating shifts and anchors and people in different places. With like a volunteer network, I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't even know how we would do that. I gotta like think about it. I don't know. I gotta think about it. If it's going to be a very long-term thing, I got to really think about it. Hello, Rebecca. How are you? I'm so glad you found the information useful. You came in actually at a moment where after like 2 or 3 weeks, 23 days of covering the war, I'm thinking about like how to make this sustainable, like long term. So I'll sit down with some of my different like friends on Discord in the morning. We'll have like a towel summit. I always say I'm going to do this, but I like this is not going to stop. You can't do breaking news like for years in a row. You have to actually have a structure to like convey the information or it will wear you down. I like 23 days of 12 hours in a row for a disabled person. I mean, I didn't have to get up, so my physical body, you know, but you can't do it alone. I've definitely made the point to the media. I've noticed them like getting a lot better, all of the channels. I think I made the point. But also I want to continue now to do this coverage and deliver it to you on a sustainable basis. I realize I can't replicate myself, but I can I have a very good eye for who's capable of doing this on the level that I do it. I have a really good eye for it. Now, most of those people are already working for big networks, but I think we really could do it. I think we could build a sustainable news organization. But yeah, I'm also going to get a coffee maker in the morning, unrelated to my plans to build a news network. I'll take us back to Al Jazeera now.
Israel blows up a bridge in southern Lebanon, cutting it off from the rest of the country. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun calls it a prelude to ground invasion. Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missile attacks. People are seeing scenes like this.
Reports in Bahrain right now of sirens. Here's the latest from CENTCOM before we go to Al Jazeera, because they won't even have this. It was just at the top of the hour. So here's the reports of sirens in Bahrain right now.
الآن إطلاق صفارات الإنذار في البحرين في الأخبار العاجلة مشاهدينا. إطلاق صفارات الإنذار في البحرين.
Okay, and now this is photos that the U.S. CENTCOM just posted. This is the actual post. It's the destruction in Qom. Oh, Janai, that is beautiful, my friend. Oh, I love everything about it. Do I have permission to share this, Janai? Might not do it. It might be tomorrow that we do it. But I love it. It takes a second to like load the image. But Janai, if I can share this, that would be great. I got it right away. No, oh, Stu, I thought that at first too, my dear friend, because of the video of the guy driving up the on-ramp. This might be a different video, though. Oh, Liberty J says, I appreciate your hours of coverage, Miss Liberty. Oh, God bless you, Miss Liberty. I love that username, and I'm so glad you told me you are Miss Liberty. God bless you. You are so kind, Miss Liberty, jumping on the rigged outcome train, all aboard. But yeah, I got a wonderful picture from my friend Janai I'm going to share with you at some point once I get his permission. This is pictures shared by U.S. CENTCOM of the Qom turbine engine production plant, which was used for attack drones and aircraft components by Iran's IRCG. The photo dated March 6 shows the plant before the strikes, and the second photo shows the plant after a devastating attack from U.S. forces. So this is the latest from CENTCOM. Rigged outcome, I love it. The captain of a train, a position that only exists for Super Tau rigged outcome. Latest from U.S. CENTCOM on the strikes inside of Iran. Terry, it is so good to see you. Oh, God bless you, Terry. I'll tell you, you know what? I don't know what happened, Terry, but the people at YouTube are so wonderful. You are so kind to have taken the time to do that. I am touched, Terry. You don't understand. Such a small act of kindness, but I bet it went a long way. I bet they were having one of those meetings and they were like, so what do we think? Is this kid who does this 12 hours a day, is he is he actually an international news channel, like on par with Al Jazeera and Al Arabiya? And I bet somebody else was like, well, we got all these letters from his viewers, and like one letter is like 500 people, that or like more, like 5,000. That's how they think of it. I can't, not they as in YouTube, but the general kind of like corporate structure will take like one call or letter as an indicia of like 5,000 people. That's how they think about it. So like, they were probably like, well, we got this letter, and we got this other letter, and this very nice person named Terry said that, Graham provides really good coverage. And I bet somebody else was like, yeah, I watched his streams, and he does a lot of praying for people, and I really think he's a news network. But I'm telling you, Terry, I bet you moved the needle. God bless you for that, my dear friend. They got back to me right away. It was a group effort. I also maybe tagged, like, Zina Kador and Ali Hashim, my friends from Al Jazeera English, because, I've never asked for anything really, and like the only time I asked for something, I was like, I think my channel has been attacked by some kind of state actor. Please help me. Oh, thank you very much, Duke Bosox. You're very kind. God bless you. I love that username. But yes, you're so kind to Tara to have done that. Oh, yeah, 7.77 thousand subs. What a lucky number. I'm so blessed to have all of you with me as I show you the most recent footage from U.S. Central Command. Oh, goodness, yes, I'm pretty exhausted today. There has been a rapid pace of activity. Now, this was the report by Al Arabiya on that, but we already had that. Let's go back to Al Jazeera so I can kind of catch my breath, and they'll tell you their top-of-the-hour update.
This across the country and in the occupied West Bank. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it's targeting Israeli military outposts, but civilian areas across southern and central Israel have been hit by falling shrapnel. Some communities have reported fires and damage caused by the attacks. And in the past hour, warning sirens have sounded in northern Israeli towns on the border with Lebanon. Earlier, Israeli police said an Iranian missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, south of Tel Aviv. It was closed at the time and no one was injured. The attack came after strikes on two cities in southern Israel that caused extensive damage. The incidents have raised questions about the effectiveness of Israel's air defense systems.
In every event, even in successes, we investigate the entire chain of performance, from the detection to the interception, discover new things, do corrections, and adapt to the situation. The Air Force is managing a complex defensive battle. More than 90% of the launches fired at Israel are intercepted.
Well, let's cross now to Rob McBride, who's live for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, there have been new missiles launched from Iran to Israel the last several hours. Has there been any update when it comes to damages? And what else are we hearing from government officials about the overall situation right now?
Yeah, that's right. There have been reports of damage. These impacts have been fairly limited in the amount of damage they cause, but there have been a number of them, and they're quite widespread over large swathes of parts of Israel, which do cause widespread disruption. So once again, in the during the nighttime hours of Sunday through into Monday, we've seen quite a lot of missile activity directed at Israel. Alerts were issued in the Jerusalem area, also in the central part of Israel and down in the south. People told to take shelter and take cover. A number of explosions were reported, and then we started to get reports about impacts being reported in different parts of central and southern Israel. So we are seeing some damage. It's made worse by the fact that at least one of the munitions that got through one of the warheads was one of these cluster warheads, which distributes these smaller bomblets. They're very difficult to intercept, so they do cause fairly widespread damage. There were also earlier more alerts being issued right across northern Israel. Now, throughout Sunday, the north of Israel was subjected to a series of alerts. There were, during the day, around 10 salvos, according to the authorities, were directed at Israel, the 10 salvos of Iranian missiles. But in the north, during one 6-hour period, they had at least 23 separate alerts, because they're not only contending with Iranian missiles, but also attacks coming in, drone strikes and rocket strikes.
There are multiple ambulances on fire in London Golders Green neighborhood. Whoa. There appears to be an attack on Herzola ambulances. Anti-Semitic arson is suspected. Ambulances are burning in London in the Golders Green neighborhood. I repeat, to the UK towels. This is in the London's Golders Green neighborhood. Herzola ambulances burning. What? Is anyone from London? I'm not from London. What's Golders Green? I've been to London, but I don't know what this is, and I don't know why these ambulances are burning in the middle of London. That does not look good. This is like 13 minutes ago. I think they're like Jewish ambulances. I don't know. I'm not from Golden Greer. Let me check. Golders Green neighborhood.
Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du. Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du.
It's apparently like a volunteer emergency medical service, like that operates in Orthodox Jewish communities. It's apparently in London. It's the Jewish neighborhood in London, and this is called the Herzola Ambulance Service, which is the largest ambulance service servicing Orthodox Jewish communities in the world. And these are just burning. I'm not in London, so I don't know if more ambulances are burning. I don't know who set these ambulances on fire. I don't know if the fire trucks are there. All I know is this is in Golders Green. So Golders Green in London. So if you're like in London, this just happened like 10 minutes ago. I think the ambulances should probably get there, or the other, well, I suppose ambulances are on fire, but they're probably going to need like some fire trucks. You know what I'm saying? Like I think the man with the cell phone is trying to tell the people in London who are Jewish that these ambulances are on fire. But someone probably I think this is a sign of like increasing terrorist attacks against Jewish people. That's kind of what I'm taking. It's in the middle of London. It's not a good thing. It just happened like 10 minutes ago. So I'm a little concerned. So London's like, no, sorry, let me repeat. I have never been to this area. It's called Golders Green in London. I've just never been there, so I can't be like, oh yes, well, in that section of London, they have this street where they park the, Hasidic Jewish ambulances. I don't know. I can't confirm that. All I'm telling you is about 15 minutes ago, this footage was uploaded of these ambulances that service the Hasidic Jewish community in London, which is called Golders Green, just burning down. Like all of them.
Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du. Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. It looks like it's being confirmed as an anti-Semitic attack. Kriegst du. Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du. Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge.
I think, I don't know. I've never heard that language.
Kriegst du.
It sounds like it's Hebrew, or like Hasidic.
Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge.
Like a German dialect, kind of?
Kriegst du.
Wait, what? What is London Greys? What is London Greys? I think there are fires burning throughout London right now. Wait, a huge fire at London Greys? What is London Greys? What is London Grays? Listen, there is something going on. There are fires being set in London. People are setting fires in London, just around the city. This is a problem. I think you should probably know that this is London Grays right now. So those of you who live in London, can you look out your window? Are you seeing fires burning in the city just randomly? If you're in the UK, ideally near Grays in London or Golders Green, can you look out your window and just let me know if... Oh, Yiddish, that makes sense. Thank you, Haman Udish. Yiddish, perfect. I was wondering what the dialect was. So, those of you in London, this is Grays, London, right now. Grays Thurrock. It's in Essex, north of the River Thames. If you could just look out your window and let me know if you see any fires burning. People seem to be setting fires throughout London this morning. I'm a bit confused as to why they're just burning things. I'm a little bit concerned. There seems to be and what's weird is they seem to just be in random areas. I don't know if BBC even has this yet. I think this is just a man on the road filming this 30 minutes ago. Somebody might want to check on the BBC, because I think they might try to censor it, but there definitely was a burning of some ambulances, and now in the area of Grays, there's just this giant fire burning. Okay, thanks, Primo. I appreciate your on-the-spot report. So there's two areas in London in particular I'm concerned about. Grays Thurrock, which is north of the River Thames, about 20 miles east of London, and then also the Golden Greers neighborhood of London. Okay, so I'm concerned right now. Oh, God bless you, Prince of Wales. I wish I could right now, but I have very concerning reports as the light is about to break. It's 10:20 p.m. Eastern, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026, U.S. wartime. It is 4:22 a.m. Eastern in Tel Aviv and London. Might be 3:22 a.m. Eastern, actually, in London, and 4:22 a.m., not Eastern. It might be 3:22 a.m. in London, 4:22 in Tel Aviv. They have a weird clock thing in England right now where they don't set their clocks forward for another 2 weeks. It makes watching football very complicated in the month of March. Anyway, my point is, it's 3:20 a.m. in England. It's 4:20 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and it's 6:50 a.m. in Tehran. And there's fires burning. I don't know if the two fires are related or unrelated. I mean, there's a strange correlation here that doesn't equal causation. But there are Jewish ambulances burning in the actual part of London called Golden. I'll get you the name of it. Hold on. It's called Golders Green neighborhood. That's actually, it's 2:21 in the UK. All right, thank you for that. 2:21 in the UK. I don't have my time zones perfect. It's really hard to go from Boston to the UK to Tel Aviv to Tehran. I'm trying to learn how to do it. Memorize in South Africa too. But my point is, if you look at this, this is a separate fire. This is London's Golders Green neighborhood, which is not in Grays as far as I'm aware. Let me just double check for you. I don't know London as well as some of you. So Golders Green is in Hampton Heath Extension. It's in the suburb in the London borough of Barnet, north of London by 5.6 miles. Okay, that's Golders Green. There's one distinct set of fires burning there with Jewish ambulances.
Nein, keine nicht du, no. So the keine nicht du, kriegst du
Flagge. Celtic Linda, I had a feeling BBC wouldn't be on this. So, okay, there's one set of Jewish ambulances burning 5.6 miles to the north of London in an area called Golders Green. Okay, that is one distinct fire. Then, I can confirm for you that is actually ambulances burning 5.6 miles north of London in a neighborhood called Golders Green. I can confirm that for you. The second fire is burning in another area called London Grays, which is 20 miles east of London, but London's a very big city. Now, I have more footage coming in. I'm not really sure. I think something's wrong in London this morning. I'm not the BBC. It's really their job to be telling you what's going on in London. Oh, goodness. So here's more footage from, this is the first attack in Golders Green, London, just now, ladies and gentlemen. An anti-Semitic arson attack has destroyed all ambulances of Hartzola Northwest, the volunteer Jewish first response service providing 24/7 emergency medical aid to the local Hasidic Jewish community. Ladies and gentlemen, an ambulance attack has destroyed the Jewish community's ambulances in London. They've hit London. I told you they were going to hit Europe. I told you all. I told you it was coming. Fire! Oh, dear God! Oh, no! The people of London, listen! BBC, what are you doing? Why am I reporting this first? Listen, BBC, I'm very disappointed in you. I am going to write a sternly worded letter. How you can't just not tell the people of London that ambulances are exploding in the streets. Oh my God, they're going to lose complete confidence in the British government. You can't just not cover this, BBC. They're bombing the ambulances. They're firebombing the ambulances. This is outrageous. I should not be the one to be telling the British people about this. They are firebombing the Jewish ambulances in London. Oh my God. And no one is stopping them. Good job, Keir Starmer. Good job. Yeah, exactly. Keir Starmer has the BBC, trying to cover up half the stuff his government's doing, and so they don't have time to report on the firebombing of the Jewish ambulances. Somebody call the BBC and yell at them. Somebody be like, listen, BBC, I learned about the firebombing in my neighborhood from a guy in Boston covering the war. What is wrong with you? You failed us as a society. We pay your tax dollar. We pay our tax dollars. I'm not paying the license fee unless you put this on the TV right now. You call them right now and you yell at them, British people. The people of London are not going to wake up without being told that their Jewish ambulance services are being firebombed. Oh, I have no doubt that those are follow-up explosions, but they firebombed the ambulances to set them on fire. It's a whole line of them. That's gonna burn the neighborhood down. Where are the police? More explosions in Bahrain. But we gotta talk about London. I'm gonna leave this on the screen until the BBC covers it. You hear me, British Broadcasting Corporation? I know you're watching. I know you get a lot of clips from here. BBC, put it on the screen. Tell the people of England. Tell them right now, or I'm just gonna play this over and over until the BBC plays this. Celtic Linda, you monitor the BBC. You let me know when I can stop playing this. Nope, I'm playing this until nope, they're firebombing Jewish ambulances in London. You play it, BBC. This is right now on the ground in Golders Green, London. Someone has firebombed the Jewish ambulance service. All of them, all of the Hasidic Jewish ambulances, they're all on fire, and then their oxygen tanks are exploding. They're all parked in the middle of an alley. I'm leaving this on the screen until the BBC covers it. I'm not moving on until the BBC takes this live. Let's go. Let's go, BBC. What do they pay you tax dollars for? Somebody wake... No, it's oxygen tanks in the ambulances. Somebody wake the BBC up. They firebombed the Jewish ambulances in London. The war has come to London. They've attacked the Jewish community in London. They firebombed their ambulances. Oh, God. Very serious Iranian missile strikes in Bahrain. Oh my God, and they're bombing London. They're bombing the Jewish ambulances in London. Won't somebody think of the Jewish ambulances? Oh my dear God, who firebombs an ambulance? These are the missiles raining down on the U.S. base in Bahrain. Well, you know what, Celtic Linda? We're going to force them to report it. We're going to cause a crisis of confidence in the British Broadcasting Corporation because they won't cover the Jewish ambulances being firebombed. What do we pay? I don't pay them a damn thing. You don't own me, British government. You used to own my people, but not anymore. We're free. We're free like the little birdies and the goats. Hashtag save the goats. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. The attack itself is outrageous. The fact that there are 2 fires burning in London, one of which is very clearly an attack on the Jewish ambulance service. I mean, look at it. They burned all of the Jewish ambulances. You saw one side of the alley and the other, and the BBC hasn't even taken it live. What is the point of the British Broadcasting Corporation? Just strip them of all their funding. If they can't get live with this coverage in like 10 minutes, they failed the British society.
Nein, keine nicht du, no. So der keine nicht du, kriegst du Flagge, du, 4 ambulances flagget. Keine nicht du.
This is a video of a firebombing of a line of Jewish ambulances in Golders Green, London, which is 5 miles outside the city center. It is a volunteer ambulance service called Hatzola, serving the city's Hasidic Jewish community. They firebombed all of the ambulances. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but all of them.
Flagge, du, 4 ambulances flagget. Keine nicht du.
That's one angle of it from down the street. And then because the fire department couldn't get there in time, look what happened to the alley within like 10 minutes. Now here's the other side of the alley. Yeah, there is a fire. Where are the firemen? Where's the police? They're just letting the community burn. Don't you think we should send someone down there? Shouldn't we send the news? Shouldn't there be like the BBC woman there being like, listen, someone is running around free in the city of London, firebombing the Jewish ambulances. Yes, we have no idea who the suspect is. Instead of us doing our job, there's a man in Boston who doesn't even live in London, who's geolocated the location of the bombing, determined the ambulances, and is now playing the clips on repeat to just rub it in our faces that we're terrible and we failed. Well, Lord Reith was a bad guy, but the principles of educate, inform, and entertain that were supposed to define the British Broadcasting Corporation have been forsaken. We've given up on our job. We've abdicated the ship. We've given it over. Parliament's going to strip our funding. They're going to have a meeting in the House of Lords about this and the House of Commons. And Keir Starmer is terrible at life. How do you like them apples? What are you going to do about it, Keir Starmer? I'm over in America. You can't send Ofcom after me. Damn Keir Starmer. Get to the scene. Somebody send a fire department. Where are the ambulances? Well, they burn the ambulances. Where are the police? Why am I the only one reporting this? I'm just going to sit here and play this video until the BBC reports that the Jewish ambulances in London are being firebombed by an unknown assailant who has escaped through the city and is running loose. We need roving bands of British citizens to find this man. He thinks he's from V for Vendetta. He's firebombing the ambulances and just running loose in the city of London. Has anyone caught him? No. Has anyone even sent the police to the scene? No. I hope they're there by now. Shouldn't there be like a fire engine? Don't you think that might catch other buildings on fire? What if it causes the Great London Fire of 1658 to repeat? I have just lost confidence in the British government. Do you understand? Do you understand me? I told you, BBC, until you put this on the television for the British public, I'm not taking it off. I'm going to play it over and over and over again. They're firebombing the Jewish ambulances in the middle of London, and the BBC is not covering it. Until I hear in these comments that the BBC is covering this, I'm playing it over and over. I don't know who it is. I can't tell you who it is. It's the job of the British police to catch this man or group of people. They're on the loose. They can't have been caught because there's no police at the scene. They just firebombed the ambulances and ran away. BBC put this on the television. I know you're watching me over there in London. I know you all are like, yeah, BBC Kid who gets us all the clips right away. Put it on the television. I'm speaking directly to the BBC's headquarters. Put it on the television. Put it on the television or I'm going to play it. I don't care. The BBC World Service and the BBC News and BBC One, they're all different. I don't know which one is live where. I want this on BBC One immediately. I want you to break into your regular programming, put the flashing breaking news graphics. They firebombed the Jewish ambulances in London, and some guy in Boston is making your entire country look bad, your BBC look bad, your government look bad. I'm going to write a sternly worded letter to the Parliament. I will think about it, Valhalla. But I'm kind of lecturing the BBC right now, but I'll show a mental decompression image. I'll look at it. Oh, that is a good mental decompression image. Okay, you have 15 seconds of watching this very nice tribute. I saw this earlier today to an airman, to the airmen in the Ohio National Guard. To the airmen in the Ohio National Guard who were killed. A very nice tribute by a local pilot. May God rest their souls. I wish I could take more than 30 seconds to honor this incredible flight pattern from the from the software. If you're a pilot, you can get special permission to fly what's called like an honorarium. I don't know the formal term. I'm going to call it an honorary or honorarium route. But it basically allows you to fly like an unnatural flight pattern in order to like do an act of service to honor someone. You have to get special clearance to do it, but they get like permission to fly like a route that doesn't make any sense basically, and then you're allowed to paint a tribute like with your flight pattern. It's a very special thing. But yeah, it's actually available. I've seen tributes like this a few times, and they love to do it. Pilots really appreciate being able to do it. It's kind of their way of like it's not like an Etch-a-Sketch, but it's like a painting by a pilot, you know, and you don't see it very often. But pilots consider this like a very high honor when they get to do it. So it's a very beautiful image. It's really something impressive. It's not like common. I'd say I've seen it like 3 or 4 times in my life out of tribute, but it does exist. And you do get permission to do it. They don't just like freestyle. They have to file their flight plan with I don't know what it's called. They filed their flight plan ahead of time, and air traffic control tells the people in this area, like, yeah, don't worry about like that strange low flying plane, like doing like circles, like that's okay. Because otherwise people would think it's a little weird. But yeah, that's really important. God bless you for sharing that. But yeah, I have to go back to this situation in London. This fire burning in Grays, which is 20 miles to the east, I can't confirm the origin of it. It's just a fire burning. The police are already on scene on that one on the left here. You can clearly see it. That could just be unrelated, but it is a little coincidental. This one, though, I'm telling you that there is a fire like burning in this alley in Golders Green in London, a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood. All of the ambulances are burning down. There were no police there like 20 minutes ago, and the fire spread so quickly that it got to the other side of the alley, and then the ambulance's oxygen tanks start blowing up. As this woman is like filming, one woman screaming that there's a fire, somebody else is just filming. I don't know if anyone called, like I don't know if the firemen are there by now. It's not on the news. So what am I supposed to, what are the people of the UK supposed to do when like we've gotten to the point where their ambulances are being bombed, and the only way to get the BBC to play it is to just roll the footage over and over to make them look bad. It's absolutely absurd. But like I am exhausted. Like, and the job of the media in the UK is supposed to be like immediately something like this happens. It's a very small country. Like the BBC, Sky, like whoever it is, they should be there immediately. It shouldn't even be a question. Because now I will just give it to you straight, and then I'm going to bed. Because literally for the first time, I am actually mad. I have a stress headache, and I am upset. I cover war, and I'm now so disappointed with my colleagues that I have a stress headache, and I'm mad. All right? The implications of this, I want you to understand. It's a matter of like minutes when stuff like this happens. There has been a firebombing of the Jewish Hasidic ambulance service in the fire services are there. Okay, good. Thank God. Thank you, Paula Pebbles. This video is from like 20 minutes ago. Okay, it just came out. There's 2 different fires. One is in Grays. One is in Golders Green. One is 20 miles east of London. One is 5 miles north of the center. Okay, London's like a sprawling metropolis. This one, the one in Grays, I can't confirm its ideology. It could be a house fire for all I know. This one is a terrorist attack. I'm telling you it is, because they burned the Jewish Hasidic ambulance service ambulances, all of them. It's very good to hear that there are actually people on scene. Thank you very much, translator Tal Naomi. What? What? Did this just happen? When? Oh my God. Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have this read out by British announcer Tal. Please go ahead, British announcer Tal. This was earlier in the Jerusalem Post. Go ahead, British announcer Tal.
Iranian dissident journalist, policeman shot in Netherlands in potential Iran-backed attack. The man, now identified as Mohammed Mohi Shafi'i, works in the ICT department at the Police Services Center, PDC, in Schoonhoven. His current condition is unknown. Vehicles outside a Jewish school following an explosion that caused minor damages in Amsterdam, Netherlands, March 14, 2026. An Iranian dissident in the Netherlands was shot on Thursday morning in what may have been a regime-mandated attack. The man, now identified as Mohammed Mohi Shafi'i, works in the ICT department at the Police Services Center, PDC, in Schoonhoven. His current condition is unknown. Chief of Police Janny Knoll and PDC Director Paul Van Musche confirmed on Friday that a police officer of Iranian origin has been shot in Schoonhoven and was seriously injured. They added that, for now, the circumstances are still unclear. But this is a big blow. The police also confirmed that a special investigation team, large-scale investigation team, was working to find answers and to identify the perpetrators. No more information was provided by the police. Mohi Shafi'i has a large following on social media, around 42k on Instagram and 1800 on Telegram. He has been using both platforms to post information about Iran and human rights abuses inside the country. He has also shared sensitive information about explosions, attacks and locations of missile installations in Iran. He has also expressed his support for the US and Israel, and is pro-monarchy. IC Shudder runs through Iranian community. According to previous reports, Shafi'i had published material on his Instagram account exposing individuals involved in repression in Kerman province, and had received threats as a result. He has a wife and a 2-year-old child. Dutch politician and lawyer Yuli Zaelian, who is of Iranian parentage, wrote, "An IC Shudder runs through the Iranian community. I know what the long arm of the mullahs in Tehran is capable of. Hopefully the police investigation will bring clarity soon." Harlem Groen links PVDA councillor Maitan Abbasi, also Iranian, similarly accused the regime of perpetrating the attack. Not the first time that the Iranian regime attacked someone here, he said, adding, "The fight against this criminal regime remains necessary." The investigation is ongoing, and the Dutch prosecutor's office has said that all possible scenarios are being considered.
It's not stopping. Alerts. Alerts. Alerts in the north. Rocket fire in the north. I repeat. Alerts in the north. Alerts in the north. And they're firebombing London, and they're assassinating people in the Netherlands. You can almost sense it, like my soul is a very good barometer for the intensity of it all. And my soul is so heavy. It weighs so heavy. It's not a regular conflict. It's not a regular war. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before in my entire life. You can watch these cams now and you'll be able to see the rocket fire in the north. You might be able to see it on 9 and 10. You can actually see the alerts when Hezbollah fires rockets. What did Iran threaten now? Israel's been launching all night, yes, standing stones. Right now, Hezbollah is launching at Israel. You can see behind my head, there's a little map. Okay, Hezbollah just launched at Metula, and then another border area north of Marjaliyat. All right, both of which are north of Kiryat Shimona. It's right south of Qaim. And that's where Lebanon, if you missed it, there was an Iranian missile that went into Lebanon tonight to hit an IDF position to help Israel, to help Hezbollah against Israel. It was Standing Stones, oh God, like 10 to 20,000 dropped by the U.S. Easy. Maybe 60,000, maybe 100,000. It's tough to tell. Iran, oh, I don't know. It's really hard because they use drones and missiles, but like probably 2 to 10,000. Like they don't. I do, my dear friend Paula. I'm gonna stay up as long as I can. Listen, there's fires burn. They have firebombed the Jewish ambulance service in London. It's not even on the BBC. Until the BBC covers that firebombing, I want you all to understand that the implications of this firebombing is that this man is out there in London right now. Okay? If you're just tuning in, someone has firebombed the Jewish ambulance service, the Hasidic Jewish ambulance service in London, in Golden Greers. And the BBC is not even covering it. The terrorist is out there. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm doing a report on this. I'm just going to make the BBC look really bad. You know what? I am one man. I have been streaming and covering the war for like 8 hours today, 12 hours a day for like 22 days. I am so disappointed by the BBC that I'm going to do an actual report, upload it to Twitter, and make them look bad and tag them. Okay? Because they couldn't cover this in time. I'm so disappointed in them. I really am. Like, they were the people. I went there in 2009. I met with their board and some of their governors, and I told them how much I respected their commitment to the principles of educating, informing, and entertaining the public. I said that was very important. And I said I really looked up to them. They were like paragons of virtue in the journalistic world in my eyes, and now I am mad. I should not have to break this, BBC. I shouldn't, and I'm very disappointed in you, and I'm very tired. You really let me down. Got knocked down like 6 whole pegs. You just decimated the legacy of the best war reporting that ever existed. The World Service is still pretty good. Yes, this is Greer's Garden. Excuse me, let me get the exact pronunciation right. It is Golders Green. Golders Green, which is 5 miles north of London. And I'm actually going to get a map of London to make the BBC look even worse, because that's what they deserve. They better get this up or they're going to look really bad. Yeah, what is going on in Golders Green? People are literally tweeting about it. Oh my word. All right, that's it. BBC, you got people in London who are seeing a fire and asking about it on Twitter. You failed the British people. I'm getting a map. That's it. Damn BBC. Damn it. Sky News, they're private. At least I don't have the argument there that, they're supposed to protect the people. They're just supposed to be Sky News. They got to make money for whoever the hell they got to make money for. That's not my responsibility. But you know what? BBC, you can't just have terrorists out there running around in London. And I gotta go. Made me lose my composure, all right? This one really pissed me off. That red circle is Golders Green, okay? That's the center of London. That's Camden Town, okay? That's Paddington Station, okay? The River Thames is going to be down here. Okay, that little red thing is where this is, okay? See the little red thing? That's where this is, the little red thing. Everybody on the same page? Yeah, well, exactly. Forget the BBC. Give your license fee to towel. Listen, I'm going to include that in the report. I'm going to be like, why? I'm going to be like, the British population expressed incredulity that a man... All right, I'm just going to do it. Screw it. Let's one take it. You ready? I'm going to do it with a cigar in my mouth to make that point. And then I'm going to play the video. I'm just going to humiliate the British Broadcasting Corporation. And they deserve it. I bet their editors are sprinting right now. They're like, no, he's going to do it. Going to do it. All right, here we go. You deserve this, British Broadcasting Corporation. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a reporter covering the U.S.-Iran war. It is 10:48 p.m. Eastern Time in Boston, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is... Nope, I have to get the time in London exactly. 2:49. You're throwing me all off with your time zones. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist covering the U.S.-Iran war. The local time in Boston is 10:49 p.m. Sunday, March 22nd, 2026, the 23rd day of the conflict raging in the Middle East. It is 2:49 a.m. local time in London on Monday, March 23rd, 2026 in the United Kingdom, where I can report to you right now that there has been a serious anti-Semitic terrorist attack against the Hezbollah ambulance services in London's Golden Greers neighborhood. If you take a look right here at the City of London, you'll be able to see the River Thames. You'll be able to see a red circle running up at the top. You can see the Mayfair area, the very rich area of London there. This location is about 5 miles north of central London. This is the Golden Greers neighborhood of London. In one of the areas of Golden Greers, there has been an anti-Semitic terrorist attack against the Hezbollah ambulance service, which is the primary international volunteer ambulance service for Jewish communities worldwide. Here is some footage from on the ground.
Nein, keine nicht du, no. Sog da keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du.
That is one angle, with 3 ambulances all burning. From another angle, you can see that the ambulances all the way down the alley in London Golden Greers neighborhood, London's Golders Green neighborhood are also burning, and you can hear their oxygen tanks exploding. Videos from the scene confirm that there was no police presence. There have been no official announcements from the London police or any other authorities in the area, and the suspect in this suspected terrorist attack is currently on the loose, unaccounted for and unknown. People on Twitter from the area, such as this citizen, are posting things such as, "What is going on in Golders Green?" within the past 40 minutes, around 2 a.m. local time, while showing footage of giant explosions rocking the city. This footage to this moment is not on the BBC or Sky News or any other British channel, who have no doubt induced panic among the residents of northern London as explosions rock their city, which they're going to find out were the result of an unknown terrorist blowing up an ambulance service that serves the Hasidic Jewish community in London. The explosion from half a mile away, and now again the explosions up close. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from Boston just before 11 p.m. local time, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026, which is just before 3 a.m. in London, United Kingdom, where there is an unknown terrorist who has blown up Hasidic Jewish ambulances in the city of London and escaped, apparently, with no announcements from UK authorities, and residents on Twitter raising questions about the origin of explosions and fires rocking through their neighborhood. Reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston, this is Grant Smith Ellis. Outrageous. Just absolutely outrageous. This should not have to be done this way. They should have been on this in seconds. Targeting ambulance serving the Hasidic community in London, United Kingdom, has caused explosions and fires to rock the city's Goldiers Green neighborhood, about 5 miles, 9 kilometers northwest of the city center. Paging, I'm just going to tag the BBC because they deserve to be embarrassed. I'm not saying who's responsible. We don't even have the person who did it caught yet, so we can't figure out who they did it for. They could have been just a person who didn't like Jewish people. I don't know. I don't know, Paul Saar. I really don't. We have to catch them first. Early Monday. You have to give the time. Well, 5 miles. Paging BBC breaking news. That's the only thing I can do. Like, they should have been on this right away. It's really inappropriate. The citizens up there are going to be so confused. New video from the scene. Thank you, Miss Clutch. Oh, wow. Hold on. Is this the actual recording of them doing it? No way. No way. Where did you get this? Oh my God. Yes, I need it. I need it. There's terrorists on the loose in London. Breaking. There are terrorists on the loose in London. I repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. We don't have time for the BBC. There are terrorists on the loose in London. I have a video of them doing this. Oh my goodness. I need to redo that whole video now. Hold on. I have such a headache. I've got to go to bed. Thank you for fighting that, Miss Clutch. I got to line this up. And then I got to open that. I got to open that map again because I got to redo this whole story. I'll just cut the story live. Sometimes you got to like redo a story in the middle of a report. Yeah, I got the CCTV. I got it. Thank you all. Thank you very much. I gotta decide which one I like. Do I show the assailants first or the fire first? I think I want to lead with the fire. I think it's important to show that. So let me just save this text so I can get ready to just post it like right away. Okay. All right. I want to lead with the fire, and then this, and then go to the parties responsible. No, I want to go this. This, and then I don't need this. What's this? Yeah, we have the CCTV. And then what's this? This is probably unrelated. No, yeah, that was that fire in Grays. I can't say if it's related, so I'm going to leave it out for now, but it's on my radar. All right, let's cut the story. All right, I'm ready. And then let's use this as the, like, whatever you have up at the start is going to be the front image. So let's do it like that. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm reporting to you live from Boston, Massachusetts, where it is 10:58 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is coming up on 3 a.m. local time in London in the United Kingdom. We're on day 23 of the U.S. war with Iran. There has been a terrorist attack on the Herzliya ambulance service servicing the Jewish Hasidic community in London's Golders Green community. The CCTV footage of the assailants has just been released. It is unclear if they have been captured. There have been no announcements from local authorities. I'll show you the footage from the ground now, just minutes after
keine
the
nicht do,
incident
kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht do. Fica så. Nein, keine nicht do, nu. Så det keine nicht do, kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances, Flagge. Keine nicht do.
Another angle of the attack presented on social media just minutes ago shows explosions rocking the northeast London neighborhood. CCTV footage obtained by Towel News Network, of which this anchor belongs to, shows the assailants approaching the Jewish ambulances and setting fire to them. The assailants apparently running free in London this morning, where there is no announcement of a manhunt, no coverage on local or national news as of this point in time in London, and again, multiple terrorists running free in the United Kingdom as you watch the security footage from 1:36 a.m. local time. Again, less than 90 minutes ago, the security footage of the three masked assailants dressed all in black setting fire to the Hasidic ambulance service, all of the ambulances, in a targeted terrorist attack. These three terrorists are on the loose as we speak, as you watch the attack unfolding live on security camera from less than 90 minutes ago. There has been a terrorist attack in the center of London, 5 miles north of the city center in the Golders Green neighborhood. You are watching the security camera now of the unknown terrorists who have escaped into the city after firebombing all of the ambulances parked in a alleyway located 5 miles north of London. That was the security camera footage that you just watched of the masked assailants, who, as of now, remain uncaught. Now, I will show you, as you see on your screen, in real time during this report on Towel News, the footage of the suspects. I will be able to, in real time, zoom in on that footage for you. And on the right side of your screen, you will see the masked men who are responsible for the terrorist attack brought up on your screen in the clearest picture possible. Okay, so the masked men, I will now bring them up on the screen. The armed assailants that the public are now looking for. These are the men who are responsible for firebombing the Jewish ambulance service in London. Okay, these are the clearest pictures yet. They have come in just minutes ago. You are watching live in real time as these men, the unknown terrorists who have struck at the heart of London's Hasidic Jewish community, are currently on the loose. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, local residents in the area have taken to social media asking what is going on in Golders Green as explosions and fires rock their neighborhood from half a mile away. Let's take a listen. Reporting to you from Boston, just 90 minutes after a series of terrorist attacks against Hasidic Jewish ambulances have taken place in London, 5 miles north of the city center. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll have the latest as I know it from the War Desk in Boston. There has been a serious incident in London. You can hear the explosions ringing in the background. You can see them up close on your screen. No coverage as of yet on the British networks. And no indication that the terrorists responsible for this horrific attack have been identified, pursued, or caught. Grant Smith Ellis reporting from Boston. Thank you all very much. I did my absolute best. I've done it. I recut it with the surveillance footage. I think it's quicker than Al Jazeera. It's quicker than God knows it's quicker than the BBC. I don't know what else to say. I can't believe this has happened. I can't believe this has happened. I don't believe it. I saw it happen and I don't believe it. I can't believe the news has failed the British people that hard. They can't just be allowed to have these terrorists running around out there. They really can't. Oh, this is horrible. My pleasure. My pleasure, Osama. I'm very disappointed in the BBC. But Towel News is on it. The people of England will know. Thank you very much, everyone who has been supporting me. That's fair, Celtic Linda. I think that's fair. Oh no, even more footage. Oh no. I don't have time to recut it. Oh my God, I have to recut it. Oh. No, one of the explosions is brutal. All right, I gotta recut it. I know I have to do it for a third time. It's not pleasant, but it's too important. One of the angles shows like a serious explosion. This is the last time I'm recutting it. I'm going to bed after this. I appreciate you all amalgamating all the angles. Hello. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from Boston on day 23 of the U.S.-Iran war, live on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, your home for 12-hour-a-day coverage every day of this war, unlike any other network out there. I am reporting to you as the clock strikes 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time, war time, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is just past 3:06 a.m. Eastern Time in London, United Kingdom, where there has been a serious attack by assailants of unknown origin that have struck terror into the hearts of a Hasidic Jewish community just 5 miles north, that's 9 kilometers of London city center, called Golders Green. Okay, this terrorist attack has targeted, this attack-inducing terror among the population has targeted a series of Hasidic ambulances servicing the Hasidic population of London.
Nein, keine nicht du.
Up on your screen, you can see now the initial videos from the scene.
Keine nicht du. Fique som. Nein, keine nicht du, nu. Sog der keine nicht du. Kriegst du Flagge, du, 4 ambulances Flagge. Keine nicht du. Fique som.
No, I have to recut it. No, it's not good enough. It's too zoomed in. I don't know why this happened. I'm getting really frustrated with myself. Why is this happening? Oh, because that was over covering. Of course it was. Well, that's what happens when you cut live. I got to do it again. Yeah, once we're cut, I know you all want to share videos, but like, I'll show that, like, I've cut the report, okay? So I've cut the report. Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a more zoomed out clip. Okay, we're cutting the report. Everyone relax, okay? Everyone relax. We're going to cut the report. All right, thank you. You all did a great job, live news production team. But I have to cut the report now, so when you send clips when I'm cutting the report, it makes me look at the screen, okay? Okay, I have to cut the report now, okay? Here we go. Good night, Grammy Linda. You have a great night. Good evening. Reporting from Boston, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, where it is coming up on 11:09 p.m. Eastern, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. It is day 23 of the U.S.-Iran war. Reporting to you from youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, where you can find daily coverage of this war. I am reporting to you now where it is coming up on 3:09 a.m. Eastern, 3:09 local time in London, United Kingdom, Monday, March 23rd, 2026, where there has been a major terrorist attack on the ambulance service serving the Hasidic community in the north of London, 5 miles, which is 9 kilometers to the north in London Golders Green neighborhood. There has been a serious terrorist attack by assailants of unknown origin, inducing terror in the community amongst, by virtue of firebombing a number of ambulances belonging to that community. It's a volunteer ambulance service internationally recognized for its work servicing Hasidic Jewish communities. Let's take a look at the footage on the ground in the moments after the attack.
Nein, keine nicht du, no. So der keine nicht du, kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kriegst du. Nein, keine.
Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, in the aftermath of the attack, you can see, prior to the arrival of fire crews in London's Golders Green neighborhood, multiple explosions and fires. In turn, as ambulance crews arrived to fight the fire, more explosions took place. Fire crews. More explosions took place. Local residents, meanwhile, took to Twitter, took to social media, including X, to ask what is going on in Golders Green. As explosions, dark smoke, and fire filled their neighborhood. As for this location of the attack, Golders Green is located in red, just 5 miles, which is 9 kilometers north of London Center and the iconic Thames. As for the suspected the documented responsible parties, shocking surveillance footage emerged on social media within just 90 minutes of the attack, which is now confirmed to have taken place at 1:36 a.m. local time, Monday, March 23rd, 2026, of the terrorists approaching the Hasidic ambulances in London Golders Green neighborhood and setting fire to those ambulances. You are looking at the surveillance footage now, ladies and gentlemen, of this cowardly terrorist attack. The suspects remain free. There have been no announcements by local authorities as of the time of this report regarding the identity of the suspects. So you can see running, ladies and gentlemen, from the scene of their cowardly attack, which targeted multiple ambulances in the Hasidic community of London. Again, you are looking now live. You are looking at the most recent pictures within the past 2 hours, just over 90 minutes ago, of these suspected assailants. I will now freeze frame for you the clearest images yet of the suspected terrorists who, as of now, are unidentified and unapprehended, roaming the city of London after firebombing those Hasidic ambulances. There they are, ladies and gentlemen. The men that the world is not manhunting, because the British authorities have not announced anything about this as of now. Yes, the men responsible for the horrific bombing the horrific firebombing of the Hasidic ambulance service in London, remain, as of now, unidentified and unpursued, according to at least official statements from officials, as in, there are no official statements from officials. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 men responsible, up on your screen right now, for firebombing the Hasidic ambulance service in London Golders Green neighborhood. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from Boston, before what will potentially be a manhunt for those 3 men begins in the United Kingdom. It is just past 11:15 p.m. Eastern Local Time here in Boston, Saturday, March 22nd, 2026. It is just coming up on 3:15 a.m. local time in London. It is almost 4:15 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, where day 23 of the U.S.-Iran war continues with multiple horrific strikes by the Iranians using cluster munitions and hypersonic missiles on civilians in Tel Aviv. It is, and other cities in the north, and for the first time, Iran struck Israeli troops in Lebanon who are fighting Hezbollah. Yes, Iran launched a missile from Iran that hit Israeli troops in Lebanon fighting Hezbollah. Furthermore, there have been massive airstrikes in Tehran tonight, hitting Bandar al-Abbas, the port in the Iranian south near the Strait of Hormuz, and in response to a threat by U.S. President Donald Trump to bomb Iran's energy infrastructure if the Strait of Hormuz was not opened within 48 hours. That threat issued yesterday. Less than 24 hours remain on that clock. Iran responded by simply denying the offer and saying they would continue to bomb American companies, energy infrastructure, troops, and Israeli cities and troops if its power plants were bombed. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you live from Boston from the War Desk. Find more each and every day on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Thank you for watching this report. Okay, how was it? You cut it 3 times. Eventually you get it right. All right? I didn't love that little pop over with their faces at the end of the report. But out of everything, that was a very minor issue. So overall, I thought that was good. And I'm going to bed now. I can't take any more of this. This situation is spiraling out of control. And I just don't trust the authorities anymore to do this. Thank you to everyone who amalgamated footage for that report. I know I got a little frustrated. It's because I have a headache. God bless you all. I'm getting Peep Bunny Towel. You know what that means. Give me a Peep. I can't do it. I have a headache. I gave you 8 hours, all right? I have a terrible headache. I need to go lay down. Once I have a headache, I have to go to bed. That's my body's way. That's my own brain's only way of telling me it's time to check out. All right, so if you like this reporting, unlike the BBC, I'm not supported by a license fee. All right, so if you're screw the BBC, I'm going to support actual news reporting, you can donate to my food fund. You see that logo up on the screen? Did you know a lot of you watched today? Almost 30,000 of you watched over the day. That's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Literally, almost 30,000 of you. I can show you it up on the screen. It shows me a little bit of what's going on. You see what I mean? Almost 30,000 of you. So if you want to support, you see the little trick I use to display the chat? It's all the magic of video editing. Real time. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, thank you so much, Anthony Blevins. God bless you. I'm so glad I got to see your comment and add you as a mod to the channel. Welcome. Yeah, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis, a Venmo @GrantE1, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. There's a Revolut if you're in Europe, REVOLOUT.me/@Grant Smith Ellis. This is literally user supported. I'm formally trained in political philosophy, in political science. I went to law school, but I'm not a lawyer. And I use that information. I use all of what I've learned to try to engender cogent public discourse. And, my family kind of abandoned me. But I have some amazing towel moms here and towel Grammys. You got to meet some of them. You all keep me alive, and I'm really grateful for that. So any support you give goes. I'm going to go get a coffee maker tomorrow morning. I've never owned one. I'm going to learn how to make coffee. I'm autistic too, so my analytical intelligence is high, but my executive functioning is low, and my emotional intelligence is getting better. But anyway, if you want to help, I don't do these donation reads that often. I forget to do them, and you can just scan the various apps. Don't donate if it would be a burden, but if you can help, it like just helps me reduce my anxiety. I don't really have a support network outside of you all. We've reached 182 countries in the past 28 days, over like 1 million views. I don't get any ad revenue from this, which is fine. I'm very grateful to YouTube that they let me do this broadcasting. So yeah, I got to be sustainable and do it in a way that like doesn't hurt my disabled body and keeps me like well. And so God bless you for supporting me and all of your compassion for each other. Now, if you've been watching this stream for a while, you know I like to end with a test of my mental acuity. So I say the U.S. presidents in order, and then my friend, he likes to hear the very awesome word Tippecanoe. I just tipped him off. He knows it's coming now. So when we do the list of presidents in order, it doesn't go back to the beginning. Of course, I can do Mr. President Washington, and then Mr. President John Adams, and then Mr. President Thomas Jefferson, and then Mr. President Madison. But then once we start like getting to like, 5, 6, 7, I get a little lost. I know Van Buren is 8, and then Andrew Jackson was 13 during the bank wars. Get a little lost in the middle there. But I can pick up again with our favorite Tippecanoe and Taylor too. Oh, good night. God bless you, Grammy Linda. You have a great night. Sleep well. So we start with Tippecanoe and Taylor too, right? So it's Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Could you even follow that? Those are all correct, by the way. And if you actually slowed that down, it's very accurate. But could you actually process all of that as fast as I was saying it? Because I don't think it might be actually hard for your brain to actually bring up each individual face of all those people as I'm listing them off. Not to mention, think about like all of the context involved, like their full name, the years they were president, the order they were president in. I make you do it like really, really fast. Like I make your neurons like trained to process information at that speed. You'll get smarter watching this stream, in my opinion. Thank you very much, Patrick Wilson. Thank you, Mrs. Rockstar. We had a great time seeing Rockstar in the intro. Yeah, this is Pete Bunnytow. I hug him at the end of every stream when I get tired. But yeah, so if you've been watching the stream for a while, it's a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use entertainment as a hook in order to educate, to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you like what you saw here today, if you enjoyed the camaraderie in chat, there's a way you can pay it forward. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. You can donate to your veterans, our veterans, or our service members or their families. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness. Happy Feet Girl. Oh, God bless you. It's so good to see you. I made a special emoji, like our chat mom Lynn loves penguins, but I made a special emoji just for Happy Feet Girl. It's a penguin dancing with happy feet. You don't understand. But yeah, you can look for reasons to donate to our service members or veterans or their families. They need our help right now. They're in harm's way, and God bless them. And we can look for ways to help them. You can look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans or service members. Great way to help our furry friends and our veterans. This is Pete Bunnytow, by the way. He's the channel mascot. He's a Pete Bunnytow. You can look for reasons to donate to animal shelters in general. Our furry friends need your help, and you can help them today. You can also look for reasons to donate to The Big Issue if you're in the UK. If you've been listening, that's a great way to help homeless populations in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. You can look for reasons to smile at someone on the street. Sorry about that. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or yes, even give away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, let us change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I think it's possible because of you all, and I'm very grateful you spent this time with me today. I'm sorry I can't go through all of your wonderful chats again. I have a really bad headache, and when this happens, trust me, it's best for me just to go to bed, or I'll wake up for 3 days with a headache. So thank you all for your well wishes and your prayers. I can feel your energy making me feel better and getting me into bed. And I pray for the innocents. I pray for our soldiers and those of our allies. And I pray for peace. And I pray for the safety of the animals. And no one will help them if we don't. So I prayed as I lay my head down another night that you all are able to find solace among this agony, whether you're under the bombs falling or you're worried about friends or family in those conflict areas. And I pray for peace. I truly do. And until we see each other again after 1 p.m. or so tomorrow afternoon, I love you all very much. I care about you dearly, and your compassion and camaraderie for each other inspires me to believe that a better world is possible. God bless you, good night, and may God protect the United States of America. Grant Smith Ellis from Boston, signing off.